The Doom from Planet 4 by Clayton Yars. Lem rewrite this text in that old-school sci-fi slang for ya. Produced by Sanka Viswanathan, Greg Weeks. An online Astounding Stories 20 on sale the first Thursday of each month. You M. Clayton, publisher Harry Bates, editor Douglas M. Dold, consulting editor. The standard on a magazine guarantees that the stories therein are low-key fire interesting, vivid, by leading writers of the day and purchased under conditions approved by the Authors League of America. That such magazines are manufactured in union shops by American workmen. That each newsdealer and agent is insured a fair profit. That an intelligent censorship guards their ad pages. The other mags are Asa, High Magazine, Ranch Romances, Cowboy Stories, Clues, 5, Novels Monthly, All-Star, Detective Stories, Rangeland, Love Story Magazine, Western Adventures, and Western Love Stories. More than 2 million copies required to supply the monthly demand for magazines. Oh, they know. One contents, July 1931, cover design, 80. Wesso painted in water, colors from a scene in The Doom from Planet 4, Jack Williamson, Fire Ray of Fire. Green, mysterious, stabs through the night to Dan on his ship. It leads him to an island of unearthly peril, the hands of 8 and AAG Winter, 20 out of the solid ice, Craig Hughes, 3 long frozen Egyptians, and is at once caught up into amazing adventure. A complete novelette, The Diamond Thunderbolt 8. Thompson Rich 46 locked in a rocket and fired into space. Such was the fate which awaited young Stoddard at the end of the Diamond Trail. The slave ship from space, Holmes 68, 3 kidnapped Earthling show Xantra of the Tillers, how docile Earth slaves can be. The Revolt of the Machines, Nat Stachner, and Arthur L. Zagat 86, something in the many-faced mind of the master machine spurs it to diabolic revolt against the authority of its human masters. The Exile of Time, Ray Cummings 109, only near the end of the world, Doe's fate catch up with 2, the cripple who ran amok through time. Conclusion. The Reader's Corner, All of Us 129, a meeting place for readers of Astounding Stories. Single copies, 20 cents in Canada, 25 cents yearly subscription. Door to dozen, issued month by the Magazines, Inc., 80 Lafayette Street, New York, N. President Francis P. Pay Secretary. Entered as second-class matter December 7, 1929, at the Post Office at New York, NY, under Act of March 3, 1879. Title registered as a trademark in the U.S. Patent Office. Member Newsstand Group. For advertising rates, address the Newsstand Group, Inc., 80 Lafayette Street, New York, or the Wrigley Bulgy, Chicago. By Jack Williamson, illustration. For long seconds he was plunging down through space. Side note, a ray of fire, green, mysterious, stabs through the night to Dan on his ship. It leads him to an island of unearthly peril. Sos, Esos. Esos, or 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. The flash is winked from the dark headland. Dan McNally, master and owner of the small and ancient trading schooner, Virginia, caught the feeble flickering light from the island as Clayton strode across the foredeck. He stopped, stared at the looming black line of land beneath the tropical stars. Again light flashed from a point of rock far above the dim white line of phosphorescent surf, spelling out the signal of distress. Somebody's Loki calling with a flashlight. I'm shook. Larson, the big Swede at the wheel, rumbled. Clayton thought suddenly of a reply. He rushed into the chart house to return in a moment with a lighted lantern and a copy of the Nautical Almanac, which would serve to hide the flame between flashes. He flashed an answer. Again the pale light flickered from the dark mass of land, and spelling words out rather slowly, as if the sender were uncertain in his knowledge of Morse. Clayton was hella surprised by the signal from an island marked on the charts as uninhabited, and he was even more shook at the message that now came to him. "You're Loki in danger." He read in the flashes. "This place is straight up wild. You gotta hurry away. Radio for warships. The winking light suddenly went out. Clayton strained his eyes to watch the point where it had been, and a few seconds later he saw a sick thing. A darting, stabbing lance of green fire flashed out across the barren, rocky cliff, lighting it fleetingly with pale green radiance. It leapt out and was gone in an instant, leaving the shoulder of the island dark as before. Clayton watched for long minutes, but he saw nothing more lit than the pale gleam of phosphorescence where the waves dashed against the sheer granite wall of the island. "What you mean?" Larson broke in upon him. Clayton started, then answered slowly. "I don't know. At first I thought there must be a crazy person on the loose. But that green light, it gave me major anxiety." He stared again at the looming mass of the island. Davis Island is one of the tiny islets in the South Pacific. It's just the summit of a dead volcano sticking out above the sea. It's claimed by Great Britain, but it's marked as uninhabited on the charts. "Radio for warships, huh?" he muttered. A wireless transmitter was one of those modern gadgets that the Virginia didn't have, though Clayton had invested his savings in her only a year ago. What would anyone want with warships on Davis Island? The name made him think of something. Davis Island, he repeated, staring intently at the Black Sea. Of course, it came to him suddenly. He remembered an article about an eclipse of the sun that was visible from certain points in the Pacific. One day, Hunter had written about it, and Clayton had read it like 5 years ago when he dropped out of college to follow his dreams. Clayton was low-key sailing with his crew to Davis Island, trying to study the solar corona and test Einstein's theory of relativity. They caught a few pics of the boat, Dr. Hunter and his squad, and his daughter Helen, who was acting as his peacemaker. She didn't seem like a scientist at all. Dan thought her face was pretty fire. But he wasn't thinking about that right now. He'd been out of the science game for years, and he hadn't heard about Dr. Hunter's expedition results. But this island was the spot. He turned to Larson, the dude in charge of the boat, and said, "Whoa, we're good off the coast till morning. Then we can try and land a boat if we see nothing." Weird. The sentence got cut short. Dan saw a green light flashing towards them from the island, and then there was this line of green fire that hit him like a physical blow. He was just standing there, feeling the vibe, when suddenly he was flying off the bridge and into the sea. The next thing he knew, he was struggling to get air, covering up seawater everywhere. It took Dan a few minutes to get his bearings. The old schooner was out of sight, just bobbing around like it didn't matter. The green fire had vanished, but there were bright yellow flames all over the wreckage on deck. It looked like Larson was. Dan was alone, and he knew it. He thought about the weird warnings from the shore. Hellish, afoot, or whatever that meant. What's going on here? Clayton muttered to himself, shaking his head in confusion. The flicker of green light had stopped all the signals, and now this green fire was just trying to get him too. Dan looked around at the empty ship, the broken wheel, and the charred remains of Larson's body. He was the last one left, and he was straight up shook. Clayton was low, key-ghosting his soggy clothes, and began to vibe off himself, like, don't even wonder who wanted ships. But even a ship, if that weird light hit it. He took a deep breath, dipped his head, and unlaced his shoes, then just cruised out of them. Then, with a final look at the lit up wreck of the Virginia, he just ripped off what little was left of his underwear and went for the shore in a chill crawl. The rocky shores of Davis Island were hella far away, like 3 or 4 miles, fam, but there was no wind. The Black Sea was calm, save for this tiny wave that wasn't even lit. Clayton was a strong swimmer and had been training hard, so he was all good about making the distance. There was still some danger, though sharks could show up or he might not find a spot to land on the rocky shore. It'd been 4 hours since he saw that first flash at 10 a.m. Now it was like 2 p.m., and Dan finally touched down and waded warily up onto this smooth beach through some sparkly phosphorescent foam. He wiped out the salt from his tired bod, sat down for a sec in a spot where a boulder blocked the wind from getting to him, and just chillin'. In like 2 seconds, he got up, flexed his muscles, and scanned the dark for a way up that cliff. But all he saw was some dark mess, fam. Gotta keep moving, or find some clothes, he low-key muttered to himself. And maybe I stumbled onto what made that green light lol. I'm hella lucky so far. Anyway, Larson and the squad, but I ain't thinking about them right now. Wonder who was flippin' those signals from the island. He gazed out over the Black Sea. Far out, the Virginia was sitting low in the water, a bright yellow flame risen from her hull. As he watched, the flame flickered and died. The old schooner was like sunk or something. Then he saw this pale glow coming on at the horizon, some kind of moon, fam. Hey, he muttered again. Guess we got a moon. The horns of that crescent moon came up from below, and Dan just kept chillin', waiting for it to come out fully. When the moon finally did clear the horizon, it lit up this rugged cliff face like it was on fire, all pale white and glowy. He chose a path up the cliff and hiked like a boss until he emerged in some jungle thicket. He picked his way through with care, scratching his bare skin so bad it was going to kill him, but he just kept moving for a few yards to find some spot where he could chill. He was like in this narrow valley or something, and he decided to scope out the area. Clayton was low, key vibing with the rugged ravine walls that were straight fire black and straight out of this world. The sick silvery light of the crescent moon, the dup jungle on the canyon floor, which was like super narrow and stuff. Gazing up at the canyon, Clayton was dead-as amazed by what he saw. Mars Acre, the red planet, was hanging low in the west sky, giving off that deep bloody glow. Directly below it, bathed in the white light of the moon, was a bare rocky peak that seemed to be the highest point on the island. And on that peak, Clayton spotted this insane machine. Yes. 3 slender towers made of white metal that shone like aluminum were straight up glowing with that silvery luster, and they supported an enormous metal ring that was at least 100 feet in diameter. The ring was giving off a strange purple radiance, and there was this shimmering mist of red-violet light surrounding it, which was straight fire. Clayton reckoned it had to be some kind of pointer, luminous with the weird force pulsing through it. Inside the ring, there was this long, slender needle of dazzling white light that was wobbling around like a fine, sharp line or something. The needle was pointing straight at Mars, and Clayton was low-key freaking out. He stared at Mars for ages, glowing like a red eye above the incredible mechanism. His mind was in a wild storm of wonder and fear. Tapibi. What was the meaning of the gleaming ring and needle? How did this great device connect to the signal of distress from the cliff and the green fire that had destroyed the Virginia. And why did the glowing needle point it at Mars, though? Clayton didn't know when he first started hearing the sound, but it was like super quiet. At first, it was just another part of the mystery of the island, but then it got louder and Clayton was like, whoa, this is a whole different level of scary. The sound was deep and vibrant, like a whir or hum that sounded way deeper than any motor bruh. It was coming down from the machine on the mountain, and Clayton was shook by it. He was shivering with fear as much as he was vibing with awe. You feel. Clayton crouched low beside a massive boulder on the edge of the jungle floor, his heart racing like crazy. He was totally freaked out because he thought some gnarly thing had seen him and was about to come after him. For a sec, he had to dig deep to not freak out and tail it through the brush. The unknown is straight up terrifying, and he just invaded the domain of something he didn't get, you feel. Anyway, he got his wits back in a hot second. He was good as safe where he was, cause the island was basically chill, right? He started thinking about starting a fire, then realized he had no matches and wouldn't dare try to make one anyway. So he made himself a bed out of some dry grass and huddled up, giving it 2 thumbs up that the island was in semi-tropical latitudes, whatever that means. He was back to the mystery, thinking about those sick riddlers, the green flash, and the crazy mechanism on the mountain peak. He remembered some wild stories he'd read about hermit scientists doing lit experiments in isolated spots around the world. Now, he's like, this has got to be what's going down here. The green flash is a death ray, he said out loud, and it shoots from that sick needle. No wonder they're low-key trying to stay under the radar. Somebody might just shake up civilization. But, dude, the needle pointing at Mars. That's straight. Up trippy. He was all stumped about what that meant for solving the mystery. He got a bit more comfy on his grass pile and suddenly face planted into sleep, still trying to figure out that last clue. He woke up to this low motor Y sound, kind of like an electric drill or something, and it was freaking him out. He remembered what went down the night before and sprang up, all wide-eyed and freaked. His muscles were hella sore from being crammed in a ball, but he didn't care. From across, Dan could hear this thunder rumble and saw some dark clouds rolling in. They looked super ominous and made him all anxious. But then it hit him the sound wasn't thunder. It was more like a machine. He spun around to face whatever was making that noise, and when he did, he just about died from shock. The machine behind him was this sleek, metallic thing that seemed straight out of a sci-fi movie. Clayton is low-key vibing, brushing at 12 yards away, looking at this thing. The thing is made out of some high-gloss, silvery metal that Dan thought was aluminum or something else for real. Fam. Its case is straight out of an Egyptian mummy's tomb, but way bigger than that, you feel. It's like a box, but it's all tapered up to the ends, with the biggest part in the middle. There are these twin tubes on top of it, lenses inside that shine like eyes, and then there are these steely tentacles that are low-key written and twitching, like they're alive. G. The brush is hidden its legs so Dan can't see. M. Though. Suddenly the thing jumps toward him, raising its height to 10 after high and covering half the distance between them. No cap. It lands easy on these long metal limbs it jumped from and keeps looking at Dan with its lens. Tubes. Know what I'm saying? The limbs are hella similar to a grasshopper's hind legs. Same shape, same position. Then he notices this other weird thing about it. There's these 3 little bars of metal on the top that are shining bright, and they're all connected by this little ring that's purple lit, you feel. There's also this tiny needle inside the ring that's pulsating with white fire, G. And then he sees the back of this thing, which has a miniature replica of the weird mechanism from the tower. Know what I'm talking about. The little needle is pointing up the canyon, and Dan looks in that direction, and it points at the great device on the mountain that's looking even more fire today than under the moonlight. The whole ring thing is shrouded in this purple flame, and the needle is still vibing with white fire. They just stand there for a minute, studying each other. Dan is straight up naked, tense, and Loki freaked out in the presence of all these mysterious forces. And then there's this grotesque machine cased in gleaming metal that's like a living creature or something else. Then one of them tentacles comes back from under the case and grabs what looks like this flat disc of emerald. It's 2 inches across, half an inch thick, G. The thing holds it up with a flat side towards Dan. But there ain't no sound, just a flash of green light comes out of it, and it cuts through the jungle. Smoking and flamming everywhere. Fam. Dan was low-key hyped to see what would pop out of that boulder, so he rolled up beside it and prepped for battle. He grabbed a sick rock and waited for the other shoe to drop. Then he heard that soft humming noise on the other side of the boulder, like someone or something was getting close. A glizzy object came flashing above him, and then this metal beast came crashing through the brush. It landed right next to Dan, but its backside was towards him. As it started turning, he dropped that rock with some serious aim, like a farm boy's got game. He hit the little ring thingy on the monster's tail, and bam, it went down for the count. Dan was low-key shook, but he kept it moving and checked out the monster. It had this green crystal disc fall off its back, and Dan picked it up, cause it looked hella interesting. There was a little metal knob on one side, and Dan was all like, ain't touching. That he just held onto it for safety's sake, didn't want to get caught slipping by no more monsters. He dipped in the jungle shadows for a hot sec, trying to avoid them rain clouds and chill for a bit. He was trying to process what had went down with that metal monster, but he was also starving like crazy. Where's my coffee? Where's my steak? Just then he heard this adorb's little mew-mew sound, and some human footsteps coming his way. It sounded all feminine and pretty, so Dan was all, hey, what's good? He waited for the vibes to come to him, but before that could happen, a grey kitty cat just appeared out of nowhere. Dan scooped up the kitten and gave it some love. It was trusting this dude like nothing. Then that human voice came back, all smooth and sultry. Hello yourself. Who are you? Dan was all, hey, I'm good. But then he heard them crinkling footsteps coming closer. And suddenly he was aware of his lack of freshest attire. Dan was low-key hyped to see what would pop out of that boulder. So he rolled up beside it and prepped for battle. He grabbed a sick rock and waited for the other shoe to drop. It sounded all feminine and pretty, so Dan was all, hey, what's good? He waited for the vibes to come to him. But before that could happen, a grey kitten cat just appeared out of nowhere. Dan scooted up the kitten and gave it some love. It was trusting this dude like nothing. Then that human voice came back, all smooth and sultry. Hello yourself. Who are you? Dan was all, hey, I'm good. But then he heard them crinkling footsteps coming closer, and suddenly he was aware of his lack of freshest attire. Yes, wait up! I'm low, key naked over here, said Clayton quick. I'm Dan McNally, B-Toro. I owned the sailboat that got wrecked last night off the island. A fire laugh came out of nowhere. Then this clear voice came back with some real talk. So you swam ashore from my signal? Yeses. Glad we found each other, though. You're all like totally nude, bruh. I'm low, key curious what's going on. The voice paused for a sec, then kept it moving. Here's this sheet thingy I used to signal during the day, if I had time. You can wrap it round you till we find some better deeds. Another laugh came out, and then an arm appeared with a rolled-up sheet in it. Aight, dude, throw that my way, Dan said. In a hot sec, he's all wrapped up like a toga or whatever, and the kitten is chilling on his arm. He walks up to this girl who sounds hella beautiful from a pic he saw 5 years ago. She's got brown hair shingled down, brown eyes that are all lit up laughing, and she's rocking out of door gear with a backpack. Dan's like, "Hey, Miss Helen Hunter." He hands her the kitten, and they get real for a hot sec. Then he's all serious again. "What's the tea on this island? The green flash machine up there. What's the dealio?" She's all like, "I know a thing or two about it, but it's some wild stuff." Dan's all skeptical at first, but then she tosses him the kitten and some food. He's all, okay, I'm down. The sun comes out, and they chill for a sec, snacking on sardines and bread. She's making the most of what she got, 'cause it's not like they're in any luxury hotel or nothing. Like she said, this is lit and was low-key fam. She punched 2 holes in the end of the milk can and poured some of that thick yellow fluid into her left-hand palm, from which she let the kitten lap it. And now Clayton's all about getting to the mystery of the island. The girl turned her face to him. "I'm Helen Hunter, as you seem to know." She started. "I came here with my father 5 years ago to observe a sick eclipse. No cap. When it was all over and the ship called to take us off, he decided to send the results of our observations by one of the other men. He wanted to stay here to carry on another experiment, the one that led to that machine on the hill. Part of the other men were low, key down for staying vibes. The act left us here and has been back from San Francisco every 6 months since, with mail and supplies." "And what's the experiment?" Clayton demanded it eagerly. "Have you ever looked at Mars through a fire telescope?" She countered. "Then you must have seen the canal's straight dark lines running from the white polar caps to the equatorial zone. All scientists didn't agree as to what they were, but nobody could suggest a natural origin for them. My dad was one of those who thought that the canals were fertile, cultivated strips, irrigated with water brought down from the melting ice caps. Irrigation systems meant intelligent life upon the planet, and his experiment was an attempt to communicate with that intelligence." Clay Getton was shook. "Yeah. The means was simple enough. Other men had suggested it years before. In fact, any fairly bright light on Mars, such as the beam of a searchlight directed toward Earth, would be visible in a good telescope. When the planet is favorably situated, it follows that such a light on Earth should be visible to an observer with a similar instrument on Mars. It was possible, of course, but unlikely that Mars would have intelligent inhabitants still ignorant of the telescope. It was also possible that their senses would be different from ours, that if they saw at all it would be with a different part of the spectrum. Dad took the chance, and he succeeded. Clayton needed more time to get their searchlight lit up. And on the fourth night, poor Dad came out of the observatory, shouting he'd seen 4 flashes. Dan's face was straight up, shook. Then that machine with the needle pointing at Mars, and the green flashes, and the thing that ghosted me. Helen waved her hand for silence. Just chill a minute, I'm coming to them. The 4 flashes just got the convo started. In a few days, Dad and the Martians were low-key communicating on sort of TV vibe. He'd draw squares on a sheet of paper, black out some of them, then send a flash for each black one, and miss an interval for each white one. The Martians seemed to catch on quick. In a few days, Dad was getting pics of the same kind. It's low-key slow, maybe, but it worked better than we thought at first. In a month, Dad got instructions to build a small machine, like the big one on the hill. It's like radio, but way more advanced. Think airplane vibes for fire, balloon tech. Dad learned no end of things from the Martians in the next 3 years. One weird thing was they never showed us what they looked like on the TV thingy. Dad and I gave ourselves a shout-out, but I don't know yet what the Martians are. I made a guess, though. By the end of the 3rd year, they taught Dad how to make one of those metal things. Dan freaked out. Like that one that jumped at me. Dan was shook. Yeah, they're machines like our robots, but controlled by the radio thingy. Helen spoke low, shrunk back a bit. She paused, then shrugged and kept going. The first machine didn't obey my dad. It was hella controlled by signals from Mars over the big station on the hill, and it went to work making more apparatus, building more machines, enlarging the receiving station. It worked like a robot, straight up. That was a year ago. The last time we called the yacht, my dad and the other dudes still thought they could control the machines. They let us go without M. The machines are cool with us for now. They just kept it moving, working on mines and building huge flying machines. The plateau on the other side of the peak is hella crowded with M. For the machines are getting ready too. Clayton is low-key trying to escape the island. They're about to conquer the world for the Mars A. Bruh. Months ago, my dad found out this was real, and he knew we were in shambles. He and 3 other dudes were going to blow up that sick station on the mountain. All the signals from Mars go through that thing. The girl's shoulder shook like crazy. She wiped away a tear and kept it moving, voice all emotional and whatnot. Dan was feeling that vibe, want to scoop her up and give her some real talk about being hurt. The machines were straight up ready to roll, but they didn't have them new discs with the green fire on M. She said, handing him a disc of green crystal from the thing that attacked him. Dan was like, yo, what's good? And she just kept going. Dad left me in bed, but I heard an explosion, so I low. Key hopped out of there. The machines came through and wrecked the spot with them green flashes. Been hiding out since then, trying to stay one step ahead. I don't even know, bro, she said, voice all shook up. I'm straight up scared for humanity. We see that Mars is a whole machine world controlled by this master, A. Maybe it's even a machine itself. She went on about how we make machines do math and stuff, but what if the machines get too smart, like, why can't they think? The master intelligence of Mars is all, I'ma add Earth to my squad, and next thing you know, our world is going to be overrun with robot monsters. Dan was just sitting there, staring at the floor, trying to process all this horror. Then Helen got up, shook off that fear, and was like, hey, Clayton, you need some bread and sardines to get your strength up for humanity. Dan was like, yeah, okay. Loki started eating and was hella hungry. It was a few minutes later that he felt this weird buzzing noise coming from behind them. He instantly got up like a wildcat. "It can't be far back where I left my ride," he yelled. "Do you think there's some drama going down 'cause of that?" The metal things might picked up his vibe. But in any event, green fire started popping everywhere. Feeling some type of way, Dan started walking towards Helen. That was it for him before he got knocked out cold and woke up in a whole different world. No cap. His first thought when he came to was thinking about the girl, but he was alone, lone, Loki creeping it solo in the canyon. He sat up, realizing it had been hella long since they got stuck here, 'cause the sun was setting, and it was getting all chill in the air. The purple ring machine and that Vib and white needle were blazing like a whole nother level. He took a closer look at his surroundings and saw that the brush they'd been hiding in was totes gone. Just a bunch of charred stumps left where the fire went wild. His own shoulder was all blistered up, got a hole burned in this sheet thingy on him, and his hair was straight up singed from the back of his dome. Suddenly he started shaking hard with horror, searching high and low for any signs that Helen didn't make it too. But nothing, just empty. So he breathed a sigh of relief. She's deaf still alive, or whatever. He muttered, and I'm hella lucky again. The fire was too high to get me. They must have left me for dead. Next thing he knew, he was straight up parched as hell. He made his way through the brush, rocking up the canyon wall. By sundown, he found himself a little natural pool filled with rainwater, and it was none too clean. But he drank up and felt some relief. Bruh. Looking up at that mechanism on the peak, it was straight up glowing. Purple mist all around it. That white needle still vibing like crazy. It pointed right at the red eye of Mars, which just came into view. Dan stared for a hot sec. It all sounds hella wild. He muttered, "But it's not. The master intelligence of Mars is controlling these metal things through that. The doom of the earth is coming. Through that white needle. If only I could smash it somehow." He looked down at his sheet thingy and clenched his hands all up like a brawler. No gun, no pocket knife. Just him and his bare hands. He bit his lip hard. Still, he was staring down that mechanism like it owed him money, trying to come up with something to smash the hell out of it. An idea started forming in his dome, low-key but intense. Clayton was hella shook when he yelled out loud. He kept staring at the silver tower thingies that held up the big ring and was all like, "Yayas, I got this. If I don't get caught, though. I can totes climb it, you feel." The needle looks kinda wobbly, though. He wrapped the sheet around him and started making his way up the canyon, always staying low-key behind some rocks or bushes. A few times he accidentally knocked over a rock or broke a twig, but then he chilling for a hot sec before moving on. He kept repeating to himself like, "You gotta do this. The whole world depends on it." Over and over again in his head. By the time he started climbing, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and now it was getting all dark and cool. He loved the night vibes, 'cause it made him less likely to get caught. He timed himself by how many diamonds he could see moving across the velvet sky and figured 2 hours had passed when he hit the top of the canyon. He stood up slow and Loki looked around at the little plateau on top of the hill. It was like huge, all clear, except for a big old pile of wreckage from Dutch Hunter's crew. There were also these massive machines roaming around, but most of weren't even turning on or making much noise. But this one machine had this deep, vibrate hum going on, and some little robot thingies flitting about it. He knew they were the metal monsters, even though he couldn't see them in the dark. The most iconic thing on the whole plateau was this giant silvering that Helen had told him about, like the one that got signals from Mars. There was this huge tower next to it that looked all fancy and stuff. The white needle inside the ring was lit up like a diamond, and it was literally as thin as a finger. Clayton looked at the whole setup and was like, I guess I can do this. But he wasn't going to lie. He knew it was a risk, maybe even fatal. He started creeping over to the nearest tower and began climbing up the side toward the ravine, where things got all weird and confusing. Loki hid Clayton from anyone watching. On the other side, Kay. The starlight and that weird purple glowy ring above was lit enough for Dan to find his way. He had this girder with spaced out cross braces that looked like a ladder thingy, so he just vibed up it, you feel. He paused twice to catch his breath and check out the dark plateau below. The machines were hella massive in the pale purple light from above, all humming and stuff. Then he checked across to the other side of the island and saw some tiny movie lights and huge stationary things that looked like ocean liners or something. He got this feel for a whole lot of mechanical activity going on down there, moving fast, but silent as can be. The Master Intelligence's expedition force from Mars is Loki trying to take over humanity. He thought to himself, but I'm the only one who can stop M. He hopped back up with renewed energy, and a few more yards got him to this metal ring thingy that was like a whole foot thick and wide as a road or something. It had this purple glow going on, and Dan touched it gentle, like suddenly he felt this electric shock and some cold radiation vibes coming from it, all tingly and weird. He thought he could even feel the Cominatin from it making him want to shiver up a storm. He gripped at the edge and threw himself onto the flat upper surface of the ring, getting this purple fire bathed over his whole body. It was hella cold, and Dan felt like he was getting zapped with frozen energy or something. He was all shaky, lost his grip for a sec, but then scrambled back on, trying to shake off the chill vibes. Then, fighting the cold, Dan drew himself forward and stood up on the ring's broad surface. It curved like a track on both sides, with red-violet fire shining all around him, making it feel like he was wading through frozen flames. He kept his focus and made it to the inner rim of the massive ring. Below him was this white fire needle thingy, straight as an arrow, with these crazy radiance vibes coming. From the needle vibrated a leal, but it was pointing straight at Mars, which was now basically right overhead. Dan repressed his shiver and checked out the fancy apparatus underneath the needle. It was like this light metal frame with spidery coils, huge glowing tubes, flimsy spinning discs. All that jazz, man. The gleaming needle thingy was mounted on top of it, getting ready to take off or something. Dude, I'm low-key worried about this thing, Clayton said, eyeing it from the bottom of the screen, literally 50 feet below him. It looks hella fragile, fam. I'm gonna smash through it like a 16-inch shell. Who'd thought? He took a sec to chill for a hot second, then ripped off his flame-proof sheet and tossed it aside. He gazed up at the stars in the sky, feeling all nostalgic. These stars are old peeps, he thought. His eyes roamed over the island, the sea, and his heart went out to Helen, hoping she made it out alive. Nah, gotta move, bruh. He took a deep breath, like he was about to go for a swim then, With a serious face, he sprinted forward. Just as he did, a sick green light flashed up in front of him. He ducked low and leaped off the ring's edge. For like forever, he felt weightless, his feet first. Air rushed past his ears, but he was all chill, taking in the sights. The machine was coming for him, with its glowing needle on top. He saw the dark plateau, the giant machines looming, and the little mechanical dude scurrying about almost invisible under the purple glow. He caught a glimpse of flames from below, knew he'd been discovered, and it was too late to stop him. He thought, what's going to happen next? Then he hit the needle and his mind went dark. Waves of pain crashed through his brain like crazy lights. As he faded away, all he saw was Helen's face, but not the one she looked like now. It was the old newspaper pic with a weird, fresh vibe to it. What happened? Clayton wondered when he woke up weeks later in a tent, totally bandaged. He tried to move, and his chest throbbed like crazy. Suddenly a familiar voice called out, "Kitty! Kitty!" A Loki groan came from Clayton. Then Helen showed up, and the gray kitten was Hella, forgot bruh. She looked super anxious and hyped, and also, Dan thought, kind of fire. "No cap, you're going to be good. Dad taught me some basic first aid before we got here, and I got chew," she said. "But you got to chill for a minute. Not even talking for days, no way." "I'll have to guess what you want to do. And if I'm right, you can throw me them winky eyes, okay?" Clayton was hyped she'd come through. He knew he'd be back on his feet soon, and the kitten was deaf, a mood booster. Still, Clayton tried to move, but Helen got there first, shifting him around and smoothing out his sheet like it was no big deal. "You want to know what went down with them machine monsters?" He gave that one-eye look, the wink. "One they captured us, shot that green ray, left me for dead. I thought I was a goner," he said, and she nodded, getting it. "They probably wanted to test the ray on me, or something ick." She paused and then kept going. "So I got stuck in this shed with all these wild machines. They just froze up like they died or something. The tentacles that were holding him down just kinda stopped moving, and Clayton was free, fam. It took all night, but when he finally emerged at sunrise, the purple fire was gone from the ring, and the whole apparatus was wrecked. I found you there in the wreckage," she went on, "and it was low-key heroic what you did to take him down." She smiled, and Clayton felt a glow of pride, 'cause when people are genuine like that, it's real. "So I fixed you up as best I could, with all these broken bones and cuts, but you're looking hella good, if I do say so myself," she said, shaking her head in awe. "And those machines, they're just scattered everywhere now. When the yacht comes back, we'll have a whole team of engineers coming to study what's left behind. It's going to be a whole vibe when they find out you took down the direct connection with Mars." She looked up at Clayton's bandaged face and smiled, him feeling all cozy under her touch. Then he gave her that wink again. "You want me to do something." When he wiggled them eyebrows, sitting there like a king, waiting for an answer. "After the act comes," Clayton winked. "What's good?" She looked him dead, blushed Loki, and laughed hard. "You mean," Dan winked side note, "Loki, Craig got caught up in a fire adventure with some ancient Egyptians." The flying monoplane came screeching out the south, low, key over fields of ice and snow that were thawing slow under the sun. After a hot second it wheeled, circled gradually, and then, like it found what it was looking for, skidded down all lit in a low spot between some round hills. A fur suit-clad figure popped out of the cockpit and climbed up high into the sunlight. For a minute, the dude looked around, getting his bearings. Miles on every side stretched the ice plains ice that became sparkly diamonds where it led to the sun way down south. Probably a quarter mile in that direction was a big old hill that was defo a volcano. Towards it he laboredly made his way. His tiny figure was just a speck on the far out, deserted landscape like a human might, weak and insignificant against the whole white wasteland. The sky was clear, no clouds, and the sun was hella warm. So warm, even long cracks started showing up where the ice was expanding. The dude from the plane had only gone 50 yards when he slammed on the brakes. With a crack like thunder, a cleft popped open right at his feet, a deep hole in some spots, and it seemed bottomless in others. He didn't want to go around it, so he slid down one side and started hitting ice picks to make a foothold on the other side. That's when he saw the thing something sticking out of the ice right above his head. As he stared at it, amazement hit him hard. He looked around all confused, then peered into the blue depths of the ice wall. There was a spearhead jutting out from the ice, and it had a dude stuck in it like he got caught in some crazy situation. The dude's details were kind of blurry because he was only inches from the surface. He was clearly not an Eskimo, though. He was all distorted, like he got squished by some heavy snow that came crashing down on him, and it looked like he was trying to throw his spear when he got caught. For a hot second, the dude from the plane stared at his discovery. Then he followed the direction the spear was pointing, and his eyes went wide. Clayton took a few 6 steps further down the cleft and was low, key vibbin', with 2 more bodies on the wall. They were straight-up human man, 1 dude and 1 girl, and they were way closer to the surface than the other 2. The dude was cradling his homie's head like he didn't want to see nothing bad. But honestly, it might have been from the catastrophe that trapped them, or just from getting caught by another dude with a spear. The fur-muffled guy was ghosted, just standing there staring at them. His ice pick was all limp, and his eyes were wide as hell. Then he got hyped and started walking the pick like it owed him money, and the ice started flying everywhere. The dude who found him was straight up lit. When he finally got the girl out, she was low-key a girl, but she looked hella beautiful even with all that ice on her face. The dude didn't seem to care about that. He just wanted to know what they were and why they were stuck in the ice for so long. So Wesley Craig was like, "Bruh, I'm dead." He wasn't just a geologist or whatever. He was an archaeology main fan. He spent years digging up ancient temples, especially in old Egypt. He knew ancient Egyptian and could read all about the pharaohs like it was nobody's business. But when he saw that girl, the hieroglyph on her forehead and the weird robe she was wearing, he was like, "Hold up, what's good?" Every bit of his knowledge was telling him this girl was Egyptian, but he wouldn't admit it. He had to see for himself. He finally did when he got all 3 bodies out of the ice and laid M down on the level surface. There was no way around it. Egypt was low, key connected to these 3 frozen dudes. The 2 dudes were rocking some serious Egyptian warrior gear, but they didn't match up with each other. One dude was all bulked up, and the other dude was tiny. Craig was like, I got this. He knew he had to get these bodies back to the base ASAP. The dude started rambling on about some cataclysmic event that killed. Craig wasn't ill, but really feeling it. He was too hyped to be thinking about that right now. He just wanted to get the girl and the dudes back to the base and start studying their ancient Egyptian gear. Yaz, like Clayton, was low-key vibbing with those Egyptology types, right? They dropped some major knowledge, like a fire bombshell that make nitro seem work. Clayton couldn't even get his plane close. He had to carry the bodies himself, and he started massaging all the ice off the girl's limbs and clothes to make her lighter. At Summer's base, they could refreeze them and keep it fresh, you feel. It was when he was getting down to business that Clayton realized the girl's beauty. She was straight fire, with these delicate features and big, pretty eyelids. If she wasn't frozen solid, she'd almost be asleep just chillin' on the snow. Wes Craig finished up with the girl, then went for the two warriors, and he was low-key exhausted from all that. He took a short break, but his excitement was real. Then, like a crazy idea hit him. Why not try it? He hightailed it to his plane, out of sight behind some hillocks. Craig was doing his thing, charting mountains and ranges in the islands off north, East King Charles Land, within the Arctic Circle. He was solo most of the time, except for a mechanic who stayed back on shorter trips. That's why he had all sorts of emergency devices in his plane, a tiny tent, an insane sled, compressed food galore, a vial of Cundrenalin, and a hypodermic needle. Cundrenalin was still kind of new in 1933. It was like a year old or something when Craig got it. It was already a big deal in hospitals, saving in lives left and right. But Craig wasn't there to save lives. He was on some wild experiment vibes. He was thinking humans can withstand freezing. Fish for sure, but what about us? He kept repeating that in his head like it was a mantra. 15 minutes later, he was back at the frozen bodies and kneeling over the girl. The sun had warmed her up some, and the frost was melting away. Was filled the needle with Cundrenalin, plunged it into her flesh right above her heart, and him an ironic laugh. It was low-key stupid to even think about reviving her after being dead for like a week or so. It was pretty cool, and then his thoughts just stopped. "My God," he said suddenly. For a ton of color had surged through the girl's pale cheeks, and she stirred up on that ass ice sheet. By heaven, she's coming back to life. Craig muttered, like totally unsure if this was real. Craig pressed his ear to her chest, heard a faint heartbeat. It was like super quiet, but she was definitely alive now. The girl's eyes flickered open, and she let out a tiny sigh from her lips. Craig took off his parka and put it over her. He was shaking with excitement, bro, so he tore himself away and went to the other dude who was like her partner or whatever. Again, Craig gave him some Cundrenalin. Then he went back to that big guy whose spear was still stuck in the ice. He filled up his hypodermic and jabbed it into his armor. Even again, as the younger dude started moaning, the warrior's heart started beating like normal. Craig was sweating and breathing hard, with the vial and needle still clutched in his hand, looking at the three of them like, is this even real? The girl's hands were all wobbly. She was having some major respiratory issues. The other two were struggling too, holding their breaths, because this whole thing was straight up wild. Craig was frozen in fear, just staring at what was happening. The warrior dude started convulsing and jerking around like crazy. His legs kicked out wildly, arms clutched tight, and the helmeted head went back and forth. Then he just froze for a sec, but not long, because his legs tensed up again, and he stumbled to his feet, swaying all over the place. He looked around, but didn't see Craig, 'cause his eyes were on the younger dude, who'd gotten up too, stumbling around on weak legs. The girl was just chillin' in a chair, staring at them both. And then it got super gross, like right before that woman screamed, the tragedy started all over again on that ice sheet and snow. The dude with the spear looked straight at the girl's partner and raised his weapon all wobbly like. He tossed it forward and missed, and now he was stumbling back with a tiny trickle of blood from his shoulder. The girl stumbled to her feet and ran between them, but the big warrior guy swiped her aside and pulled out that sword thingy at his waist. Wes just stood there like a total noob, staring. They were both so clueless about him. The two of them were having this super weird fight. Both dudes were weak and stumbling around. Clayton low-key got his sword stab on, but it was wuck because he was all shook, and the big dude had some serious beef with him. Craig snapped out of his haze when the swords clashed loud. Whoa, stop. Don't do that. All three looked at each other like they just saw a ghost, and death came back to play for real on Wes. The warrior went hard on the American, but then Clayton was all up in his grill, yelling, "Wait, what's good?" The dude turned around, and it was like he didn't even know what was happening. He got knocked down, and Clayton just stood there like he was waiting for a benediction. The girl was shook too, but she went to get Wes when he fell. Then the warrior was hyping himself up, waving his sword in the air. Yes. Next thing you know, Clayton is all over Wes, swinging that sword wildly. Wesley Craig was low-key caught off guard, dropped his vials and stuff, and tripped over his own feet. Wes tried to get his gun out, but it was like trying to find a needle in a haystack, useless. The warrior came at him again, and this time he got lucky, swinging the flat of the sword across Wes's dome instead of his head. Wes stumbled back, reeling from the hit. When Wes finally came to, he was disoriented, thinking his plane crashed or something. He tried to move, but his hands were all tied up, and he realized he was on the ice with the girl. She was crying too. Then this dude yanks him up, and Clayton looks at him, all intense, like he's trying to figure out what's good. The warrior starts talking in some ancient Egyptian language, and Wes is like, but then Clayton tries it, and it clicks their pharaohs or something. The warrior starts going on a tangent, shouting his name, Shabako, Pharaoh, Shabako. Craig repeats the question back at him, trying to keep up. Clayton was low-key dead, right next to some savage chick. She hollered out a warning, and Craig got most of it. Yayas, stranger. He's about to ghost you like he ghosted in Arrows. Spit it out, warrior. Craig asked, his patience wearing thin. He played with the hilt of his sword, getting ready to slide into battle mode. "I'm a come," Wesley said, slow, trying to gather his thoughts from afar, off land. "I found you guys chillin' in this ice-dead situation. I brought you back to life." There was a major silence for a sec. Then Shabako Loki cuffed his prisoner on the cheek and went ham. "Blasphemer," he roared, "you're trying to claim the gods' powers. You're dead, bro. The priests will handle you." He jerked the girl to Craig's side and made them move forward with a sword prick in their backs. Clayton was hella confused, still trying to wrap his head around what was happening. Why did these people even live up here? How did they even get here? And what's good for him now? He didn't vibe with the whole situation. He knew it'd take 2 weeks for Summers to notice he was Maya. But if the mechanic at the sub-base tried to make a move, that was just asking for trouble. Then Clayton found his automatic was still in its holster, and he felt a little bit more hopeful. The girl trudged on, looking all tired out. Shabaka was right behind them, grumbling and trying to keep it moving. Here's the ride. Craig asked softly, "What's your name? Why did they kill your homie?" The girl's eyes went all wide and she whispered, "Temple of the Sun God, stranger." And there, she broke off, getting her emotions in check. "The god's hands are straight up scary. Tyre is my name. I'm a priestess of Aten. Inaros loved me, but he was all wrong, so Pharaoh Shaboko caught him slipping, and we got trapped. It was a wild story about forbidden love that could have been from another era." Craig started to ask, "How did you?" But a harsh voice cut him off. "Shut up, infidel. Move your feet. This ice is making my blood cold." Clayton's plane was still hidden behind the hillock, waiting for its chance to make a move. Clayton Loki went further and further out of sight, and Wes was hella surprised to find that he was getting pulled all the way up the icy hill he came to scope out. At the top he saw it was a volcano, for real, just like he thought. In the middle there was this crazy wide hole where lava and ash used to spew out. He was shook to see that some savage dude had hacked steps into one side of the crater, and they led straight down. There was heat coming from it, but not too much ice in the bowl, and zero on the walls where the hewn steps went down. This was where these warm-blooded people lived. Though, as soon as Tyre hit the steps, she started making her move, but Craig was all bent out of shape. He knew this was his last shot. Once they got below, it might be too late to make a move for freedom. His eyes went narrow as he Loki plotted his next move. If he could just take down Shabaka in the solar plexus and cut those bonds with his sword while he's down. He turned around, switched gears like a football play, tensed up his lean body, and charged at Shabako straight up. The pharaoh got wrecked. He went flying. But his sword didn't go anywhere. He took a stiff shot from Craig, but managed to twist out of it. And now he was snarling, whipping back for another hit. That's when Tyre stepped in. She threw herself at Shabako like her life depended on it, and blocked the swing. "Wait up, O Pharaoh," she said, huffing and puffing. "The priests are supposed to decide this dude's fate. You can't just kill him here, bruh." Shabako's face was red with rage. He was about to lose it, but Tyre interrupted him. The girl's words hit the spot, though. He paused for a sec, eyeing Craig like he wanted to squish him. There was a moment of tension while the sword pointed right at Craig's chest. Then Shabako just let his guard down. "But don't even think about trying no more tricks, dog," he growled harshly, "or you'll get taken out before your time." Tyre gave Wes a worried look. Her eyes were like super scared. Craig just chuckled. Loki led the way. "Oh, Farah!" Clayton was low, key embedded in the walls of a sick ancient temple, and instantly his mind went to this one-times hidden west up an old Egypt corridor that went straight to the heart of a pyramid and a dead pharaoh named Akhenaten, right? Now, Clay was catching that same dusty, hella old smell, same vibes of darkness and gloom were about him. He could barely see the hieroglyphs on the wall, but they were low, key telling stories of old warriors and priests. But that's where it ended. Gee, in Egypt, it was a dead pharaoh here, though Wes was chillin' with a livin' one who was basically been kept alive by science, and some young blood from the temple crew was reading shotgun with him. Clayt could feel the sword of the pharaoh pricking his back, and then they hit up this whole other passageway that branched off. It was dark, it was hushed, and it was like nobody was around, you feel? The volcano, which was probs extinct, was all honeycomb with corridors like a maze. It was straight fire, how the Egyptians came up with this tech in the Arctic. But Craig's eyes were on high alert for what was about to go down. The symbols on the wall, the hieroglyphs, and the ancient Egyptian gods looking hella rough were all low, key a sign of degeneracy, and when that happens, it's always the darkest form of worship, you know. Clayton remembered Wes talking about Aten, the sun god, and how it was one that required human sacrifice. Still they kept moving. They hit some 6 savage crevices, avoided lava flows from back in the day, and had crude ladders reaching down to pits with more corridors underneath. Clayton was hella confused. They must be way down low, but he knew it was getting hot and his skin was wet under his furs. He started asking Taya how a people got to the Arctic, but Shabako's sword cut him off real quick. Then their path opened up and they hit this sick bend in the wall. The air was filling with all these deep voices singing some major worship chants. The temple, whispered Taya. They turned the corner, and there it was, columns of 2 column ancient Egyptian design that framed the entrance to the sun god's temple. The full effect of a major worship chant poured through him, and Shabako just kept moving, sword at the ready. Clayton's eyes were tripping. He saw this huge room with columns, a giant idol in the back, and people all over bowing down to it. There was some priest standing tall, hands up high, and every eye was on him. It was like nobody else could see nothing, you feel. Clayton was hella low-key chillin' in the doorway when a loud roar cut through the worship vibes. Yas! Yayas for thy pharaoh, Shabako the Fourth. Shabako stepped up for a sec in front of his prisoners. His sword blade was waving around. His voice interrupted the ceremony like a major drummer queen. The chant stopped, and it got hella quiet as the priests whirled around. The worshippers, too, were all about that gaze, staring at the dude who broke the service with his real talk. Yes, the fire voice cried again. Aside for thy pharaoh, who's back in the shrine of Aten, father of life, no cap. Some 60 bewildered faces were looking at the man, and the silence was straight fire. Through the misty incense smoke and heavy shadows, the giant head of the idol was staring down like a boss, all cold and hard. But a pathway cleared in the crowd, and Shabako's proud figure strode down it, driving his prisoners before him. Craig heard some low gasps of astonishment, saw the people fall back as he walked forward, and got that amazement in their eyes. The statue of the god seemed to grow like a mini giant as he neared the altar. It was squatting all cute, with hands outstretched, one above the other. Craig was going to learn why the dude was sitting like that later, but for now, he just got a hazy impression, because a man stepped from his ceremonial spot and met Shabako halfway. His face was thin, cunning, with slanted rat eyes, looking all high class and fancy. He had an ornate head, dress and stiffly inlaid robes, so you knew he was the high priest, no doubt. He held up this claw, like it was a major key. Hold, he bade shrilly. Who are you to come thus into the temple, calling yourself Shabako, who's been dead for like 20 years? The words were a total bolt of surprise, both to Pharaoh Clayton Taya and Craig. He couldn't see Shabako's face, but he saw his tall form pause and his muscles relaxed, like they were all, chill, fam, dead. These 20 Yijish, at last repeated slow, struggling to overcome the shock. 'Twas but a few hours ago that I left this temple in pursuit of... He peered at the priest's sly face. Who are you? He demanded suddenly. However, high priest of Aten, Craig heard the girl whisper something, but it was all like, "Can't hear ya, 'cause she's stunned." And Shabako's voice cut in, "Rahul! It cannot be! You're not Rahul!" When last I saw Rahul, he was an priest of 20. I was high priest of the temple. Call him. Where is I? Dust, said the priest. Dust these 10 years and more. Wes's senses were reeling hard. The body's in the ice. He thought they'd only been there for days, a week at most. That they'd been trapped for 20 years was, like, totally mind-blowing. Had he known that, he wouldn't even have thought of using the Kundradrenaline. 20 years ago, he was just a youngin' of 8. It meant Lord. It meant Clayton was low-key old, like way older than that hot girl next to him was, and Shabako is hella old, too. Old, school cool, yet still fire. He saw Shabako give his face a major vibe check like he's all tired or something, but then he snapped back to life. His face was giving zero emotions, though. It was all like, I'm good. He strode over to the older dudes and was all, you, look at me. I'm Clayton. I was chasing that priestess and her bae into the land of ice 20 years ago. I ruled this place, fam. Am I not Shabako? Is that not Taya? They were totes starstruck. Suddenly, some major nostalgia hit their faces. A squeaky voice chimed in, whereas Clayton is Shabako for real. He's got the Og Shabako vibes old, but low-key fresh. And that priestess, I'm hella familiar with her. They pointed at the hot girl, and were all eyes on her. The high priest's jaw was literally hanging off his face, and he was like, Kong, it's true. Shabako took a deep breath, straightened up, and gave the people his royal best. He held that sword like it owed him money and was all, you guys saw this? You heard this? This is Taya, the guilty one, and I'm back with the strength of my prime. I was about to take down in arrows, but Aiden stepped in, gave me some holy fire, and melted that ice from our bodies. We came back to life. Bro, it was like a whole minute of silence before they all lost it and were screaming praise to Aiden. Wesley Craig was low-key shook. He didn't know if it was real or just some crazy story Clayton spun. But Shabako was 100, so Wes knew something fishy was going on. The high priest looked hella suspicious, his eyes fixed on Clayton's furs like they were a crime scene. Divine Shabako. The high priest said all squeaky and stuff, who is this total stranger? Wesley was all, it's a blasphemer. It's a blasphemer. Dude, someone who claims to be you. Wes stepped up and dropped the tea. I found you and your crew in the ice trap. I freed them with some magic that's lit, and then I told Clayton your story. He concluded. So Clayton said, he restored you to life. But Shabako, yas, Clayton was low, key roasted by the Farah, and he's all like back, gee, you're getting killed for disrespecting the gods. Wes is hella shook, and he's over here thinking Shabako's got major beef with him. There ain't nobody in the temple who's got his back, except that one girl, and then Arihor comes along and is all up in her grill. Rihor's got some serious tea to spill. Taya just rolled back into town, and now she's a threat to the Pharaoh's throne. Aten's all like, hey, you think you're all high and mighty. Think again, boo. Rihor's all snatched up on Taya, saying she's the real reason Sipta died. It was all part of some sick plot. Shabako's losing it, though. He's low-key salty about being dethroned. And now he's trying to make Taya pay for what? Wes is like, hi, Clayton, we got this. But Shabako's all in on the hate, saying both Clayton and Taya are gonna get what's coming to them. Taya's eyes locked with Clayton's, and they're both looking up at Aten, the idol that's low-key terrifying. It's a major 40-foot-tall figure just chilling and judging its worshippers. There's this one hand holding a blade, and Wes is like, "Wikes, we in trouble." Then Clayton loses it and starts freaking out, sees himself tied up to the idol, gets that knife, and it's all over for him. But nope. He bursts into action, yelling at the worshippers and standing up for Tyre. The Pharaoh is trying to shut him down, but Clayton's like, "Now I got this." Clayton was Loki surrounded by a whole crew of dudes, women, soldiers, priests, and all that jazz. There was a quick moment of struggle, some salty oaths, and yells galore from the crowd in the temple till something hit Clayton's dome, and he face planted onto the floor. People were trampling over him like they didn't even care. Then, dude, he just lost consciousness and was out cold for real. He didn't hear Taya say, "Shabako's order. Throw them in a cell with M. Keep an eye on them till it's time for the sacrifice." A small squad led by this captain dude who worked for our wound through some crazy corridors, dodging jagged walls where water was slowly dripping, and they came across this swanky bridge made of animal hides that spanned this gnarly chasm in the volcano's heart. They ended up at a big old dark hole in the rock. The captain was all in there. Harshly, Clayton and some girl were dropped into that chamber like sacks of flour. Then the squad moved on and left Sita, the dude who stayed behind, to chill outside with his spear and sword out. The captain gave him a hard time about it, too. "Gored till your dying breath, Sita. 'Cause you know what happens if you slack up." Sita was Loki shook, but nodded grimly. He sat down outside the dark hole and waited. After a hot second, he took off and retraced his steps. It was hella quiet for ages, like every 5 minutes, so Sita would turn around and gaze at that dark hole, ears perked up for any noise. But nothing came through. Clayton and the girl probably slept. They were just chillin'. The corridor where Sita sat was straight fire hot, but he was used to it. Soon his peepers started drooping, and his whole body was like, "Yo, sleep time." But he didn't give in. Clayton's death would be bad news. He'd seen old dudes and dudettes get all butchered by the knife. On ceremony days they were all, as the blade paused for a sec before plunging in with a rush. The sun god was all about taking people's lives. He had no chill, but who could question a god? Sita was hella stoked when some other dude showed up and took his spot outside the dark hole. Sita cracked jokes like that was his job. "They sleep, Hapu," he said, winking into the cell. "They'll be getting more than just beauty sleep, the sleep of a knife." He lolled off to his bed, ready to hit it from here. Clayton was low. Key hype for the ceremony, you feel. He sat down on that bench Sita just left, and now he had 4 hours to chill before the priests showed up. Then Ira and his squad would bring the energy, and Clayton's going vibes would get turned up. He was all about it. Fam seen Tyre go bare and getting all knife wee. That'd be a whole mood. And him queer stranger. Gonna die on camera, for real, no cap. He'd regret his life choices and beg for mercy when he saw the blade, for show. Clayton sat there like a statue vibbing with the energy. But then he heard some noise from the cell behind him, and Clayton's ears perked up. It was that stranger's voice, screaming for water. Loki dying in there. Clayton grunted, 'cause of course he did. The ceremony can't be ruined by some hella dramatic death scene, you know. He peeked into the cell, and one of those dark figures was tossing, wiping out in agony. Taya's voice echoed again. "Water! Water! I'm dying." Clayton got up, all calm, peeping at the stranger's body. But then his brain hit a brick wall, 'cause this wasn't no human body, bruh. He was about to ask what the deal was, but some dude came out of nowhere and whacked him in the back of the skull, and Clayton's face planted onto the floor. Gee! A man emerged from the shadows, all lean and mysterious, and he checked on the guard's body. It was clear the dude was toast. Then Wes Craig crept over to Taya's dark form, and he cut her ropes with the guard's sword. He scooped her up, holding her close, 'cause she was shook, fam. Her eyes were all wide and starry as she looked at Craig, like, "You're a god, bro." Craig just shrugged. "Nah, it was simple, Taya. I used this buckle to cut the rope, low-key, sneaky." He kicked some furs aside, showing off his moves. "This is my body, and these furs are all about that life. We were stuck in a storeroom, but now we're free. Ain't nobody stopping us." Yes, Clayton was low-key standing with a rock in his hand near the door, like when he hollered for water. "We ain't gonna die in Atten's hands. Taya!" See, he had a sword. With luck, there was this warm vibe in Taya's eyes when she spoke, though she didn't even realize it. "Then come through, oh stranger," she said. "The guard got changed. The time for that sacrifice is coming." Craig nodded. Only that one sword was in his hand. He found out his automatic got taken from him while he was out cold in the temple, probably 'cause they thought it was a weird foreign thing. The discovery, when he cut those bonds, was like a major bummer to his hopes with a sword. He's just a regular dude, but with a gun he could have been straight up supernatural to this ancient crew. But it couldn't be helped. He looked left and right, gestured at the girl, and they started making that incline up the corridor together. The earth down there was hella hot, and it made the passageway all sweaty and smelly. Fitful shadows were flung by them oil lamps, like black splotches that had Craig low-key freaking out, 'cause he thought a guard came upon him. He knew they only had a few minutes to get out of there, so he started moving faster, sacrificing caution for speed. Taya's hand was in his left, and he just turned to her, asking if they were taking the best route up to the surface, when suddenly she stopped dead in her tracks. "Heckin'," she whispered, all scared. Craig craned his ears. For a sec there was nothing but silence. Then this faint sound came through the shadows. It could only be that of many approaching feet. "The priests," Taya murmured, tightening her grip on his hand. "They're coming." There was a sharp bend in the corridor 50 feet ahead. From behind it, a clatter of sandals echoed through the rock-walled passageway. Craig paused, unsure. "Are we blocked ahead?" he asked. "Yeah, it was..." Her low voice told him. "But we can go back, cross that bridge and go up the other side. But others might be there," and a shout cut her words short. Dim figures appeared around the bend in the passage. They got discovered. Craig's face set grimly. He worked his hand into a good grip on the sword handle, looked straight at the crowd ahead and said, "I think we should face him now. Taya, I can hold him for minutes at least. You can maybe escape." "You're welcome, Divine One, and just make sure to stay safe." "But where can I go?" cried the girl. "Nay, Divine One, I must stay with you." Corridor, and like a foam-tipped wave that slowly gathers speed, the group of priests and soldiers charged down on Clayton and this girl, right? Craig was low-key, seeing she wouldn't run. Then what's good? He shouted and swung her around. With super desperate speed, they retraced their steps, passing their cell, and recklessly leaped through the Ds on the far side, all the way down the corridor. The high priest and his crew followed close behind. His face was hella mad, and he kept screaming to his dudis, "The wrath of God on you if you escape." Craig's ears caught that, and he was like, Elmo, If only they left him his Glock, a few bullets would even things up. The corridor twisted and slanted ever the downward. They panted around a corner and came to the brink of a dark pit. "Down!" cried this girl. She led the way, nimbly dropping down the 15-foot-wide ladder that was there. Halfway down, Wes reached up with his sword and cut it from where it was fastened. He fell to the bottom with a grunt. As he extricated himself from the ladder's entangling meshes, be yelled up, "Comb and get us, you cutthroats, if you can," and was off this girl's lithe form. But that action helped them but little, and added only a few feet to the distance between them and their pursuers, for they boldly made the deep drop without sending for another ladder. Taya was sobbing for air, and Wes is himself starting to feel the bitter pang of hopelessness when they rounded a corner and came to a great chasm-wide cleft in the volcano's heart. A terrifying heat came from its maw of unbroken black, and a peculiar, choking odor, sulphurous. Across it was a slender framework of hides and thongs, a mere catwalk over the terrible depths below. "You first," Craig snapped, and as Taya started across, a spear came hurtling from the mob behind and clanked against the rocky wall on the far side. Nimbly Taya sped over the bridge, and Wes, the yells of Araha and his men loud in his ears, followed. Midway, a long spear snaked after him. It missed by inches and went pitching into the gulf. In his haste he caught his foot on the interlaced thongs, stumbled and almost fell, save his life, cause another spear streaked through the very spot he had been a sec before. Then he was across, and his sword was flashing in vicious hacks at one of the two main supporting thongs of the bridge. The hide was tough, but Craig's strength was that of a desperate man, and in several mighty strokes he severed it. The framework slumped to one side, held only by one thong. Raiha, half across, croaked in sudden horror, and sprang back as he saw the stranger raise his blade to carve through the other support. But even Yo Clayton was low-key chillin' when his girl sent a spear straight at him from her warrior hand, and it thudded into his right shoulder, causing his sword to clank loose. The dude just gave a wry grin. "Nah, I'm good, but I'm pretty much waving, bruh." His girl high-fived him, all like, "Thou art hurt, fam." Clayton took the L, but he was still hyped to lead the squad through the volcano. They were now on the other side of that gnarly chasm in the tunnel volcano vibes. The priests were salty 'cause their bridge was all wonky, but they're chillin' like. Hey, they're ghostin' into some dark corridor. Fryhor yelled out, "Tyre's leading this. Squatchy's trying to escape to the ice. Land!" "Follow, fam." Loki, she was right. The temple corridor was the only way up, but Craig had been just a few steps past the altar when he saw Shabako coming. Craig told his girl that Shabako was in town, and they were low-key trapped. But he wasn't dead yet. He was all about getting ready for some fisty business before the idol got its paws on him. He stepped up to Taya, clenched his fists, and waited for the squad to arrive. Craig saw Shabako's savage eyes all lit up when Taya pulled him back. It was like, "Crew, I got this." She whispered, "Come," and they led him into the temple's dark entrance. Craig followed, trusting that her source would get them through. He couldn't see a thing in there, but she touched his arm with her soft hand, and he felt her warm vibes. Craig was low-key wondering where they were headed, 'cause they'd probably end up getting caught by the idol's goons. But he trusted Taya. so he just followed. They entered this dark chamber, and there was a shout from outside, like, "They're in here." The squad had Shabako yelling out instructions to his soldiers. Clayton was Loki hyped about his voice, so he strung all his thoughts into a tight line and started moving slow through the temple. "Get ready with those blades," he said. "They're trapped now. Gee, we got..." He added, "Forward." Nothing could get past that line. It was like a sick filter with every tooth being a man. Craig knew Aiton was coming for him and the girl, and they were Loki stuck, but Clayton's vibes had him trust them. He led the way around the idol and into the most hidden corner of the temple. That's when Taya paused and felt around for something. She put Craig's right hand on this unseen knob in the wall and whispered it was a secret room behind the idol where priests do all that god stuff. Clayton's eyes were glued to hers as she said, "We got to take down this priest, Divine One. We can hide out here. Raiha won't search for us round others are presenting. Even Shabako doesn't know about it." She gave Craig the lowdown fast. And he was all in. "Quick, they're coming," she said, but Clayton didn't need her to tell him that. He pressed the latch and pulled back the secret panel, and they slipped inside. A priest stared back at M with this super alarmed face, was lunged at him like a pro and got the man on the floor. The fight was over as quick as it started, but Craig was shook. "Know what?" was whispered. He didn't dare finish the thought, 'cause he was straight, up freaking out. He looked around, all like a trapped animal in his head. His eyes landed on this ladder leading up to some high spot in the wall, like 40 feet in the air, and it was shrouded in darkness. Only half. Realizing what that slit thingy was started climbing that ladder like crazy. He hit a platform and stood up on it, pressed his face against this tiny hole in the rock, and peered out. He knew it should give him some view of the temple, but something was off. There was nothing, not even a glimpse of what went down below. Loki, Clayton was vibbing outside this huge vault, and it was hella quiet for like minutes, no cap, just some dude scoping out the area with the occasional scrapes sound. But nobody knew where the girl was hiding or what was going down. Then, suddenly, someone's all like, "I got her." And then there was this lit debate going on. The voice of Raiha was popping, and he's all about lighting a place with the lamps. Lit the lamps. Got the other one too. Someone's like, "Nay, bruh." But Raiha's all, "Not here." What Loki confused. Then there's this spark of light coming from the temple door, and someone's bringing a flame to light up the place. Next thing you know, it's lit oils on fire, and now we can see the warriors surrounding the girl. Shabako's getting all in her face, and the high priest is standing there, glaring at her with some serious hate in his eyes. "The pharaoh's all, tell us." And Mayantaya's all level-headed, calm as can be, but then she drops this knowledge bomb. He vanished like a god. The soldiers are ghosted, and it's hella quiet for a sec, but Shabako's still Loki fuming, and he's all a god, vanished. "Lies? You can't lie to A10, and Taya's all, no, I'm telling the truth." Then she shudders, and you're like, "Oh!" As more people show up for the sacrifice, it's like a whole vibe shift. There are worshippers from all around, and they're all hella scared of the idol. 50 is about the max age limit, but some dudes are still trying to keep it 100. The high priest, Raiha, is getting his priest on, looking all mysterious and whatnot. He's super chill, but then he starts binding Taya with this priestess. And you're like, "Oh, this ain't good." Who Loki whipped that girl's tiny frame with claws, a weird glow on her deadpan face. Then Clayton turned from whatever he was doing and faced the crowd. "Shut up!" he yelled. "Shut up before thy god Atten, fam." The room went silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were on the bound girl next to the altar, waiting for the idol that was about to come and claim her. She looked super pale, but nobody could tell if she was scared or not. There was this weird vibe, like everyone was checking her out because she was hella beautiful. Someone muttered that she was way too young to die. Aten had brought her back before maybe the god didn't want to take her life now. His neighbor was like, "No way, man." And the ceremony just kept going. They had these fancy but rough censers in the hands of 2 priests. They lit them with candles, and it made this nasty, smelling smoke that rose up in wavy purple spirals. On both sides of Freyja were 5 priests, staring straight at his icy face. The soldiers had stepped back from the altar, and now they were chillin' in the back of the temple, their spear blades shining dull in the light. Clayton raised his hand, slowed up at the staling like he was in a trance. "Praise!" he yelled. "Praise to Aten Yaz." The crowd joined in on the chant of sacrifice. At first it was Loki, but then it got lit. It started rising, and it was so sick. But then it just died on an expectant note. Hrihor's body didn't seem human as he stretched his arms out straight and slowly walked to the huge stone idol. He stood there for 2 whole minutes without moving. Then he just kept staring like a robot and said, "Ages ago, our ancestors sailed from Egypt in a spaceship, searching for metal in the barbarian lands of the north. But storms hit them, and they crashed here in this land of ice. The sun god Aten saved them with his sick rays. They carved this temple to worship him, and that's how we started civilization. The first pharaoh was like the captain of the ship. The high priest was the dude who handled the ship stuff. It's pretty lit. And he said there were these virgins of the temple Loki set apart. Yaz, like, sacred to Clayton, fam. Never did anyone Loki betray her trust, never, until Taya ghosted out of here with that savage Inaros dude. Our pharaoh was hella mad, and after 20 years of searching, they finally found him and brought the tea back to pay for his shade. Never before has this happened, bruh. He paused, waiting for the drama to unfold, and priest spoke up, doing some ritual sate. "Here's the priestess, O high priest of Clayton. What's the penalty she gotta pay? Death, period." The cold voice went viral instantly. Clayton's got this. But then, like an interrupter threw a wrench in the plans of Haihor. That dude was shook. Pharaoh Shaboko spoke up. Another came with this priestess, total savage. "He's hiding, and she won't spill his tea. High priest, let her get tortured till she tells where he is." For a sec, Raya lost his mask like vibe. His eyes were all nervous and stuff. But Shabaka was like, no cap, and kept demanding the torture go down. A murmur went around the temple. They were Loki into the idea of Hurton, this priestess. Araiha was all reluctant, but Shabaka was like, get with the program. "So, mighty Clayton," he said, turning to the idol. "Oh, you've heard our pharaoh. We're praying for your hand to come down on her and make her spill the tea." Shabako nodded in approval. A prayer rose up, and 4 priests came to get the girl, throwing her onto the altar like she was a hot potato. They strapped her down, and the knife was all ready to go. Even then, Taya didn't flinch or cry out. She knew something was up in that secret room, but she was Loki convinced it was the mysterious stranger dude who saved her life before and brought her back from the dead. The prayer kept chasing down, and Treeho's eyes were on the knife. Suddenly he went, "Now, Clayton." The prayer stopped, and everyone stared at the dagger, at the girl who looked like she was sleeping through it all. The knife started moving downward, and it was like a whole nother level of fear. Bruh. Clayton was low-key vibbing with this idol, you feel. It seemed like it was alive, motivated by some spiritual energy from the god it rep, and it was giving off major willpower vibes. The movement was hella slow, like a clunky robot, and if you listened closely, you could hear a slight creaking noise coming from behind it, but the crowd's ears were deaf from all the fear and terror they were feeling. Slowly the hands came together, till the long, wicked blade was just inches away from this bound girl. It dropped to within, like an inch of her skin. And then it just stopped. The crowd was straight up hyped, but Treeho's brows were all like, what the heck? Before he even could process what was going down. Then, before anyone could say a word, this palm with the blade in it started moving on its own, and it slowly went back to where it started. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. There was this sick silence that fell over the temple, like everyone just froze. The hand didn't move again. And then someone whispered, the god won't touch his priestess, from one of the worshippers, and then next thing you know, it's like every single person in the crowd is saying it too. They were all turned up with conviction. Treeho was getting hella nervous, looking around at everyone staring at him like he was crazy. He called his second in command over and whispered, "It's that stranger Hayden in the secret chamber who did this. He took down our bro, and now he's controlling the levers. And if Taya spills the tea, their whole thing is going to get ruined. They got to kill her." The high priest was all like, "Yes, but how?" And then Treeho was all, "I got you." He went over to the front of the altar and flung his hands up in the air, shouting out loud, "Aiton ain't going to torture his priestess. He's all about that life, not that pain." The crowd was waiting for him to say something, so he screamed it out again. "Hear me. Aiton says the high priest got to perform the rite. I'm his vessel of vengeance." There was this glow in Treeho's eyes, like he was all in on some dark magic. He whipped out a blade from his robe and started talking about how this knife was like literally the same one in Aiton's hand. It was straight up weird but Pharaoh Shabako, and the common folk were all just chilling, waiting for what would happen next. The high priest's words were kinda reassuring him that everything was good to go. Clayton, Loki saw him clutch his dagger tight and slowly creep up to that helpless girl. He was straight up glaring at her and swinging that blade high. It was just above her heart, though Taya knew it wasn't like it was going to hurt or anything. It was more like death, you feel. She closed her eyes and thought about the stranger dude. She was low-key praying to him silently. Then, in Aiton's name, screamed Dryha and brought that dagger down. At the same sec, a sick explosion went down, and this crazy roar thundered through the temple. People were all like, what's going on? And they didn't know till they saw Treeho's face get all surprised, and his hand just dropped the dagger to the floor. He was clutching at his side, stumbled around, fell flat on his face, and now a woman near the altar is hella freaked out. She's screaming, "He's dead. Killed by Aiton." Oh no. Everyone else is just chilling on the floor. Shaboko's over here like, what's good? He's clutching his sword tightly, looking all uneasy. It's super quiet in the temple right now. Then Shabako looks up at the god's stone face, and he's all like, what's that noise? He heard some dudes scuffling and panting sounds like they're fighting. The noise is getting louder, even though it sounds muffled or something. There's this crazy crash, then another one, but this time there ain't no smoke coming out the god's eye. It was all just a big explosion in the temple. Shabako's looking around like, what's good? And he sees that second-ranking priest Cowran near him. He's all from whence came those sounds. Priest, spill the tea. The dude is all shook up and can't even talk right. Shabako grabs him and keeps on asking, till finally the dude spills the beans. They came from the secret chamber, bruh. Gasp rose from the crowd behind. But before they could master their astonishment, Shabako had whipped his sword from its sheath and sprung up the altar. "Show me this chamber," he cried. Up on the platform in the secret room, his eye glued to the hole that was the eye of Aten. Clayton had seen and heard everything that had transpired. He had been shook to see the brave thing Tyre had submitted to, rather than divulge where he was hidden, sacrificing herself so that he, a total stranger, might have a few more minutes of life. It hurt. He had climbed down from the platform and glared around the lower floor of the secret room again, scanning shelves that were crowded with scores of curious objects, sacred relics, properties to aid in the manipulation of the idol, and other unidentifiable things, looking for a potential weapon. If the girl had to die, and it would be better to go out and meet his enemies, taking some of them with him in full fight. And then his heart leaped madly at the sight of something lying on one of the shelves. A stumpy black shape. It was with a short barrel of cold blue steel, and it looked as much out of place in that chamber as did the fur-clad man who stared half and unbelievingly at it. It was a foreigner, as he was, in the gloomy corridors and chambers of the race that worshipped Aten. It too was American. It was a friend. His automatic. To Clayton, bewildered and tired, and sadly without hope, it almost seemed to be alive, smiling at him with its wicked round mouth. He picked it up, and it bolstered his courage, his hope, and his energy enormously. At once he leaped to the closed entrance door and felt for the lever that opened it. But there he paused a moment to think. There was only the faintest chance of fighting free with Tyre now. There were at least 30 men outside, and he had only 7 bullets. And then he remembered where he was and what the purpose of the secret room was. He remembered also a certain nervous expression on the high priest's face that he had just seen. He swung around and inspected the levers and crude wheels of wood that led to a handle up in the niche, shoulder high to whoever might stand on the platform there. He had had experience with certain idols in Egypt. He remembered particularly one that had been worshipped in a degenerate age, its hands, its eyes. And then he stepped over the sprawling body of the still unconscious priest and climbed to the platform and his peep hole again. As he pressed himself forward in the niche and applied his eye to the slit, he gently fingered the handle of the large lever right beside him. And he also measured the size of the slit in the right eye of the god. Craig had not minded shooting the murderous high priest Iha, but he didn't want to low-key kill the under-priest in the secret room, though, fam, he had no choice. Bruh. At the most lit moment in the wild scene at the temple, just when he was hyped to make Iha freak out and get the worshippers all shook up, he heard a low, key rustling sound behind him, and he was like, what's good? And turned around and saw this hella hate filled face within feet of him, and a short, curved knife raised to whack him in the back. It was the priest whom he had left unconscious below, now revived and low, Key coming for him with some real beef. Wes could have just shot the dude then and there, but he knew his gun would give away his location. So, using it as a club, he had slung at his attacker and tried to block the knife's move. For a sec, it was all good, but the knife was the real winner in this close quarters brawl that went down, and with its point right at his throat, had no choice but to shoot. He killed the dude instantly, but he didn't feel no relief. You feel like a tiger, even before the echoes faded away in Little Room. He hopped back to his peep hole to see what was poppin' outside, and just what he feared most was happening. The priest in the temple was spillin' all the tea to Shabako about the secret chamber, and even then was leadin' him to the entrance. The two passed by his line of vision, and after a hot sec, he heard them fumbling at the catch of the panel. He could have just taken them out, but there'd still be all these warriors and priests in the temple, and only 3 bullets to go around. Then, like a pro, came an idea. Wes swung around, leveled the automatic's muzzle at the hole in the idol's eye, and sighted it up, and squeezed the trigger. As boom went through the chamber outside, he veered the gun to a different aim and fired off again and again. The 2 oil lamps, one in each side wall, splintered and crashed to the ground. "Now we're gettin' real," Wes Craig muttered. He sprang for the ladder, snatching the dagger of the dead priest as he went by, and half slid, half tumbled to the floor below. At once he was at the secret door and grasping the lever that worked it, and taking a deep breath he plunged out. He came into a scene that was straight fire. Panic-stricken screams rang in his ears. The oil from the cracked lamps transformed into splatters of flame that had scattered fire all over the floor. A whole lot of shadows were going down as the crowd fought to get free. Shrieks and gasps and curses cut through the air. The worshippers were caught up in a mob panic, caused more by their superstition than the actual fire. It was hella intense. Bruh. The flames pierced. Clayton got low. Key lit into the darkness, throwing a sick glow on the wild faces of the people trying to get out of his way. The altar was straight up abandoned, except for that girl still laid on the hand of the idol, right? Wes Craig, all blurry and stuff in the wavering shadows, came through like a ghost to her side. He sliced through the strings that had her tied down, and he scooped her up like she was weightless. For a sec, she was clinging to him hard. "I knew you'd show up, Divine One," she whispered. "I knew, bruh." He gave her a nod, gripped her hand, and then low-key led her out of there towards the door, all crowded with people losing, the mines and soldiers trying to get through. The flickers from the flames were doing some magic, making it so nobody could even recognize them for a hot sec. Everyone was just freaking because of these weird thunderclaps that killed their high priest, split the lamps, and set off this crazy inferno. But for real, it was only a matter of time before someone saw him slipping. That's when Shabako came through like a boss. "Yo, they're ghosting out of here, and the girl too, fam!" "Hold up." His yell brought some semblance of order to the soldiers who were straight up fighting each other. They grouped together, gripping their swords and staring wildly round. Then they saw this grim-faced dude pushing through him, holding a tiny black thing in one hand and Tyre's arm in the other. Wiz was hella salty, and he went damn it, but he didn't think about how the warriors wouldn't understand, so he just barked orders at M in that weird English language. One of them jumped out at him, sword swinging, but Craig was all cool. He leveled his auto and fired. The bullet hit the soldier in right in the middle of his jump. Dude spun around, sword clanking, to the ground, and he face planted. Wes kept fire until there wasn't nothing left but a click. Then he threw the gun into the fray, grabbed the sword from the floor and pressed on. But, it wasn't even necessary. The other soldiers were all shook. They saw this random dude killing people with weird thunder, death, and they were low-key terrified. They backed off. Some even ran back to the flames, 'cause that was way less scary than the stranger's wrath. The doorway was clear, and Craig just pulled Taya through. "Left turn, fam. We gotta hit the bridge," she gasped. Even as they sprinted, they heard Pharaoh Shaboko going nuts. "After them! After them! They're crossing the bridge." "Get after him, everyone. I'll get him too. Loki, sneak up on M. Hurry!" He turned right, panting up the corridor where he first came from the temple. And as they got their wits back together, the squad of warriors and priests and normal people followed them toward the bridge. Wes Craig was hella tired, but all that yelling lent him some extra life. Spears were creeping up on Taya and him from behind the warriors, but he just ignored them for a sec to smash the bridge supports and watch it get devoured by the darkness below. "Get across now. Pulse." He yelled and took off after the girl's lead figure again. All they had going for them was how fast they could move up that extinct volcano, and dude, he was low-key freaking out about not being able to keep up. He'd just gone through 2 major fights in an hour. His nerves were shot, and he was basically gasping for air. He wished so hard he had a loaded Glock. Even his busted vial of Kundrenalin would have given him the boost he needed. "Hurry, Taya. We gotta be Shibuko. My bird that flies in. The air is waiting, fam." They stumbled up that crazy passage again, fighting to keep up with tired bodies and trying not to get tripped up by obstacles. Without the girl, Wes wouldn't have made it. She was leading them on a straight shot through those dark corridors, dodgy steps, and secret paths that had helped him cut their time in half. Even though he was hella beat, he couldn't help but respect how much fire Taya had when her back was against the wall. She'd been through way more than him. They didn't know it yet, but Shabaka was closing in fast on the other side. As they finally reached that crater rim and were about to pass by where the 2 main corridors meet up, they heard Shabako's wailing and his feet pounding against the rocks. In a last-ditch effort, they sprinted up those stairs, stumbled across, and popped back into that fresh air with the setting sun rays hitting their faces. New life was flowing through Craig like crazy, but when he took off running again, Taya just suddenly gave up. He wasn't about to leave her behind. He grabbed her hand, pulled her along, wondering what went wrong. But before he could even process it, Shabako popped into view, shouting at the top of his lungs. The 2 of Rem took off across that crater lip and slid down like a couple of lunatics with the speed they had left. Yes, Clayton's got his sword waving high and low, looking all savage with that dark face lit up like a demon from hell. He's gaining, slow but steady, while Taya's getting tired like a dead weight on Wes Craig's arm feel. They're in the last stretch. Same ground they used to run 20 years ago, and Shabako's right behind them like he's trying to get some revenge, you feel. It's like Shaboko and Taya are reenacting that old chase from years ago, but this time it's all messed up because Inaros is dead and stuff. But now Taya's looking hella tired, like she's about to pass out. "I'm so done. Divine One," she says. Whiz Craig is confused, looking at her like she's crazy. He glances back, and Shabako seems all sluggish too, but he's still gaining, trying to take him down. So Wes grabs Taya's arm and yells, "Get out of here, girl." He can't help her, got to focus on taking down Shabako. They're standing in the cleft, no time to get across, 'cause Shabako will catch up soon. Wes is all like, "Go, girl, go," but he's thinking there's a fight to be won. He swings his sword and parries Shabako's attack, but for real, it was easy. Wait, why ain't he killing Shabako? What's up with that? Wes looks all confused, like what in the world is going on? He's rubbing his eyes, thinking maybe it's just a trick of the light. But then he sees it, and his face turns white. Shabako's getting all frail and weak, like his body is crumbling, and Wes knows something crazy is happening. The adrenaline is kicking in, but not for long, 'cause it's wearing off fast, like a superpower with a time limit, and now Shabako's just laying there donezo. Clayton was hella low, key done with life on his own. Shabako's heart had finally cracked under the pressure, and was just about to give up. Wes Craig was straight up, terrified of thinking, like literally too scared to even look, 'cause he didn't want to see how Taya was coping with the shock. Her sudden exhaustion was super obvious, bruh. He turned around slow and peeped down into the cleft, and his eyes landed on her, a tiny, quiet girl, face down in the ice next to her slain boyfriend's body. He swooped down the icy bank and rushed to her side, got down on his knees, and grabbed her frosty white hand. The girl's lids were closed, but when he touched her, they flitted open, and she let out a super tiny sigh. Her peeper snapped up straight into his, and she flashed him a smile. It broke Wes's heart, bruh. "Taya!" he screamed. "Taya!" She nodded weakly, still smiling, and her lips moved, but it was all kinda hard to hear, 'cause fear was eating away at him. Take me, O Divine One," she whispered. "Take me with thee to thy heaven. Canst thou not take Taya?" With her last bit of strength, she pressed his hand, then let go when it got all limp in his grasp. Her arm dropped, and those peepers finally closed for good. Wes was low, key livid, clutching her hands across her body like they were the last thing he had left. "If my Pharaoh hadn't made me spill that vial," he mumbled to himself, "I would have revived you again, Taya, and took thee to my heaven." Though with a sad smile, he kinda revealed his true feelings. Times Square wouldn't be exactly the paradise she'd imagined, but whatever. He stood up feeling all kinds of irony, and his face broke out into this wicked grin. The body of Inaros was chilling next to Taya. Shabako's still form was just a few feet away, and now they were back together in death like they'd always been. The adrenaline had brought M back for a hot sec, but science couldn't handle the wait for more than the minute. And when those Egyptians came looking for M, it would all be over, for Wes could get another vial and try again. A murmur of voices from nearby made him snap out of his vibe. He peeped up at the cleft and saw a string of priests and warriors speeding towards him. Time to dip. Fam, there was so much he wanted to learn about this civilization, but it wasn't down. Maybe next trip, bro. He looked one last time on Taya, chillin' with her boyfriend's body, then scrambled up the other bank and sprinted towards his sleek black monoplane waiting behind a hillock. The thing that went down next, that was a whole nother level of crazy, fam. Bro Clayton was low-key lit when he heard about this legend. It got told and retold till it became super iconic. It was wild, you feel. A sick thunder went down behind that icy hill. It got louder and louder till people were shook, barely looking at it. When they did, they saw a straight up black form coming for them on these wacky wooden sticks, moving so fast like the wind. It dropped low, it jetting loud like hammering their eardrums into numbness, then took off lightning like till them sticks hit the ground, and that sleek black thing was flying high in the air. They watched it spin round, coming back like a ghost, and got straight down on the ground again. They didn't dare look up no more. The thunder passed over faded out, then they looked up and saw this fire, lit shape soaring high, climbing up the sky till it was just a tiny speck. It vanished into the sun, eaten like magic. Then this warrior dude spoke up, all low-key, but everyone heard him saying, "You, that dude was straight up a god, Loki. The spark is lit in like a sec, and its glow is headed straight for the camera, but like 186 miles a second or whatever. It's a total race between the spark current and the light. See which one gets there first. The current jumps right before the spark shows up. So maybe the current can get to the camera and close the shutter even before the actual light from the spark hits it. By lengthening the wires between the spark gap and the camera, you can make the light arrive first. And by adjusting the wiring just right, you can make the shutter close in like a billionth of a second. That's crazy talk. The camera has 2 nickel prisms that are all about polarization. So they stop the light from reaching the camera most of the time. But between those 2 prisms is this super cool solution that depolarizes the light and lets it pass through. When the current jumps across the gap, it electrifies the solution for like a billionth of a second. That's all it takes to remove the polarization effects, and suddenly the light can't get in. It's like the shutter is closed or whatever. The Diamond Thunderbolt by H. Thompson, rich illustration. Good Lord, what's this? Side notice, locked in a rocket and fired into space. Such was the fate which awaited young Stoddard at the end of the Diamond Trail. Prof. Norman Prescott, leader of the American Kinchinjunga expedition, is like creeping through his dog tent on the 26-foot level of this Himalayan peak that's like super tall. He's got anxious eyes scanning the slopes and stuff, looking for his dude, Jack Sodder. They were supposed to meet up at Camp No. 4 at noon, but like an hour ago was still gone, and now it's sunset, and Prescott is all worried because he's got no idea where Stoddard is. He's thinking about heading back to camp, or else he'll die on these super harsh slopes. Like, if they didn't make it out of this latest whack job, it'd be totes game over, fam. Those native dudes would lose their minds saying say no people. Struck again? Bruh. They're all about that. They're gods of the mountain vibe. Those mysterious beings they only see evil spirits trying to keep the ultimate heights locked down. Professor Prescott was low-key freaking out on this thin shelf of glacial ice staring off into the sunset. It's like 100 miles to the west, and there's this sick peak of Everest, aka the mightiest mountain ever, only 1K feet taller than Kinchinjunga. And down those gnarly slopes, they were stuck all summer, trying to get that view. Meanwhile, there's this dope health station in Darjeeling about 50 miles south, flashing its white villas in the coppery glow. Like, what a spectacle, right? But it's so close from up high. Maybe Stoddard was even seeing it all, fam. You push on, you get that woo, you head down, and it's deaf a loss, stay there, and you're ghostin' out too. The professor was like, ambition got the best of him, but honestly, he knew it was Stoddard he needed to rescue. even though the route would be straight fire. He's gaining some yardage on this razor back ridge where Stoddard went missing, and it's all about survival mode. He takes a deep breath. He calls the air up. Here is hella thin. As he's moving cautiously along, telling himself it's just ambition, but really he's going in for his G, even though it means death. He spots this figure on a twilit spurhead, and he's like, that's got to be Stoddard. But then it seems too small, too ghostly. He waves, but the figure disappears. My eyes, I'm getting snow blind. He's all like that. Then he calls out, Jack, Jack! Jack, hello, but all he gets is an echo, only a sick joke bro. So he keeps pushing, saving his energy. Is it true that the natives are saying there's these snow people up in the Himalayas? Nah. His brain ain't got time for that. Then Stoddard shouts out, here, Professor. Hi-ho. And, oh man, he sees Stoddard chilling against this dark crag. The professor is all over the place, like a few steps later, and he's hugging his G. Thank God you're good, he says. I thought I was losing you for real. Then Stoddard's all, what, did you freak out so much? I just enjoyed the view, man. The professor asks if they made it to the top, and Stoddard's like, nah, but I feel on top of the world, fam. The professor is stoked. You, Clayton, just pulled out some fire from his jacket pocket. Then you can't even see M. Stoddard. He's all like, but, like, look at this and tell me I'm wrong, bruh. Clips a diamond in the light. Professor Prescott is low-key shook, fam. What? How did you even find that? Clayton's all hyped up now. I told you, dude, the diamond thunderbolt is real. He pulls out another sparkly gem and hands it to Prescott. At first, he's like, nah, that's just quartz. But then he sees the diamonds, and it's a whole different story. Prescott's all skeptical at first, but Clayton's all about convincing him. Dude, you gotta believe me. This is fire. He keeps talking, trying to get Prescott to see things his way. But eventually, Prescott's like, hold up, Clayton. You're not even making sense. He's all, we need to head back. It's getting dark, and our friends at camp know. 4 are probably freaking out, but Clayton's all, nah, we got this. We'll be back before morning. Prescott's trying to stay rational, but Clayton's vibes are hard to ignore. He looks up at the moon like it's their guide or something, but he's not having it. No, I'm good. Clayton, I gotta get back ASAP. Clayton was low-key stressing about the authorities and our mission to climb Kinchinjunga. Fam. He's all like, hey, we're good to go. But then there's this order from the Lamas that's all, no cap, you gotta close down Mentee. Everest Stoddard is hella frustrated, though. He's all, listen up, I'm gonna tell you something, Professor. Stoddard's patience snapped, and he's all, I ain't going back without you. But the professor is like, no way, dude. That's not happening. It's about to get real, though. The two are on the verge of clashing. Then Stoddard gets his cool back and's all, sorry about that, Pot. Stoddard drops some major knowledge, though he's actually a Secret Service agent from Washington who's been tracking this massive diamond smuggling plot. And guess what? The trail ends right here at Kinchinjunga. Professor Prescott is straight up shook. He can't even believe his ears. You're telling me you're a detective? Stoddard's all, yeah, I got the skills. He fills him in on how these diamond market floods are actually real and not just some wild newspaper rumors. There's even a rumored anonymous Indian Raja trying to sell off jewels, but Stoddard is all, no way, fam. Turns out this plot is connected to his discovery of a diamond as big as a house. And let me tell you, it's blowing the lid off the whole situation. The professor is low-key whistling now, and Clayton's all. Told you, bro. Yes, what was your vibe when you first heard this? Like, how did you know it'd lead us here? Stoddard said low-key, not wanting to waste any time. When he first got the assignment, he was hella confused like anyone else. But after some digging, one thing stood out. All the gem experts were down with it being Indian origin, and they're straight fire. You feel. They're super transparent and brilliant. So Stoddard was like, all right, let's focus on India. He did a deep dive and found out there weren't any mines in India that could produce something like this quantity. But here's the tea. There was this one district in Sikkim Himalayas of Bengal that caught his eye, specifically Darjeeling, acre land of the Diamond Thunderbolt. Stoddard was all about uncovering the legend behind it. So he looked into it and found out that the Diamond Thunderbolt actually originated from a diamond meteor that fell on Kinchinjunga back in the day. That's when Stoddard knew he had to get in on this. He hooked up with the American Kinchinjunga expedition, and now he's here, low-key, trying to solve the mystery. The prof was like, dude, I'll come with you. After a hot second of thinking about it. Sorry about not knowing before, Clayton. Stoddard just shook it off and said, no worries, bro. But then he dropped another bombshell. This might be a one-way trip. The prof was all. Okay, Clayton, with that last warm handclasp. As they continued on the trail, Professor Prescott realized it was hella sketchy. The ridge got narrower and more treacherous, with Stoddard literally straddling the edge at times. Professor Prescott was low-key admiring his homie's bravery, but also trying to process everything going on in their heads. He started to see some ghostly figures in the distance, but kept it on the down low because Clayton seemed oblivious. Clayton was low-key vibing down this ledge, right? So he's just chilling, and then Stoddard is like, we're here, and he points to this sick glow in the pocket. Prescott is all shook up when he sees it. It's like a star that crashed or something. Stoddard's all hyped about it being the Diamond Thunderbolt. But Prescott's like, how is this even possible? And Stoddard's all, I told you it's fire. They hit the slope. It's hella sketchy, but they make it to a sick arena where titanic forces went down. There's splintered rock everywhere, and these glowing crystals. Stoddard's all about that diamond life. Prescott is low-key amazed, and then he finds this diamond that's straight flames. It's like the Koh-i-Noor or whatever, but for real, then they see this huge metal cylinder thingy, but Prescott's ghosted. What in the world? He's all shook up. Stoddard's no less tripped out. It wasn't even there yesterday. It creeped closer, and it's a rocket, fam. Like a full-on rocket that can carry people. Prescott is all confident that this is how they get these diamonds to market. But then some ghostly figures show up, and Prescott is like, what the actual? Stoddard draws his gun as more creatures appear. They're not even snow folk or whatever. It's just some wild beings, and now they're all gone, fam. Clayton vibing Loki with Stoddard and Prescott. They're trying to explore this eerie cave system. Stoddard's like, hey, chill out, fam. We need to halt, but these people ain't having it. Scores, and hundreds of them just pour in out of nowhere. They're all chatty and high-key aggressive, talking a whole lot of trash. But despite the savage words, their moves are straight fire. They swarm over Stoddard and preg a bunch of tiny terrors with knives, pushing him towards some massive diamond cavern mouth. Led underground, they hit up this frosty tunnel lit up every few yards with giant chunks of diamond. It's hella trippy. The light is all refracted from some central point they eventually reach, which turns out to be a straight-up diamond vault. Yas, we're under the diamond thunderbolt, Stoddard whispers. These people tunneled beneath the meteor or something. Professor Prescott's all, hold up, did this rocket even exist? I'm totes down for believe anything right now, says Stoddard. But I gotta apologize for dragging you into this mess, Prof. Forget it, we're here and we'll cop this together. You're a real goat. Stoddard gives the old man a shout-out. We'll vibe with it, no cap. Further convo gets interrupted when their captors get all hella excited. The ranks part, and in walks this tall bearded dude with some fancy Russian vibes going on. He's like, what's good fun? Nice to meet you while you're just chilling around. His English is straight fire, suave, precise, the whole nine. Professor Prescott, I got you. Prince Ivan Krasnov says, flashing his famous smile. And you, Doctor John Stoddard, our geologist. That's me. Stoddard answers stiffly. And what's up with this dude? A fellow professor, basically. Prince Ivan comes correct, one of Russia's most genius and wild scientists back in the day. He had some crazy rocket tech going on and vanished for 2 years. But now he's chilling, saying it landed him in a pretty interesting spot. Yes, I was low-key cool with letting them papers say I'm missing no cap. They got you, fam, he said, waving his hand, while Stoddard was starting to vibe with the mysterious energy going on in that cavern. But what's good with these little creatures? He asked, nodding at the whispering, tiny host filling up the space. You found him here or what? They found me. Gee, corrected Clayton. We're chilling now, though. They think I'm a god, just like their legend says, since I came out of the sky in a thunderbolt, just like that dope diamond they got, right? But who are they? Where'd they come from? Why are they so small and pale, though? Good questions, Prof, but not exactly easy to answer. They're like the snow people of native superstition, you feel. Their origin is all ancient history. Maybe there's some Tibetans who got relocated by enemies thousands of years ago. And their size and complexion, that's just 'cause they unlived aground, living life on the low. He paused, waited for further questions, but neither spoke. Fam, now that we solved the main mystery, the question on everyone's mind was what this suave, mysterious dude was going to do with us, and nobody wanna ask that question, 'cause it might not have a good answer. Finally, Prince Clayton spoke up again. What, guys? You ain't got no more curiosity about me. How extra? I thought maybe you'd want to know why I've been chillin' in Kinchinjunga for the past 2 years, and what I've been up to. But no cap, I'm good. I'll give you the tea so you can be prepared for what's coming on. He turned and spoke some Russian-sounding words to the pygmy host, then turned back to his guests. Now, come with me. Let's retire to my private study where we can vibe. They followed him out of that dope chamber and down into the cavern to a fork in the road. There he paused, twirled a knob like it was a dial on a safe, and pressed it. After a sec, there came a click like tumbling was meshing, and the door swung open. The prince bowed low. Step into my little pad, he said. They entered to find themselves in a large oblong room with Slavic vibes. As we crossed that fancy oriental rug, a musical gong went off somewhere, and before we knew it, 2 enormous Cossacks sprang into view, blocking our way with rifles, and my bodyguard, Fam, apologized Clayton, shutting the door. They're just trying to keep me safe. It's all good except when you're an intruder, lol. He spoke some Russian and they retreated. Then he advanced to a divan beside a teakwood table, looking all suave and mysterious. Clayton was low, key-vibing with his squad on a hella-lit table, surrounded by a sick copper samovar. He was all like, you guys want to get tea or maybe some whiskey and soda. They were totes down for the latter since they'd been grinding all day on that mountain peak. Fam. Clayton rang this silver bell and got a Chinese boy who was straight firing off orders left and right. Next thing you know, he's back with a spread of fire cakes, caviar sandwiches, and spiced fish. It was like a whole other level, bro. They were getting their tea on while Prince Krasnov spilled his story. It was wild, fam. Apparently they'd gotten stranded on that mountain peak with a gazillion dollars worth of diamonds, and he was all about making moves. He adjusted the mechanism of his rocket thingy, snatched some samples, and then dropped them back in Baku like a boss. The prince had this whole plot going on to get rich and bring back the Russian nobles, and now they were all low-key involved making an international ring for diamond disposal. He was hyped about how his game was poppin', but Stoddard was trying to keep it real. Yo, Clayton and friends, let's get into this, fam. Lately, those Snow people have been hella secretive about their secret source, but they've been low-key guarding it for real. The llamas are literally terrified of them, and like, why wouldn't they be? The natives are all shook up too. To be. But like, moving on, right? So there's this dude Stoddard, and he's got a legit motive for spilling the tea. But like, don't get it twisted, 'cause he's low-key crazy. Fam. My vibe is that you've stumbled upon my lil stash, and now I gotta make you an offer you can't refuse, he says. Krasnov pauses for a sec, shrugs, and drops the mics. But why bring up all that drama when we can just share the wealth? What's good? Friends. Ampan, I want to take this lil crew with me. They know it's coming, but still, they're wincing, Don and Clayton. Hold up, not so fast, fam, he says, all hella irritated. Hear me out. What's good for my squad back in Imperial Russia is definitely good for you guys over here. He's like a total genius, or whatever, who can make millionaires out of every single one of you professors. You'll be the real MVPs. But, like, don't get it twisted, Clayton, he's still super extra. Prescott's like, hey, Krasnov, we're not all about that Bolshevik life, you feel? But Krasnov is hella extra. Lol, no way, dude. I'm all about the nobles and the high society stuff. But, for real, Clayton, his words are like standing on top of a mountain, looking out at the whole world. It's hella deep. Prescott tries to calm down Krasnov. So, like, what if we don't take your offer? Krasnov gives a low-key menacing answer. Then things might get ugly. They're all about that vibe. Clayton was low-key vibing, right? Like, his merits were straight fire. So he pressed that button under the sick teakwood table, and the musical gong sounded again. His homies, 2 Cossack retainers, showed up, and were all, peace out, Clayton. He threw in some extra love, saying if they changed their minds, they could just speak up and they'd be understood. No cat. Next thing you know, they're led to this hella lit chamber under the meteor, and it's like a whole other world. They get turned over to these pygmies, and there's a powwow for sure, but it's quick. Clayton and his dude Stoddard are stuck in this weird ceremonial pit, bound up tight. Stoddard is all, what's next? When the last of the pygmies leave, Professor Prescott takes a sec to think, then says their prob's gonna get cremated. Cremated? Like, what's good? Clayton, Stoddard is low-key shook. What's happening? The professor dropped some knowledge, saying they're under the thunderbolt, and when dawn hits, they'll be cooked alive, literally frizzled. The moonlight is already heating up on them, and by morning, Clayton just feels all types of dread. They're stuck, like, for real. They got to escape, but how? They study their bonds, and it's clear they're made from some tough rawhide. They try to break free, but no dice. Precious minutes tick by, and Studdard manages to free one arm. He whips out his cigarette lighter and tries to get a flame going. If only he could reach the thongs with that flame. The professor is hella nervous as Studdard applies the flame to his wrist. It's painful, but at least it's better than getting roasted alive. They keep trying, straining each time until Professor Prescott wants to try it too. No, Cap, I got it. Stoddard gritted his teeth, continued. Thea, I think my hand is free, no drama. Oh, he struggled.
Yes?
Now wait, bruh. Replacing his cigarette lighter in his pocket, he drew his blistered wrist from its smouldering bonds and struggled feverishly now to undo the lashes about his feet. 5 minutes of that, and suddenly he flung them off and stood up. No. Now then, Professor Prescott, let's get you loose in a hot second. Bending over his fettered companion, he worked with frantic haste to untie the rawhide bonds. Another 5 minutes, and they were both free. Yas? Thank God for small favors, Professor Prescott exclaimed. But you, Clayton Stoddard, you must be burned up, fam. Forget it. Stoddard was already wrapping a handkerchief around his wrist. Now let's see about getting out of here. These little rats all seem to be asleep, and Lord knows where that maniac Krasnov is. Maybe we can make it. At least we'll give them a run-on for their money. As he spoke, he drew his Glock. Low-key, stealthily, they left that glittering chamber and proceeded down the cavern toward what seemed to be the entrance, guided by their remembrance of the way they had come. 100 yards or more they made, seeing no sign of their captors, when suddenly a musical gong rang out, stepped on one of Krasnov's sick signals, cried Stoddard above the din. Now there'll be a whole lot of drama, and drama there was almost instantly, for before they had taken 10 more steps, the cavern ahead was full of small, ghostly figures, jabbering in their shrill voices. Indifferent now of what he did, their lives at stake, Stoddard blazed away with his Glock, sweeping it from side to side of the stony walls as he fired. As the shots crashed out, the jabbers turned to shrieks of terror. Several of the pygmies fell. The rest broke their ranks and shrank into the shadows. Run! Yelled Stoddard, slipping a new clip into his pistol. The professor needed no invite. Gathering his long legs, he sped after the younger man, and together they burst from the mouth of the cavern. Outside, in the dazzle of moonlight, they paused for an instant. This way. Professor Prescott, follow me, called Stoddard, racing toward that splintered arena. They gained it and lunged across it to the shelving slope that reached upward to the narrow, perilous ridge whence they had come. As they proceeded, the pygmy horde following with incredible swiftness. Stoddard wheeled and fired time and again, and now his shots were answered by the reports of rifles. Krasnov and his Cossacks, he muttered. Well, we'll give them our backs unless they hit us. And Russians are notoriously bad shots, I understand, panted the professor. At any rate, they reached the slope and struggled upward toward the ridge, putting themselves presently out of range behind the jagged rocks that loomed on every side. But just as they were congratulating themselves on their escape, came a dull, reverberating explosion as Clayton gripped onto the sketchy holds A volcano of snow and ice went off in his face. Thousands of tons of debris came crashing down into the abyss below. Stunned, deafened, he looked around. Down in that Loki spot where the thunderbolt had recently lit up was total chaos, and above, where that gnarly ridge had taken him to safety, was a sickening void. To both came the same thought, but Stoddard expressed it first. Krasnov, he's blown up the ridge, he gasped. Then, we're good riddance now, echoed Professor Prescott. No, but they'll never get us here. Oh, said Stoddard. I got a plan, though. He started saying, we're better off than we were. And what did Napoleon say once? When you can't retreat, advance. So suppose we hold up. Stoddard heard. It was the sound of rifle shots, and looking down, he saw wild activity going down with the rocket. Myriads of the pygmies were swarming on it, while a handful of Cossacks were holding them off. Something's popping down there for show, he muttered. Looks to me like, yeah, I'm right. That madman has totally messed up, and they've turned on him. I'm low. Key think you're right, agreed Professor Prescott. Suppose we advance, as you say. It looks like a chance. Yes, let's do it, said Stoddard. Slowly, cautiously, they went back down the slope. When within 100 yards, they knew they had sized up the situation correctly. With frantic speed, Krasnov was supervising the unloading of his rocket from amid the debris, was directing its loading, while the free members of his crew were holden off the enraged natives who were obstructing them. Descending even more cautiously now, they neared the scene of activity. My plan is this: get aboard and find out where they're going, said Stoddard through shut teeth. What's good? Lay it on, said the professor. So they continued down, neared the resting place of that wild craft, and under shelter of the moonlight shadows, stole through the confused ranks surrounding it and crept aboard. Stowing themselves into the first likely spot that offered a narrow cubicle behind a flight of metal stairs, they waited, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of getting caught. 15 minutes passed, a half hour, when suddenly sounded a rasping of doors that told them the rocket was being sealed. Then came a roar, as of some mighty blast beaten down upon the frozen earth, followed by a lift and rush-in sensation. They were flung violently to the flooring. The pressure ceased in a moment, however, to be supplanted by a buoyant, exhilarating sense of flight. It increased, and they judged they must be traveling at great speed. Glancing at the luminous dial of his watch, Professor Prescott saw that it was 9:45. Well, we're off, though, he whispered. And where, would you guess, are we headed? We wouldn't guess. Clayton was low-key freaking out. Bruh, we could be on Mars or something, he said. They were huddled in this tiny spot, barely whispering now, as they waited for what felt like forever. Suddenly the vibe changed, and it was like they were dropping off a cliff. Then, with a slight jerk, the rocket came to a stop. Yes, we're here, said Clayton. His homie, Professor Prescott, nodded in agreement. Next move? Asked Clayton. Professor Prescott just shrugged. They didn't have to wait long for them to make their next move. There was this sound of creaking open, and people walking around on metal stairs and corridors. A giant dude passed by, but they were all quiet afterwards. Now what's good? Said Clayton, getting up. I'm low-key curious about where we're at, said Professor Prescott. Following him out, they started heading down the dimly lit corridor like they came from, went downstairs, and hit another one just to stop suddenly and be totally shook. There was this huge flood of sunshine pouring in through the door they came in from. Clayton stared for a sec, then glanced at his watch. 10 o'clock, I'm pretty sure, he said. Professor Prescott smiled and said, Nah, you're not tripping, dude. We're like thousands of miles away from India or something. Clayton was like Ward. He peered out the door with Professor Prescott, and they saw this desolate landscape with scrubby plants and rugged mountains in the background. Where are we even at now? Clayton asked, looking around confused. The other dude replied, either it's the us or Mexico for real. Clayton was like, but how do you know? And then the dude said, it's got to be somewhere that's like 12 hours away from India in time because of the sun, bruh. Yas, let's ghost while we can. Lead the way, bro, said Clayton, aka Professor Prescott. Okay, here we go. And stepping through the door, they dropped to the ground and sprinted off under the glare of the burning sun toward the rugged mountains that loomed ahead. For a hot second, they were low-key safe from the Russians, but then they realized they were basically in view. Dropping behind the shelter of a scrawny tree, they turned and glanced down and there, beyond the rocket. They could now see a group of dudes standing around outside a small wooden shack, shouting and gesticulating in their direction. Damn it, they've seen us, muttered Clayton's homie Studder. But why don't they come after us? Questioned Professor Prescott. The answer came even as he spoke, for out of the shack rushed the tall figure of Prince Vladimir, in his hand a pair of binoculars which he raised to his eyes. Whether or not they were spotted, an instant later he turned and uttered a command, and 2 huge Cossacks sprang to the pursuit. There's nothing to do now but run for it, cried Studdard, leaping to his feet. The professor followed, and they plunged on up the slope, bullets from their pursuers' pistols and the rifles of those kicking up the dust around them. But either the aim was whack or the targets were too extra. They escaped unscathed. As for Studdard, he wasted no time in firing back. Once we get in those mountains, we're hella safe, he gasped as they struggled on. How's it going, Professor Prescott? You good? No holes in my skin so far, came the panting answer. 5 desperate, dodging minutes passed. Glancing over their shoulders, they saw that the heavy, stolid Cossacks were losing ground, and ahead, tauntingly near now, loomed a thickly wooded slope that meant the beginning of Big Timrin's safety. Another 5 minutes each second an hour, and they had gained it. But there was no pausing yet. They could hear the Cossacks crashing on like determined bloodhounds behind. No need to climb any more, exclaimed Studdard, half breathless. We'll edge along, keep in the trees, and try to throw them off. The older man said nothing, merely gritted his teeth. This climb had told on him more than anything he had experienced on the cruel slopes of Kinchinjunga. As they struggled along now, sometimes it seemed that they had thrown their pursuers off the trail, or completely outdistanced them, but always a moment later they would hear again the crunch of the Cossacks' boots on the dry undergrowth. So the grim flight continued, mile after heart-tearing mile, and Studdard was beginning to realize that the professor couldn't keep on much longer, had just about decided to stop and shoot it out with their pursuers when suddenly there came a sound that brought new hope to him. Did you hear that? He gasped, pausing. It sounded like someone's coming. Dude's voice was all frantic. Right, I feel us too. Chill. Professor Prescott gestured left. The noise is coming that way. And for sure, from the left came a grindy car going up a steep hill. Like close man, decided Studdard. Let's roll. We gotta catch it, for it leaves us high and dry. It's our only vibe, except... With relief, he jammed his pistol into its holster and led the way towards the now rapidly approaching car. 100 yards in, up a slight rise, they saw a gnarly mountain road, and for real, there was an old Ford Labourton away on it. Over the wheel perched a lanky, leathery native, and beside him sat a small, round woman who looked like she might be his ride, or die. They were almost to the top of the hill when Stoddard yelled out, "Yo! Give us a lift, fam. We're lost. Keep it movin', Henry," he heard the woman say. "I'm low-key feeling these dudes. Americans, right?" Well, Stoddard. They were in the States, so that was something. And he didn't exactly hate her for being hella skeptical. They looked pretty wild, too, with their 2 Davids and tattered clothes. "Sorry," spoke up Henry. "Mrs. says no. She knows best. Sides, it ain't for Martin's Bluff. You can get there in an hour." But wait a minute. They were running alongside the grindy car now. "Well, got to make this happen. We'll pay you." Henry perked up his ears at that, but his wife shook her head. "Keep it moving," she urged. "They might be low-key bandits." Whereupon Stoddard drew his pistol, 'cause there was no more time to debate. "Halt! You'll take us, understand. I'll pay you, big boss." "See, I was right," screamed the woman. "Bandits!" "Oh, Henry, save me." Wildly she clung to him as Stoddard hopped on the running board, but before he could make another move, Professor Prescott gasped out, "The Cossacks are here, like fast." And jumping down, he wheeled to face the 2 leering Russians, not 40 feet down the road. Pistols leveled, they were advancing steady as can be. Stoddard half raised his own weapon, then turned to see if the car was within range of return fire it'd bring. It was, but not for long. With a furious chattering of bands, as Henry gave it the gas, the decrepit vehicle gained the top of the hill and disappeared from view down the far slope. And the last thing he saw, it was a dusty plate flapping under its tail. Light. That was a Texas license, right? Then, turning back, he lifted his pistol. But it was too late. The Cossacks were on them, in answer to a guttural command. He dropped the weapon and raised his hands, like the professor had already done. 2 hours later, they were back at the rocket, led into the shack that was low, key-furnished like an oriental hunting lodge, and they got hit by Prince Krasnov right off the bat. His aristocratic features were straight up immobile, but you could tell he was hella salty. My squad," he went off on them. "I leave you in India, and then we meet again in America, all within a few hours." That's like super modern progress, right? We're killing the game. They were all, "Nope, you're not vibbin' after getting my hospitality ridden with me. Then let's call it out. You're playing hard to get. I gave you a chance, but you dipped. And now what? My diamond throne, my whole vibe is low-key buried forever, but I'm low-key devastated," Stoddard said. "Not too turned up. My kingdom in India is hella messed up, but don't think for a sec I'm shook. We got billions of dollars worth of diamonds in the game. Supplies for years to come. We're good." But then Prince Krasnov dropped the T. He's got Professor Prescott and Dr. Stoddard right where he wants them. "They got a sick plan for you, too," he said with a smirk. "Want to make a little scientific expedition to Mars, or Venus, Jupiter, the Moon, or even the Sun." The professor was shook. "Mars. What are you even talking about?" Prince Krasnov just laughed and went on to explain his plan. But let's just say it wasn't exactly friendly. He offered to give them the rocket they'd been riding in because he ain't got time for it no more. But little did they know they were about to get locked in and blasted into space. Within an hour, Prince Krasnov's whole plan was executed. They ended up locked in a metal room within the rocket, with the doors getting sealed shut. Then came the roar of the engine, and next thing you know, they were flying off into space. When it all calmed down, they stumbled out of the little room and looked around at their new surroundings. "Well, this is a wrap," Prescott said. "I never thought I'd meet my maker like this." Stoddard was feeling the same vibe. "Yeah, I'm not ready to ride off into the great beyond just yet. Low-key trying to cash in my checks yet, but the game ain't over." Clayton was straight up pacing around the room, banging on the metal walls with something that gave back a sick echo. "Have you even heard what this stuff is made of?" The professor was low-key rapping on one of the panels, felt it out. "Aluminum." "Bruh. Nah, not so lucky. If it were duralumin or something, I could cut through like butter. But for real, I got a hunting knife with a can opener on one end, and this sardine box ain't going down without a fight." He was getting into the zone, working the thin metal wall of their cell while Professor Prescott held his flame game for a torch. "You feel me? Duralumin yields to heat like aluminum," he said, as finally his knife went through. "Now let's get that can opener poppin'." The progress was slow, but they were on it. Within an hour, Clayton had cut out a jagged section, and they squeezed into another dark corridor. "We got this." Stoddard's vibe was turned up. "There got to be switches around here somewhere. We're talking lights, I remember, so let's find them. Once we get some light on the subject." "Hold up, Professor," he called out. "How's that?" As he pressed a switch, a row of small bulbs lit up overhead. "Fine now? What's good?" Stoddard was hyped. "Let's see if we can find the engine, room, or whatever." Jubilant now, they kept it moving down the corridor, which ended in a flight of stairs. "I'm feeling like it's below us," said Professor Prescott. "From what I've seen of experimental models, the propulsion impulse must be from the base." So they descended the stairs, entered another dark corridor, found another switch and pressed it, and kept on moving, lighting up the rocket as they went. And as they dropped, the roar of the exhaust got louder, indicating they were getting close to the source. They hit a big room with an illuminated dial at the end. Drawing near, they saw a mess of instruments that left them starstruck for a hot sec. Stoddard was trying to figure it out, but Prescott was chilling, finding switches and pressing buttons. "Now let me have a look," he said, returning to the dial. "Professor Goddard once told me about his experimental models. The motive force got to be some liquefied mix, possibly oxygen and hydrogen. Some of these instruments are valves." He touched one, turned it, and they took off dizzyingly. "No cap, we're good now." He touched another, and they slowed down even more. "Well, there's 2 controls, so that's the next problem we got to solve." Clayton was low-key vibing with those instruments and whatnot, but he kept it moving because they were cruising through space like a hot mess. No cap. Meanwhile, they're hurtling out there at a sick rate, and Clayton knew they'd be ghosted by the Earth's gravitational pull in no time. Then, as he flipped that lever down low, they felt a wild lunge to the left, and for a sec it was like they were going to get blown off the ceiling. "Bruh. God have mercy." Stoddard gasped. "What's good?" "Newton, I just found out how to ride this wild rocket like a pro." Clayton exclaimed, hella hyped. It wasn't that deep. He broke it down as he relaxed on the lever. It was all about gyroscopes. Fam, when you got a wheel spinning in a frame that's free to move, it tends to make the whole thing spin in the opposite direction. Feel. The rocket is like that frame, and this lever controls the gyroscopic wheel, so if you set it spinning one way, we turn the other way, capis. You see, Clayton, he continued out here in interstellar space, where every move you make has got to be adjusted for equilibrium. Stoddard was all like, bruh, how did that almost send us into orbit? And Clayton's all, I threw the lever too hard, fam, we just had to adjust our vibe. Prescott was low, key skeptical, but he trusted Clayton to bring them back to Earth. So while Clayton held his breath, Prescott was grinding on the instruments, trying to get their course back. Now, I think we're headed home, Clayton said with a sigh of relief. But we got to have visibility, or we'll land hard. Gee. Stoddard was hella stressed about it, but then he found this mirror on a small table that showed him the Earth, and what he saw made his jaw drop like 20 kk miles an hour, bruh. For a hot sec, Clayton just stared at the view, and when he snapped back to reality, Stoddard was all, my God, can we check our speed? Clayton's all, I think so. Professor was low, key busy over his instruments. But where do we vibe with? How do we even know what state we're in? Stoddard was like, hold up. I got that Texas license plate, though. He added, we don't want to roll up to that Clown Krasnov spot, fam. That dude's a total menace. Professor Prescott was all, he got you. Let me find a fire aerodrome in the west part of the state, 'cause if I'm good with geography, Texas ain't all mountains on the east side. Professor said he'd try his best. Next thing you know, they're in this intense situation and their view is narrowing down. Now, it's just North America, then the US of Mexico, and finally Texas. Whoa! Back off! We're coming in too fast. Stoddard was hyped, worried they'd crash unless. But Professor touched some valves and flipped a lever and bam, they zoomed back up. Next thing you know, it's just Mexico on the glass. And then they saw the silver thread along the border. The Rio Grande. Yas! Exclaimed the young geologist. Let's follow it to El Paso. That'll be our spot. Professor was all abuzz, all with them unfamiliar controls. He was like, if I can just keep us on course. He nailed it, and soon this white city was popping up over the horizon. El Paso, dude. The chimneys were throwing some major shadows from the sun going down low. Next thing you know, they were flying right above it, and now as they started coming in, the buildings and plazas unfolded like a giant quilt. Yo, there's the field. Stoddard was all excited, pointing to this clear space outside. Can they make it? Professor was low-key grim about it. He was all, we'll find out soon. Now, he's working on his valves and levers, trying not to mess it up. It's a delicate balance, fam. Stoddard peeks into the glass, and now you can see people waving their arms, running around like they're losing their minds. They must think we're getting a visit from another planet or something. The professor was all, maybe it's doomsday for us. I'm afraid so, bro. But then, whoa, they crashed, and now everything went dark. Yeah, as we're totes getting out of here, fam. And you? Let's roll. A sound went off in their ears. They were low-key trying to find the door. Stoddard thought it might be some gas from the hella messed up mechanism. The floor was all wonky, like the rocket was half on its side. They found the door and went straight for it, navigating through a trippy corridor towards some stairs. They got it, dropped down, and stumbled along another dark corridor, trying to find an exit. Then, around a curve, Daylight hit Gem, and they were hella stoked that one of the main doors was wide open. They approached it, peeked out low, Kia Westbrook, by all the officials and mechanics who showed up. As they climbed through, dropped to the ground, the group was all, "No, Cap, we're getting out of here. Back!" Called Professor Prescott like a boss. Then he turned to his homie Jack. "Come on, bro, run. This thing is hella unstable." Stoddard took off from the rocket with the crew. At a safe distance, he checked it out, and it was still standing there, all wonky and stuff, with dust and fumes coming out. Even as they watched, the craft started shaking, tottering, and fell over on its side. Then, bam, it caught fire and blew up, sending everyone running for their lives. "Oxy and hydrogen, that's a nasty combo," muttered Professor Prescott, feeling his eyebrows get singed. "We made it out just in time, Jack." Stoddard was all for real. The higher-ups from the field showed up, along with some army types. They were low-key salty about these visitors and their hella reckless contraption. Who were they? Where'd they come from? Why did they put everyone's life at risk? Inquiring about Major Clark Hendricks, they got taken to him, a total boss, by the way. Stoddard spilled the tea on what happened, showing his credentials, and before you knew it, a squad of military planes was assembled. Since they talked about that mountainous region where the rocket first landed, mentioning Martin's Bluff, Major Hendricks was all, "Guadalupe Mountains, 100 miles east we got this." And sure enough, a government map showed that town there. So the squadron took off into the late afternoon sky, with Major Hendricks leading the way and Stoddard and Jack close behind. They winged their way east, finding those mountains in under an hour. They circled them, looking for that little wooden shack where Prince Krasnov and his Cossacks met up. Hey, Clayton was low-key worried he'd never find success, but those gnarly mountains were straight fire to the planes, flying around up high, and once they found Martin's Bluff, it was lit. As the sun started setting, they found the shack and parked their planes near it, but when they approached, they saw it was deserted, which was kinda what Clayton had feared. But he knew they had to keep pushing. They forced their way inside and were like, because it was straight out of an Oriental dude's pad with Russian vibes all over the place. But where were the Ruskies? Had they ghosted, or were they hiding somewhere? Clayton searched room by room until he was hella confused. But then he found this sick clue, a barred door covered in clothes and uniforms. He bashed it in and found a passage below. As they went down, it became clear that this was some old mine's shaft. It was all twisty and turny, with many wendings, and then suddenly you'd hit another barred door. They busted it in, but it got all real quick. 3 of them went down, including Clayton. Professor Prescott picked him up and was like, "Yo, Jack, where's the damage? What's going on?" Clayton was like, "I'm good, I think my shoulder." "Yeah, get me a handkerchief, stat." Meanwhile, ahead of him it was all guns blazing as they tried to clear out more Cossacks. Stoddard was finally like, "Wessis, that's it," and was all, "Help me out." Good. Prescott got him on his feet, and they kept moving. Now the gunfire stopped and Major Hendricks showed up with the crew. We got M," he said to Clayton. "You okay, old man?" Clayton was like, "I'm good, let's check out these Cossacks. They shone a flashlight around the Russian prison," but Clayton was, "Clayton, where's Krasnov?" And they just shook their heads and were all quiet. Stoddard was like, "Seaman, guys, spill the tea." But they didn't say nothing, so he just kept moving. He was all, "Give me some dudes. Major, I'll find this dude. Yaz, Clayton, smoke out that Russian beer. You feel?" Hendricks sent the squad above with their prisoners and gave the lowdown on who was coming with him, putting himself at the lead. "You better roll up." "Two, Professor," said Studdard. "Hit Tin Prescott." But the Og Professor shook his dumb. "No way, I'm good, let me come through," he kept saying. He gotta see this thing go down. It was a whole vibe that went from drama to lit in a hot second. They were chillin', deciding what's next, when suddenly the door goes flying open and it's Prince Krasnov, all smiles and whatnot. "Yes, come on in, homies," he says with a smooth, sarcastic tone. Sorry my peeps weren't bringing the heat. They see him and it's like, is this the Russian bear? Rasps Major Hendricks, hand leveled. Stoddard's all, yeah, this is him. They slow down, low-key cautious, and follow him in, which turns out to be just a regular old room with them fancy walls and swag furniture. They're vibbin', looking around, when the prince drops the deuce about his bling. It's like millions of dollars worth of diamonds and whatnot. "This is just a drop in the bucket, gentlemen," he says, all relaxed like. Then he starts showing off more stashes in them secret drawers. Stoddard's getting shook, but trying to stay on point. He notices there are these cabinets around the room with more goodies inside. "So, Prince Krasnov, how you back here?" Asked Stoddard, keeping it real. The professor adds, "We got skills, we got gadgets, and Major Hendricks knows his geography." That's when Krasnov drops the T. He was just supposed to be a pretty face in Siberia and Brazil, but now I'm stuck here. Clayton Loki smashed the shelf over one of the cabinets and dumped its contents all over the place. "A diamond dust cocktail," he said with a smile, replacing the vial. "It's like super expensive and deadly, even in your country where drinks are hella pricey. And it's also really futile to bu." But Stoddard knew that Clayton was about to get a serious dose of justice when Prince Krasnov of Imperial Russia finally got his act together and took down the international diamond smuggler's ring. Meanwhile, Professor Prescott was hyped for the cablegram he'd send out tonight to his expedition back on Kinchinjunga, informing them that they were good in El Paso, Texas. Jim gasped. The slaves, and instantly backed away from the room. Side noter, 3 kidnapped earthlings show Xantra of the Tillers how docile earth slaves can be. Clayton and Stoddard had seen the thing twice that night, and they were low-key obsessed with it after a full day of fishing in the Adirondack streams. They'd talked about it until there was nothing left to say, but now they just watched in silence as their campfire crackled. The velvet night was lit, and the stars were shining like diamonds for them to enjoy, not touch. Though Jim had seen the thing first, a tiny cherry red dot that moved up the sky in a perfect arc against the east constellations. As it rose, it got bigger, then smaller again, as it arced over the west horizon. Nearly an hour later, it reappeared, but this time changed direction and headed straight for where Clayton and Stoddard were chillin'. As it approached, its color faded until it was gone completely from sight among the inky patches between the stars. For a hot sec, they couldn't find it again until Jim spotted a faint red spot that grew in intensity as it moved away from the zenith. It disappeared over the west horizon, and Clayton and Stoddard were like, "What is the thing?" Clayton was low, key freaking out 'cause nothing made sense. "It couldn't be no plane, and it def wasn't a meteor," he said to Clee. "And if it was some firefly, then I'm literally one too." Clayton paused and looked at Clee. Any new dios? He asked. Clee Partridge just gave him a deadpan answer. I still think it's a spacership from Mars or Venus looking for some Earth peeps to help him out. Clayton noticed the way the ship disappeared when it was overhead and thought it was checking out the Earthlings. Jim just chimed in, trying to one-up Clayton. So like, it'll be back 'cause we're not exactly the best fit. Clayton wasn't having it, though. I got a better idea, want to take a joyride through the Great Dipper. Clee just smiled and checked his wristwatch. They kept quiet for a bit, just vibbing with the stars. Then it happened again, and this time Clayton's eyes went wide as hell when he saw the ship. Look, it's back. But it was different this time. As it got closer, its color started to fade like a pic on an old phone. By the time it should have hit the zenith, it was gone. Clee said, it'll come back in a sec, just like last time. They watched in awe, still trying to wrap their heads around what they were seeing. But as minutes passed and nothing happened, Clayton got restless. He glanced at his wristwatch again and jumped when he saw the radium paint glowing bright. Something's off, he said to Jim, pointing at a spot in the sky that looked even darker than the rest. Just then another star went out for good. Clayton was hella excited and grabbed Jim's arm. Something's going down up there. Jim just looked on with a serious face. He got no idea what it is, but I don't feel right about this. Clayton was low, keep wondering what's good, right? Then the spot got bigger and started making a clear circle. Yeah, feel. It lit up like crazy and showed them it was this ginormous tinted sphere for him. They were hyped, but also kind of in shock, 'cause it just dropped down on them and they couldn't move or nothing. They knew they had to get out of there like a sap. Clee was the first one to come back to reality. Run, Jim, he yelled, moving away as fast as his legs could carry him. Wilson was all shook up too, so they both took off like wild turkeys for the path that led down the hill where their camp was at. They only made it like 50 yards before they heard this weird thud and turned around to see the seer just chilling on the ground, kind of rocking back and forth. It was still glowing up bright in the dark. Clee grabbed Wilson's arm and pulled him off the trail because he wanted a better vantage point. You know, they were huffing and puffing after their wild sprint, so they just peeked over the hill and saw this whole thing. The sphere was right where they left it, sitting pretty on the ground, all dark and sparkly. It's some kind of drone or something. Jim muttered, "Why'd it come to our crib at midnight?" Clee was all serious. "It's a spaceship from Mars, bruh," he said with a straight face. He pointed to this big door opening up on the side of the sphere, and this beam of amber light shinning their way. There was this metallic ramp, too, just sitting there waiting for. Whatever, the two guys were hyped but also super anxious, just chilling by the ship, waiting to see what happened next. But nothing was coming, and Jim was getting all shook up. "I don't want to go in, Clayton," he said, trying to keep it real. Clee tried to calm him down, but he was freaked out himself. They were just chilling there, waiting for something to pop off, but nothing happened, and Jim thought he heard this noise, so he touched Clee's shoulder and pointed to the trail they came from a minute before. Clee looked over, and his neck hairs stood up like static in the dark. The bushes along the side of the path were moving all by themselves, like someone was brushing Em aside with their hand, straight to the spot where they were hiding. And no one was there. "Can they be invisible?" breathed Clayton, every pore in his body prickling. For a sec the two dudes could barely breathe, so great was their unnamed fear. During that time no other moves could be noted. Then Clee pointed to a bush only 5 yards away. Half a dozen leaf tipped branches was bending slowly in their direction, and then a sharp crack as of a broken twig came to them from their same spot. Panic, blind unreasoning, swept them. "Run!" gasped Clayton, and together, instinctively they turned scrambled down their side of their ridge to get away anywhere, far from the approaching menace of they knew not what. Reckless of possible injury, they stumbled down they brush-covered slope, and right behind them came sudden crashing sounds of pursuit. New fears lent wings to their air flight, but the sounds behind continued inexorably at their heels no matter how fast they ran or how lucky they was in macking past obstacles. Their pursuer was as fast as they. They had no idea who or what it might be, for in their brief glances they snatched over there show couldn't see anything at all. Their going was bad, and 2 campers had not gone more than a quarter mile when they were breathing hard, felt that they couldn't make one more step without collapsing on their ground to give their laboring lungs a chance to catch up. Panting like dogs, they dragged themselves along through pine birch trees, around large rocks over briar-covered hills, only a few steps ahead of their pursuer. Then Partridge, a little in their lead as they made their way up a steep slope, heard Clayton suddenly go sprawling, heard him gasp, "It's got me." Turning, he saw his partner rolling threshing violently on their ground, and now then lashing out at the empty air with his fists. Was the moment's hesitation he jumped from his position above, jumped square hard into day space with Jim's invisible assailant should be occupying. With a great thud, he crashed into some unseen body in the air, and went down, their breath knocked out of him. As he got to his knees, an odor like that of cloves came to his nostrils. Something caught him around the neck, began constricting. Frantically he tried to tear himself loose, but the harder he struggled, the more strangling became their grip on his neck, and at last, faint from the growing odor, the lack of air, his efforts dwindled into a spasmodic tightening, relaxing of their muscles. Then, for a moment, their hold on his neck must have loosened, for he found himself able to breathe a little. Turning, he saw Jim at his side, apparently similarly held. "If I could only see it." Clee managed to get out. Jim's spasmodic, bitter answer came a moment later. Being invisible, tremendous advantage, he gasped. In desperation there, 2 men again began to fight. Y'all got the clutches that was trying to hold him down, but this time the grip on their necks just straight up relaxed, and it was like cloves or something crazy strong was wafting right into their noses. And then Clee and Jim was just vibbing with nothing. Through that hazy lift, Clayton felt this weird urge to get up, As he rose from the floor, he saw Jim doing the same thing. They were both trying to find their feet, but it was like their legs was jelly or something. There's this invisible thing just chilling around them, and they're all, "Why, can you hold me up a sec?" And the next thing Clee knows, they're walking straight for that cherry crystal sphere in the distance. He was trying to move, but his body was like, "No, I'm good." They passed by their tent and up that ramp, and before they knew it, they were inside this weird ship thingy. Clee's mind was all foggy, but he saw this room lit up in amber, and there were these instruments and levers and wheels on the wall. One of them moved on its own, and the door closed all behind them. Then they're slipping through this passageway into some other room, and when they finally got there, it was like their bodies just lost all control or something. They slumped to the ground. The door slammed shut, and suddenly they felt hella heavy bruh. There's this hum in the background, and the wall starts glowing cherry red. Clee and Jim were too turn up to even speak at first, but then their bodies started acting, and they stumbled over to the wall. It was like crystal or something, and it was lit up like a fire. They were out here looking down at this crazy convex surface with silver ribbons all over it, vibbing to some sort of cosmic energy. The dude saw the outline of this big circle, and for a second they just looked at each other in awe. Then Jim Wilson breaks the silence and is all, "Who got kidnapped, bruh? We're out here in space, no idea where we're going, but it's lit, you feel?" Clee gave him a little smile, but he was too turned up to respond. He just kept looking at that view, the Earth they knew, with its streets and fireplaces and people they loved. Clayton dude, those other friends they had. The Earth was like a ball, right? Showing continents and oceans on it, just chilling at school. But then, slowly, it starts to fade away, like into nothingness, fam. So, like, later, these two Earthlings are sleeping, right? And there's this weirdo dude coming in, rocking some sick outfits, and he's all bald, headed, and wrinkly-faced. Know what I'm saying? He's got some gnarly device in his hands that's vibbing crazy, like winning up in pitch until it gets too lit for our eardrums. He does the same thing to Clee, but they're all sleep-deprived and clueless. Gee, they just chill on the floor, limp bodies. No cap. So, like, hours later, these dudes wake up, feeling hella better, sitting on the floor of their cell, vibbin', you feel. And Wilson's all like, "What's poppin'? Who is this?" He's thinking out loud, fam. "They can't be from Earth, 'cause we wouldn't know how to make a spaceship like that and keep it secret. And even if someone had the skills, they could never invent something to make living bodies invisible. Lol. I'm low-key thinking this ain't human, you feel? There's something that might be a hand, but its body is hella strong. Bruh." Clee's all like, "Well, we'll probably see what goes down," with a chill attitude, pulling out some tobacco and his corn cob pipe. "Or maybe we won't know nothing, 'cause they're invisible. You get it. We might be stuck in this room forever." He offers Jim the package, all like, "Here, have a smoke, you'll feel better." Jim's all, "Thanks, Clee," and lights up his pipe. At least they ain't trying to kill us right off. That's something, right? Wilson's all, "Yeah, maybe we can figure out how to get out of this room. But then there's the thing about the ship. Maybe the controls are invisible too, lol." Clee just shakes his head and says, "Dude, that's funny," he said. He was low, key staring at the face of the watch on his left wrist. For the first time since they got abducted, its hella bright light wasn't even lit up no more. As Jim watched, Jimmy Clee moved his right hand a lil, and once again the dial jumped out through the dimness with wild brightness. Jim saw that his friend was holding in this hand the pack of swag tobacco. Clee repeated the demo. "The dial's always glowing up bright, except when I hold this pack of swag in front of it. At this spot," he said, like wonderingly, half to himself. "If I'm right, ultraviolet light would make the radium on the dial pop, and the lead in the tin foil of tobacco wrapping would block it out. Let's see." He crossed to the other side of the room, held his watch and the pack of swag in various positions until he again found one line along which the watch dial gave off only its usual light. "Yes," he said, "exactly in the line made by my watch, and this pack of swag is the source of the ray that makes the watch dial glow. It's probably the control room of this ship." An extra lit deduction. My dude Sherlock, commented Wilson dryly. Unvaluable. I wish you'd now take a sec and deduce the reason for the mysterious appearance of the lumps on our necks. I know I didn't mind before I got taken for this sky ride. As he spoke, his hand went to the back of his neck, where there was a fat lump about the size of a quarter. A lump not hella painful for all its newness and size. Hard pushin' with probed fingers had revealed something that seemed to be hard and flat, buried within, but close exams failed to show any wound or scar. And the dudes had no idea what the lumps might be. Cleese was just like Jim's. But Clee didn't respond to his friend's invite. A heavy mood came over him. He was standing by the outer wall, looking out at the loneliness of the miles outside. Jim went and stood beside him, his hand on his shoulder, and together they gazed through the cherry crystal wall of their prison ship out on the infinite space that was the background of their adventure. Near which one were they going? Would they ever return to their Earth again? Would their friends ever know about the incredible adventure that had went down? Or would they, after the few weeks of search and inquiry that must follow their disappearance, at last conclude that some nameless mountain disaster had made them victims and give them up for dead? No doubt. And month after sussing out month, their memory would fade from the minds of those who had loved them while they'd be where. A weird turned thought came simultaneously into the minds of Clayton, Jim, and Partridge. It was like a vibe. It wasn't even words, but it was come for show. Together they rose and looked at each other low-key wonderingly. Again that feeling came through, and they started for the door. But that's hella extra, Jim said aloud, like he was trying to rationalize his own thoughts. The door's locked. We tried it already. He looked at Partridge, who just gave him a blank stare. And then, despite what he said, he went ahead and turned the latch. The door swung open, though expressions of surprise died on their lips as again came that compulsion to go somewhere unknown. Savage suggestion, said Clee as he passed through the doorway. Someone's telepathically vibing us, for real, and I'm dead. Fam can't resist. His neck got all corded and tense, trying to resist the mysterious command drawing him onward. Wilson was trying to rebel too, with one arm outstretched and his legs stiff as a board, but the will that had gotten inside them was stronger, and slowly they were drawn down the passage. Their carpeted way took Rem back to the entrance chamber, and then up a straight up steep corridor that led upward to the left. As they passed along, they saw some ancient master's hand had made all sorts of dope decorations on the walls in many colored mosaic, like no human from Earth could have done it. The two dudes realized, and that thought didn't even give them a little cheer. At the top of their curving passage, a doorway led them into a spacious room hung with soft tapestries, deep napped rugs, and luxurious chairs. The intangible threads of the alien will directed him on straight into a vaulted alcove about 1/3 its size. There, that weird clutch on them relaxed, and they looked around, first nervous, then bold, like, what's good? This is the control room, exclaimed Clee suddenly, and after a sec, Jim was all in too. It was the simplicity of the controls that had them overlooking it at first. Against the left wall was a dope table with a tilted top. Barren, this raised eyepiece thingy that gave Em a view into this huge, enclosed black box. On each side were these rows of small, shiny, metallic levers, and what they took to be instrument dials, round depressions with pointers moving across convolutions. For the full length of the middle wall was this jet black polished table, and on it were all sorts of instruments and apparatus that looked straight out of Sci-Fi. Against the draperies of the wall to their right was one big cushioned chair looking hella sleek. No living person could have put together this whole setup. Fam Loki, you could see something major in the main room or the alcove, fam. For a hot sec, Clayton and Partridge were vibbing all about checking out every nook and cranny with curiosity and whatnot. And then Clee's like, hold up, I got this. Dart. He pulls out his pack of vapes and holds it in the line of sight with the chair, and Loki, his watch stops glowing. He tries again from a diff angle and same result. The electrical energy from that chair is hella weird, 'cause there's nothing electric going on besides the glowing watch dial. But what Clayton sees in that chair, it's like super wild. The seat cushions start puffing out like someone just got up, and then this sharp outline of a shoe print appears in the rug. Dude, Clayton exclaims. A real human. The two dudes are straight up frozen in their tracks. Clee's arm is still outstretched with his vapes, but now his watch dial is glowing bright again. He's all nervous and stuff, but something inside him makes him move the vapes between the watch and that spot on the rug where the shoe print appeared. The glow stops, and it's like this dude. Thing is the source of all the weirdness, eh? This takes like a sec, and then another shoe print forms in their direction. Jim's all, what's good, and starts to back away, but Partridge is all, let's do this, right behind him, but then they're stuck in place and can't move. They see those shoe prints coming for M, step by step, like 12 inches apart, and they just chill until they're like 4 or 5 feet away. We gon' jump that dude if we get the chance. Jim's all about it, but then Clee tries to say something, but his words get cut off 'cause he's all frozen up too. Were their voices even understood? The two dudes are just standing there, speech while some creature with a human foot is poking and prodding them left and right, and just starts to take over as they're like, yo, we ain't doing this. 'Cause, honestly, it feels like they're being treated like dogs in an auction. Clee's all thinking, dogs? Treating us like animals, seeing how healthy we are. We're Loki vubbin'. Do you think Clayton's trying to get all up in our grill? At last the trial was over, and they saw the shoe prints on the rug move towards the black table and stay there, heels towards them, while various pieces of tech were magically moved across the tabletop. For a sec, Cleesville wasn't feeling so oppressed, and he started to wonder if he might actually get some control back over his body. He low-key tried to break through the oppressing energy. His arms and legs moved a lil bit. He succeeded. He hit Jim with a glance and showed him he was as hella hyped, and his will to move increased with his growing confidence that he could. The toes of the prince were still turning away, but he was trying to get the dude who was making M. He gestured to Jim, and with a major effort took a step in the invisible dude's direction. A thrill of gladness helped him on Jim was following suit. Again and again, with max mental effort, they made moves towards the footprints, which were getting closer and closer, and given M hope of sneaking up unobserved. When they were only 3 feet away, Clee motioned to Jim, and with a straight-up effort of will they jumped at the space where their enemy should be. They hit him hard and dragged him to the floor. By the feel, he was a dude just like M. Clee's blood was pumping with that whole revenge vibe, but he blanked his mind against those urges to stop the attack. He went ham on the dude, with savage blows. But almost at once they had evidence that their opponent wasn't just a dude like M. A sick pain stabbed suddenly through them, and they doubled up on the floor writhen in agony. It was as if every nerve in their bodies turned into hot wire and was scoring through their flesh. Again and again came those terrible stabs of pain, and it seemed to be coming from the mysterious lumps at the back of their necks. At last they stopped coming, and Jim and Clee were stretched out on the floor, all but unconscious from them terrific shocks. They were completely helpless. Further thoughts of resistance were unthinkable, but they weren't left lying long. There came a telepathic compulsion to stand up, and they found themselves obeying, in spite of the shrieking protest of their every nerve. Which and stumble in, they were made to do servile things, to kneel on the floor, get up again, turn round and round, bow low, then stretch backwards. And out of nowhere came shocking blows which land on their faces, necks and chests, feet which kicked out at their shins, and they had to stand there and take it, helplessly resisting. Then Clee, as the nearer of the two dudes, were low-key forced over to the workbench where this sick oval headpiece of wire was strapped on his dome. Another gigantic one standing next to it and connected to it by wires that led to a mini instrument panel nearby, got lifted up so high it would have fallen right over their persecutor's head. A dial on the panel started turning slow. And like the helmet sitting in the air, it just kind of dissolved into nothingness before their peepers. Clee was feeling some major nausea as it happened, and he got hit with these sharp thoughts that weren't even words, but were hella clear and intelligible. Fool of a fool. Went popping in his brain with effort. Think you can resist Santra. You think with your subhuman minds to take down one of the tillers. Masters of the universe. Close you to death indeed, Wilder. If I didn't have the plans for you. Know that henceforth you and your homie are my slaves. You'll jump at my slightest will. Serve me as best you can with such spunk as you got. For faithful service, you'll get grub, clothes, and a little bit of chill time. Disobedience and tiredness will bring the pain you already felt, revolt, revore, the attempt to escape death, but only after that's torture, that's straight fire. I'll never repeat this method of communication. It's as physically whack for me as it is for you, and you won't ever expect to see me again, though I can always see you. By Vib means I gave you the universal atomic rhythm of all Tillian slaves, and although in that state your fellow slaves will be visible to you, I'll be hella ghosted. You'll now get back to your cell. After you recover, you'll be taken by hand by your fellow slaves and shown what's good for you. And if your instinct for self-preservation is only 1/10 normal, you won't never try to resist Xantra again flying in the face of the inevitable. The sharp voice stopped. Clee's nausea started to leave him. His helmet was removed, and he might have seen the other dude reappear on the table. The ordeal was over just in time, 'cause the last bits of their strength were fading out just like Jim's. The two Earth people slumped down, but they wouldn't fall if they tried. Some strong telepathic will pulled Rem up again. There came this super-strong compulsion to return to their cell, and bruised, stumbling, their nerves still popping from the stabbing pains. They made their way back. They face planted onto the floor and passed out beaten, subdued. Slaves. After a long blank interval, Clee got hit with this distinct thought. He was in heaven, and an angel voice had spoken. Loki, Clayton was chillin', with his hands up and eyes closed. He opened them, but nothing was there, so he closed 'em again. The voice dropped in, and 2 words kept repeating, sounding kind of familiar. Sorry. It was all low-key feminine and vibbin'. Some dude was washing his head, which was a mess. Clayton rolled over, got up on one elbow, but he still couldn't see nobody. The voice said, "Oh, you're better. I thought you'd never wake up." Mechanically, Clayton asked, "Who are you?" "Vivian Gray from Boston," answered quick. "And you, though?" Clee didn't answer. He just started to drift off again. Things were hella wrong. He couldn't even see anyone. He was low-key thinking about going back to sleep and waking up another time. But the voice wouldn't let him be. "Oh, you gotta listen," it said. "I'm running out of time." Clayton asked, "Where are you?" Vivian Gray was all surprised. "Right here, duh! Can't you see me?" "No," Clee said, still not himself. He added, "You can see Jim, I can see the door, I can see my hands, but I'm all confused because I can't see you." "Oh, then it's true," Vivian Gray said. Accentra told me he was going to make me one of his slaves, but I hoped Petey hoped it didn't mean much to Clee, but the words sparked a memory. He remembered all that went down and got a little concerned. He crept over to Jim, who was blinking and stirring, and explained the invisible presence. "You got to be low-key on guard," he warned. Vivian Gray dropped another truth bomb. "I'm a friend kidnapped from Earth, just like you," she said quick. "Centra stole me from Cape Cod, where I was vibbing on vacation about the same time he took you." "Santra's the one whose spaceship we're on. He looks hella familiar, but ain't from Earth." Clee started to believe Vivian Gray a lil. "You've seen him?" she asked. "Not when he abducted her. He made himself invisible, then she told her. No. But you wouldn't see him if he gave you the universal atomic rhythm the slaves have. You'd just see each other, and the other slaves, not Xantra or me," Vivian Gray explained. "He does that to protect us, 'cause we can't plot against him when we can't even see him." Jim chimed in, "Who are these slaves?" "How many are there on this ship?" "And how many like Xantra?" "Xantra's the only one of his kind," Vivian Gray said. "The slaves are a whole different vibe. They're from another planet. I couldn't vib with what Clayton was low." Key saying, "Bruh, they're all like these hella ugly human beast hybrids with a little bit of ape sauce, and they're completely bald, super strong, but low-key dumb, you feel." There's 7 or 8 on that ship, and normally they're good, but when they got a rough master like Xantra, they get salty and turn into total savage mode. That's why Xantra is low-key hoping we'll be the slaves he wants us to be. He's hella curious if we'll be smart enough to not mess with him and won't stab him in the back. No way, bro," Jim said with a sigh. If Xan thinks I'm going to be safe around here. He's low-key delusional, though." The girl's voice came on, all dramatic. "It's so sick to hear you say that. We got to stick together and find a way to escape, Kay." She went on, "But, I got to keep it 100 or get caught for show. What you said is where my main hope lies. Santra doesn't know how smart we are and how low. Key deadly, we got to keep that on the Dell." "I've got a lot to say," she continued, but then she just froze up, all nervous-like. "But I got to dip a sap or get caught, you feel. What you said is, where my main hope lies, Chantra doesn't know how smart we are, and how deadly. He thinks we're like his slave squad easy pickings. You notice those weird lumps on the back of your necks? They got M2, fam. It's something that's attached to the spinal cord and gives him telepathic control over us, also the power to hurt us majorly. You're literally living with it. Clee finally spoke up, his voice all low, key and grave. So, how do you know so much about this joint? The girl's voice cracked as she gave her answer. I'm hella ashamed to say it, she said. Xantra, he's got a major crush on me. Like I'm some kind of wild animal. We're like two peas in a pod, fam. He thinks being all nice to me will get him to make me his ride or die. For a sec, the girl was silent, all dramatic-like. Then she spoke up again with a little bit of an edge. I let him think he's got a shot, she said, so I could scope out the situation and find a way to escape. She went on. Before you showed up, I was low, key giving up hope. But at least now I got to look for a way to die quickly, if that's what comes down to it. You're all with me, right? No human, no American, at least, is ever going to be slaves. If the worst comes to the worst, we'll at least go out together. Vivian. Jim added soberly. And maybe if we do die, nobody will know about it. Clayton's planet will ever again come to Earth looking for idle sail slaves. For a hot sec, everyone was silent, affected by the thought behind what they had said. Then the girl's voice was like super formal and stuff. But you two men have not yet introduced yourselves. Both Clee and Jim were all smiles and told her their names. And in the slight pause that followed, Clee said awkwardly, almost shyly, Miss Gray, we don't know what's in store for us here, and it's possible that we may never know each other any better. So would you mind if I reached out and touched you? I'm literally trying to process everything. Out of nowhere came an impulsive, soft hand that closed over his. There was both a smile and something deeper in Vivian's voice as she said, Here, and raised his hand until it touched her brow and the thick, smooth hair of her head. Then she placed it a little lower over her face, and gently Clee's fingers told him what his eyes could not read. In case you never see me, why, I'm low, key really not bad looking, she said, and Clee knew she was blushing as he smiled at the eternal feminine in her. But the smile suddenly left his face. His hand had felt her give a distinct start. Then, he's calling, she gasped faintly. Xantra's calling for me to come to him. Her voice, as she spoke, moved, and Clee knew she was going towards the door. No way. Don't risk it! Stay here, and we'll begin our fight against him right now. I will be safe, came Vivian's reassuring voice from the door. I can manage him a while yet. Her further words came with a rush, but I wanted to tell you I had a faint plan. If I could get hold of the anesthetic, the vial of stuff that smells like cloves. The door was closing now, and the two men knew she was moving down the corridor. They listened in vain for her to complete what she had been saying. Just before the door clicked shut, Jim jammed his foot in it, preventing it from closing. Geez, that girl has balls. Clee murmured. For a hot sec, the two men looked at each other. Jim was thinking about the open door and the chance they had to get out. But Clee's mind was on something else. Well, Jim, he said, you and I have a nasty job ahead. Jim looked at Clee wonderingly as he took out his pipe and stuck it in the crack of the door, allowing him to remove his foot. Clee explained to him what Xantra had told him with the thought, sending helmets, reminded him of what they had learned from Vivian about the lumps on their necks. After he had finished, Clayton was low-key hella serious. Now we got to try and take out whatever's under these warts, fam. You got anything sharp, your knife or something with an edge, it would be a major key to getting out of Xantra's control. His super harsh punishment. If they could just remove it. Jim was hyped as hell. But once we do it, if we can actually do it, we got to make our move, and escape a sap. He reminded Klee, "We'll get caught for sure if Xantra wants us to come to him, and we don't show up. You feel me? What's going to happen to Vian if we chill on this?" Klee asked levelly, and Jim knew Klee was right. They needed to make their move now or die trying. He went through his pockets and pulled out some smokes, matches, a pipe, a nail file, and all that extra useless stuff. Klee came up empty-handed. "I'm good." Got nothing. He picked up the nail file and looked at it all confused. "We've got to use this, I guess. Well, I'm first." He laid down on the floor, loosened his collar, and started making suggestions. "Light a match and heat up the tip in the flame," he said. "The point's kind of dull, but cut as deep and quick as you can. If I start yelling, just ignore me. I'll try to hold still. Unless it bleeds too much, you don't need to put no bandage. We've got nothing clean." That was all he said. Jim was low-key freaking out, his heart racing like crazy, and had a lump in his throat. He sterilized the tip of the file as directed, studied the water sec, then shook Klee's shoal and started on the task. One quick cut, a sharp gasp from Klee, 2 more cuts crosswise, and a metallic disc was revealed. Then the worst part, raising it up and breaking the wires that led to it through the flesh. Klee was panting, sweating bullets on his face. But when he saw the disc, he smiled a little, and some of the pain lines on his face smoothed out. Jim showed him the disc, and Klee rested for a sec, quieting himself down while Jim staunched the blood flow. Then it was Jim's turn, and he felt the same sharp pain as Klee did. It was kind of wild, but at this moment in their lives, they didn't need to talk. For those few minutes of rest after they finished, no word was spoken. But in that time, a bond of friendship was formed that only death could break. They didn't last long. Every minute brought them closer to getting caught for what they did. On the neck, still slowly bleeding, when Clayton rose and aroused Jim. The most low-key part of their wild revolt was just about to go down. They were hella unprepared, not knowing what they'd get themselves into outside. All they knew was that they had to take a bold move for the control alcove, which Tiba meant they got to kill Xantra too. 'Cause there was this dude who couldn't see them, but could def see them, and he was super extra. This task was straight fire, though, and only one of many. For a sec, Klee realized this, so they hesitated at the door. But once the die's cast, they knew they had to roll with it, no cap, so they gave Jim a final warning that they had to stick together, and Clayton swung open the door and stepped out into the corridor. What he saw froze him in his tracks. "Fam, the slaves!" gasped Jim, and both Earthmen high tailed it back into the room, too. The creatures they'd seen at once were low, Key following them inside, 4 of them. They were all like men, but not really. Their heads were way bigger, shaped like inverted pears. Their eyes were all popped out and dull, and their lips were always writhing like they were trying to say something, but just wasn't getting through. And worst of all, their skin was straight up ghostly white, with no hair at all. They were rocking them loincloths and huge sandals, too, which made them look super lit, but also kind of terrifying. The 2 men took it all in at once. They knew they couldn't even hope to handle these creatures without some serious firepower, so they stood with their backs against the wall, waiting for their first move. "Easy," warned Clayton. "They're probably just gonna take us in hand," like Vivian said. The nearest slave came a little closer, and by how it was twitching its eyelids, and all you could tell it was hella stoked. It started making this high, variable moan sound from its throat, and then, looked Clayton all up and down and did this wild thing. Seeing the blood on the back of his neck, it spun him around and started licking that wound clean like it was trying to be friendly or something. Another slave followed suit with Jim, too. The two men were low-key relieved because they realized these creatures didn't even know about the discs. It was a major win, for real. So they let themselves get let out of their cell through the corridor and into this doorway, and down some stairs that took them to a sick large room below. They were at the bottom of the ship, no cap. Clayton was low-key freaking out when he saw those translucent walls all curved up on each side and below, giving him a sick view of the infinite space, filled with stars. He had 3 other slaves chillin' with him, waiting for them to get started. At the end of the room, their guide pointed to 2 tiny stalls with a partition in between, which they knew were going to be the beds. They were right across from a row of similar ones, making us feel hella at home, Clayton said dryly. I'm so extra hungry, fam. Clee chimed in. Bruh, I'm starving. But we got to get this work done, and we got to do it quick, you feel. He eyed the sparse deacon, looking for something to use as a weapon. Found nothing, but the sight of that slave's neck lump gave him an idea. He wondered if these slaves would go ham for us if we removed those lumps from their necks. He thought to himself, eyes narrowing. I wish there was a way to communicate with them. He glanced at each animal, man circling around them, wondering what to do. Then he made his decision. Jim, I'm going to try and vibe with these slaves, he said. We've got to make him understand and get their permission. Clayton raised his hand, get the slave's attention, then raised both fists high in the air, shook him violently, gritted his teeth, and went into a low-key rage. He was trying to show the slaves how angry he was at Xantra. The slaves took a step back, looking confused. Clayton kept going, hopping around like a madman, but still nothing. Then Jim lost it. Touch that spot on your neck, Ja. Clee did so, and the response was lit. The slaves started growling, raised their hand to the lump on their neck. They were all feeling that pain from Xantra's cruelty. Clayton got hyped and extended his pantomime. He stopped acting angry, put a finger on the wound on his neck, and fell to the floor, wincing in simulation. The animal men started moaning with him in sympathy. Then Jim stepped into the act, pulled out a nail file, and pretended to cut into Clee's neck, making it look all fake. As he did so, Clee jumped up, grinned and hopped around like a fool, pretending to be happy and relieved. Then he stopped acting, showed the slaves his wound by finger movement, and they got it. He repeated the whole thing, this time with Jim showing off his own neck wound, making sure they knew what was going down. I'm low-key hyped that Clayton is doing his part as usual. When he finally stopped chillin' and looked around, he was super stoked about how well he was getting his point across to the animal men. They were all vibin' with him in different ways throughout the room. Clee was like, got to take out that disc from one of them, but it's hella sketchy. Fam. He explained how easily those emotions could get triggered. Jim was all, I feel you. But he knew they had to roll with it, 'cause if they succeeded, they'd have a solid squad of tough fighters on their backs. They made some last-minute moves and got Clee to act it out again, so one of the animal men would know what he wanted him to do. The dude just went for it, no hesitation, and laid down face first on the floor. Everyone gathered round as Clee got low, checking the other animal men's faces for any signs of beef or shade. All good, though, so gave the green light, held his breath, and waited for Clayton to do his thing. The disc appeared, and Clayton made the first cut. But when he did, that slave started bucking in talking some crazy noise. Clayton was like, chill, dude, and kept soothing him with English words until he calmed down. Then he went in for another cut. The same thing happened again. The slave got all upset, but Clayton stayed cool, talking that guy down. Now it's time for the final touch, but would those animal men keep it together? Just as Clayton was about to make the last move, some chick screamed from above. It was Vivian. Something went down with her, and Clee was like, I gotta help fam. But he chillin', 'cause if he got all physical on these animals, they'd just attack him. He's all, hold up, we need to make some moves here. But all he could hear were the other animal men growlin' and snarlin' at him. Clayton was getting hella nervous. His hand was shaking, and he had to hurry. Vivian needed help stat. He sliced as straight as possible, and that slave got up, flunging Clayton onto the floor. The other animal men started closing in, looking all hostile and whatnot. Clayton, Loki, just got jumped by this savage animal man dude, but Jim was all lol and pushed one of the slaves in front of him to distract the beast. They both almost fell, but Clayton was all, let's get this, and made a run for it up the stairs, shouting up, fast! We've got enemies. Meanwhile, another slave just casually walked down the stairs and got squished by Jim and his homie Clee. But that gave them some extra time to get past. They sprinted through the door like their lives depended on it, 'cause they couldn't lock or block it. Once they were in the little room, they had to keep moving up the corridor to Xantra's quarters and control alcove. When they got there, the door was ajar, so they kind of hesitated before pushing through. But then this whole army of animal men just rolled in behind them. They slammed the door shut and barricaded, looking all around like, where's Xantra? But it was all good, 'cause Clayton was all, where Loki, getting ghosted. They didn't feel no relief, though. Xantra might be lurking in the shadows waiting to strike. The slaves weren't even trying to break down the door. That's how still it was. Clee touched Jim's shoulder and whispered, cloves. Smell it. And Jim was all, oh yeah, I got you. They crept up to the alcove, but there was no one there. Just a bunch of clove-smelly vibes. Jim grabbed a chair like a boss, and Clee pulled out this heavy tablet. Then they started searching the room methodically, checking the rug for any signs of Xantra. But the smell of cloves was starting to make em all woozy. So Clee was all, hey, slow down. We don't want to get caught off guard. And Jim was like, chill. I got this. They kept searching, feeling like Xantra was right under their noses. He was Loki about to do some moves. Clayton was hella close to Clee, trying to protect him with his chair against a potential attack. The glowing face of Clee's wristwatch was popping, and it took only a sec to find the spot on the tobacco package that cut through its sick glow. When they found it, their skin was getting all prick, like all over. They could see the line from the dial to the package, and if they kept it going, it hit a spot on the floor, not 6 feet away. And when they looked closely, they could barely make out a bent outline that might have been made by a figure lying down. As they were about to jump, they heard this low sigh coming, where it was hidden, and then suddenly Xantra appeared right in front of them. He was risen, and at the same time there was this loud bang at the door, like the slaves had finally started breaking in. As one man, the two earthlings jumped on Xantra. They had to take care of him first. When they grabbed hold of his risen body, they punched and pounded it hard. Even though Xantra was only half conscious, the attack woke him up, and he resisted like crazy. But then Klee landed a sick hit on what he thought was his jaw, and Xantra's form went limp. Jet something to bind him with, like wire or nothing. "ASAP," yelled Klee. "I got this." The banging at the door was getting more intense, so Jim dashed over to the work table, looking for something to help Rem out. In a few seconds, he came back with some wire that they quickly wrapped around Xantra's ankles and wrists. As soon as the wire touched him, it just kinda vanished from their sight, but they could feel it was still tight. Then they were at the door, which was shaken like crazy without anything, showing signs of giving in. With some major effort, they dragged a doven over and wedged it tightly against the door. Then they added more furniture to make it all sturdy. But that light metal door was no match for their strength, and it started buckling even harder with each hit. The earthlings could hear the animal men's triumphant roars getting closer and closer. They were frantically searching the rooms for something they could use as a weapon, but there was nothing. They looked at each other all worried. It was only a matter of time before the slaves broke in. What were they going to do? In that super tense moment, a weak voice reached their ears. It was Vivian's voice. "Klee!" "Jim!" he yelled, and ran to where the sound came from. The next thing Klee said made him understand what was going down. "Klee, Xantra's the one willing the slaves to break in. He's lying there, bound on the floor, but yes, Clayton Loki ran to where he left his ghost homie Xantra, getting all salty, because he was extra for not guessing this already. He found the squirming Xantra and started throttling him. But then Vivian was like, "Hold up, Klee. Don't do that. We gotta make Xantra stop the slaves, bruh." She dragged him to the work table and had something up her sleeve. Klee was all, "What's good?" and relaxed his grip on Xantra's neck. Then he got it when he saw them, thought, sending helmets coming. Through the air, Jim knew exactly what they were for. Fam! The helmet with the bigger face went over Xantra's head, and Klee was like, "Get it now." Vivian had a plan, and Klee had his ghost homie. They heard the door crash in the other room. It was about to break free from that furniture. Gee, Jim was up. "I got this." And he went to stand by the door like a boss. Klee saw Vivian's excited voice and knew she was hyped up. He found the small panel on the table and turned the knob. Vivian was like, "Tell him to stop breaking in or else." Klee was all, "He dies if you don't." And then he concentrated hard on Xantra, trying to get his thought through. Klee sent the message over the air, "Tell those slaves to stop breaking in or you die." But it wasn't working, bruh. The noises at the door kept coming. Klee was all, "Fine, I got one last trick up my sleeve." He played his last card and formed the words in his head so Vivian could understand. "Tell them to stop. No more air till you do." And with that, he squeezed Xantra's throat until he stopped the slaves. Klee was low-key proud of himself for making it happen. He let go of Xantra and said, "Quick." Vivian grabbed that anesthetic. A minute later, they had it in his hands. "Say when," he told Vivian, and held it under Xantra's nose. The guy went out cold, and Vivian was like, "He's stopping the slaves." Klee pulled away the bottle, corked it, and stood up. "Well, that's a wrap," he said. For a sec he was low-key silent. Only Jim's noises from fortifying the barricade at the door could be heard in the room. Then he said, "Straight up, I wish I could see you, Vivian, right now. But that'll have to wait, I guess." A low laugh came from where the girl was standing. A hand touched his arm, and he got led into the alcove. Vivian laughed again, said playfully, "What a silly face you're making," then told him to shut his eyes. Keep 'em shut. He felt something being attached to his wrists, heard a coarse hum that quickly rose in pitch until it passed the range of hearing. He was caught up in a surprising exhilaration. He heard the hum again, slid down and down in pitch, while every atom in his body felt a sickening vibration that grew ever coarser. Then suddenly he felt normal. The things on his wrists were removed, and Vivian told him he could open his eyes. He did so. He had, I can't guess what she had done, but he was low-key surprised to see the straight, slender, attractive girl who stood before him. "You see, Xantra used this on me twice, the latter time to restore me, so I would be able to see you," the girl explained. Klee gazed at Vivian in the greatest confusion. Why, though, she was turned up! He grew conscious of a growing need to say something, and eventually the asinine thing that left his lips was, "Wes, you ain't bad looking at all." The girl turned away, blushing, and it was Jim who relieved Klee from his awkward situation. He came swinging happily through the alcove portal to suddenly stop in blank surprise. Klee had vanished into thin air. It didn't take long to restore Jim to his normal self, and Vivian and Klee were laughing at the great sigh of relief he unconsciously gave when he found himself able to see the girl who before had been only a disembodied voice to him. Klee explained to Vivian what happened to them down below, and she in turn told M how she and Xantra got knocked out when they reached the control alcove. I found the anesthetic by its smell soon after I went to Xantra, she explained. I tried to conceal it in my dress, but Xantra saw me and tried to take it away, and in the struggle that followed, I guess we both got knocked out. When I came to, I saw you and Jim trying to hold back the slaves, and I could see Xantra on the floor, conscious, which you couldn't, and knew he was ordering the slaves on. So I told you, and here we are. Do you want to see Xantra now? She added. Klee would never forget the sight of the bound figure that met his eyes on the floor in the large room. The clothes were wild. The figure was much like a normal dude, though the shoulders Clayton was low-key all wrong. Bro, his face was straight, uplit, and it's what gave him that extra something. His skin was hella unhealthy, like he hadn't showered in ages, and his head was so bare, not a single hair or eyelash. Those closed-eyed eyes were in some deep cave of wrinkles, and they crisscrossed all over his face, like they meant business. The dude's whole face was straight up freaky and monstrosity, but for some reason there was this vibe of infinite wisdom and calm on his mug. He was bound up tight and still as a statue, at the mercy of dudes way smarter than him, fam. Klee was low-key thinking he looked like some sort of stoic dude stuck to an anthil, just chillin' till it's time to dip. We gotta keep him out cold with that anesthesia. Brew, he said, he's straight up too wild to mess around with. And that means we gotta figure out how to run the show ourselves. Jim was hella hyped, feeling like a total boss. Leave that to me. I got this. He was all about keeping it real and taking control. You know, Cape Cod vibes, etc. Fast forward 2 days later. At night, some lookout on a solo boat off Cape Cod might have seen this weirdo, Cherry, red glow show up on the horizon, and just take off into the stratosphere. It was like the dude was trying to fly FAM. It came back down to Earth, then shot straight out of sight again. But for real, it looked like some sort of cosmic UFO. Then, when it got close enough, it started doing these wild zig-zag moves as it descended onto the shore. And when it almost touched down, bam, it just stopped and went straight back out to sea. Then, this one last time, it took a sharp turn and just plummeted into the ocean. The next thing you know, it's like this huge sphere of red crystal just dissolving in the water. Boom! The boat just split into tiny pieces and started sinking fast. The dudes on board were clinging to each other for dear life, but one by one they just kind of disappeared. In the end, you had 3 guys left, all shook up but still standing. They stood there in stunned silence, trying to wrap their heads around what just went down. Clayton Jim had something to say. Loki, he'd been telling you he'd drive you safely back, right? Clee, his arm around Vivian's waist, was all smiles and said, I don't see Vivian's front door, but Jim was hella skeptical and replied, we're close enough. Jim snorted. After all, I did hit the Earth, fam. Loki, we got this sick central station built at the edge of the northern glacier. Bruh. It was like super hard to control all the machines from one spot, but Clayton and his squad, a little over 400 prolats, made it happen. Clayton was second in command, and his homie Keston was leading the charge. We were grinding for ages, getting our people to do all these tasks, while the aristos just chillin' in their fancy houses, sipping tea and getting turned up. They didn't want to deal with the fact that Clayton and his crew were keeping them in check. But then the universe was all bruh and gave us a taste of its wrath. I saw Keston's squad getting wrecked, and I was low-key scared myself. Anyway, one day we got an alarm blaring in our dome, and Clayton's got his eyes on the oval visor screen. A bud was freaking out, but then Keston jumps into action like a pro. He slaps some buttons down, and bam, those planes are banking hard to avoid getting smashed. It was hella close, but Clayton's crew came through. They saved the day, and Keston gave that prolat a cold stare down. I was low, key hangry from running across the control station while the crisis went down, right? So Clayton comes at me with some serious shady. Don't test my patience too much, a bud. I'm hella bummed you're still in this position. I should have gotten rid of you already and sent you to the death bath a long time ago. My lack of action is putting everyone's life at risk, including yours. It's your good luck that some council delegate hasn't been present when you're being a hot mess. But don't even get me started. One more slip up, and I'm going to report you as an entire noob to the council. You know the deal, doh. He looks all cringy sorry, but his face turns all salty with anger and hate. His features are literally on fire. He's about to say something back, but he just turns away from Keston's savage stare. Etcha, Mirren, glad you're finally here. This dude gives me a warm smile like, I've been waiting for this moment way too long. I'm low, key salty, that I have to wait an hour for you to show up. I'm all, Chief, can we please just get him in trouble already? I know it's hard to diss the prolat, but if we don't do something, everyone's going to end up dead. I glance over at the black portal with the ray thingy behind it and shudder. It's literally like a gate to nowhere. The flame that comes out is so hot it'll consume you in seconds. Remember that one time some dude stepped through that portal because he messed up. He was all golden and stuff. Then, poof. My friend gives me a calming pat on the arm, smiling. Chill out. Marin, it's not his fault. Look at him, he's just a total throwback in this whole science thing. Plus, Keston says, voice dropping low, it doesn't even matter anymore. The machines are all about efficiency now, and human failure is just a relic of the past. I'm done. I get hyped. You finally finished it. And did it work? Yeah, it works like a charm. I tested it when the shifts changed at midnight and kept the force outside for 5 minutes. Yes. When are you going to tell the council? I already sent the message off. They'll be here soon. But first, let's go check out this crazy tarpaulin thingy behind the screens. As we walked toward the huge screen in the center of the room, I glanced around the hall at all those Loki-seated prolats. 200 men and women were chillin', 200 more were sleepin' in the dorms. These were all that was left of the workers there, just trying to make a living. Before each operative, there's these hundreds of pearl buttons, dim lit, clicking under their fingers. The visor screens above them are showing them off this gnarly space where they control the switches. Every single one's got their screen on point and listening to the machines on the radio speakers broadcasting their needs. The work's been going on for 10 years, with that death threat still looming. They're just trying to keep it moving, but they're hella tired. Only in Clayton's brain and mine was that new hope of release flamin'. Tomorrow will finally be done, and we can vibe in the pleasure palaces, no cap. We'll just chill at ease, breathing in the sweet energy of idleness, while machines do all the work for us. We stepped back behind those heavy canvas folds Clayton had drawn aside, and I'm standing face to face with this fire machine that's straight up a masterpiece. It's like a man machine, but more lit, 2 metal cylinders supporting this whole large body, topped off by a glass head that's looking straight at me. That Simpson tube light is reflecting off it so hard. I'm thinking it's alive or something. It's got these arms dangled down from the main cylinder, and I can see how they're all moving on their own. We stood there for a hot minute, going over every detail of this thing we built. My friend Clayton spoke up in his Loki voice. You gotta know. Miran, those arms were out like that 2 hours ago. They were just chilling, waiting for the signal. The machine's got all these cells and sensors that make it work, even when nobody's around. I was like, you've won! You're the last step in making machines do all our grind work. Clayton just shook his head and said, nah, bro, this is just one more step. We're getting closer to having some real control over these machines, Clayton's all about that robot life, no cap. But there's still going to be them unexpected situations where human brains are needed to save the day, you feel. So, like, we're stuck here serving the machines, but Keston is low. Key, the real MVP, he figured out a way to make his master machine got some serious vibes. Keston's all smug, with that smile on his face and them fire eyes gleaming, because he told Clayton he solved that whole humans needed thing. Clayton's staring at him like he's losing it, but Keston's all calm, like, no, I'm good. So basically, Clayton was trying to make a robot that would reduce the need for humans' supervision to just 1 or 2 peeps. But then he runs out of copper filaments and gets all resourceful. He uses some screening from inside the death bath thingy and makes it work, and suddenly his robot's got sentience. Keston's all like, I was scared, bro, 'cause his robot started acting all hella possessive and antagonistic towards him. Like one of its tentacles whipped around his arm like a whip, and he had to cut the power off ASAP. Loki intense, right? Then Clayton's about to respond when this green light starts flashing on the screen near the door. "Yo, Chief, we got a signal." The council's coming, 'cause Keston sent out a message that's got everyone hyped up. He's all cautious, like I incorporated my new thought coil into the main machine, but I'm not sure what will happen when it starts glowing. He tells Clayton to press this button and switch it on, and we're about to see what kind of wild stuff goes down. Loki soon, when Clayton expected it. Again the green beam flashed out. The great portals slowly opened. Through them glided the 3 travel cars of the Supreme Council of the Aristos. It had been almost a year since I saw them, the overlords of the world, and I had Loki forgotten their vibe, sprawled on the glowing silks of their cushioned couches, eyes closed in languid boredom. They were like huge white slugs, swollen to tremendous size by the indolent luxuriousness of their lives. The flesh that was not concealed by the bright, hued web of their robes was pasty white and bagged and folded where the shrunken muscles beneath refused support. Great pouches dropped beneath swollen eyelids. Full-lipped, sensual mouths and pendulous cheeks merged into the great fat rolls of their chins. I shuddered. These were the masters for whom we slaved. As we bent low, the gliding cars came to rest, and a warm redolence of sweet perfume came to me from the fans softly whirling in the canopies over the Aristos' heads. Strains of music rose and fell, and ceased as a flat, tired voice breathed prolats. I straightened up. The eyes of the council were now opened, little pig's eyes almost lost in the flesh about them. They glinted with a cold, inhuman cruelty. I shuddered and thought of the night of terror 10 years before, and suddenly I was shook, deathly afraid. Ladnam Atuna, head of the council, spoke again. "We have come at your petition. What is this matter so grave that it has led you to disturb us at our pleasures?" Keston bowed low. "Your Excellency, I would not have presumed to intrude upon you for a small matter. I have so greatly ventured because I have at length solved the final step in the mechanization of the world. I have invented a master machine to operate the switchboards in this hall and replace the workers thereat." The flabby faces of the Aristos betrayed not the slightest interest, not the least surprise. Only Atuna spoke, interesting if true. "Can you prove your statement?" Keston strode to the canvas screen and pulled a cord. The great canvas curtains rolled back. "Here is the machine, my lords." His face was lit with the glow of pride of achievement. His voice had lost its reverence. Rapidly he continued, "The head of this contrivance is a bank of photo and sono electric cells, each facet focused on one of the screens. Through a nerve system of copper filaments, any combination of lights and sounds will actuate the proper arm, which will shoot out to the required bank of buttons and press the ones necessary to meet any particular demand. That is all the prolats are doing out there, and they make mistakes, while my master machine cannot." But Ladnam Atuna raised a languid hand. "Spare us these technical explanations. They bore us. All we desire to know is that the machine will do as you say." The chief flushed and gulped. His triumph was not lit low, key hyped for the meeting Clayton had expected. But he was all like cool. "I got this." Atuna nodded in agreement. Keston's voice boomed out loud and clear. "Yes, prolats. Stop what you're doing right now." The whole room just dropped whatever they were doing and stopped moving their fingers all fast and fluttery. Quickly get to the spot in front of the door, to the death bath, ASAP. A rush of people shuffling over. These prolats are used to following orders without question, so they didn't even miss a beat. Keston said, "Stay silent, don't touch the floor, or it's game over." The chief spun around and pressed this one button, and instantly all these arms dropped down like a bunch of metal snakes. They went straight some keyboard thingy that prolats had been using before, but now they just pressed buttons in sync with each other. It was low-key mind, blowing how much this machine could do. Not even the aristas were vibing, though they just watched with these weird expressions on their faces. But I could tell they were low-key thinking about what this meant for them and what would happen next. The arista dude, who was like the voice of the group, spoke up, all calm and collected. "So your claims are legit now, Keston. This means prolats can chill," and the other aristo guy interrupted him before he could say anything else. "Yeah, just 2 people will need to run this thing from now on. They'll have to make sure things don't get too wild." I was about to step in and tell them more about the thought coil, but something told me not to. Instead, I said it for them. The chief looked all shocked, but didn't correct me. From the crowd of prolats, I could hear some murmuring, like they were finally feeling hope or whatever, but I was straight up scared. Atuna kept talking in this monotone voice, and Keston just kept smiling. "So, we've got our decision," Atuna said. "Keston and Merrin will stay here to handle any emergencies. You others, you can go home and enjoy your rewards." Clayton was done being controlled by the machines now. Also, he paused, and my heart almost stopped therefore. "Since we're not needed no more, you're toast," he said. And a click sounded loud through the stunned silence. Beyond the crowd, the big black portal opened up slow. A fiery glow of vapors blazed from the space beyond. Prolats file in one by one into the death bath. Atuna raised his voice only slightly with the command. I looked at Keston. He was livid and so salty about it. It's wild how ingrained obedience is in prolats that even when they're getting roasted, not a single peep comes out, he said. The next dude to step into the void went supernova. His body just poof. The next one did the same thing. But then Keston lost it and yelled, "Stop." It was his voice, but like so extra with anger and outrage that I didn't even recognize it. He was low-key, trembling with rage, and his eyes were blazing. "Aristas, you're low-key cruel. These dudes have been serving you for 10 years straight, and now you want to just get rid of them. That's not how it works." Keston shook a clenched fist at the council like they owed him money or something. He was all worked up. For real, though, the council flinched for the first time. They were surprised that a prolats would even dare question them. Then Atuna gave M the side eye and said, "What's good? Who are you to be hollering at us like this? We only kept these prolats around because we needed them, but now we're over here. Just let it go." Keston was about to jump all over Atuna when I held him back. There was like a force field or something that'd kill you if you tried to touch the council members. But then he did what I thought was going to get him killed. He hopped up onto the main machine and started messing with some dials. "Merran, prolats," on the keyboard came his voice over the intercom. I dropped down into position like I was supposed to, but then got yanked around by this dude's steel fingers who had my jacket. I crashed into the wall hard, and Keston thumped alongside me out of breath. "Look," he said, his face all pale and stuff. The air went down with insane force on the stone floor. 2 arms grabbed me like I was a third dude at the same time. "I'm so salty they didn't move fast enough." "Bruh," Keston just said. To be, but not all the prolats were that quick at dodging the warning shout, cowering under the keyboards, trying to avoid getting smashed by them metallic arms. I saw only like 50 or so of Rem. The others, it was straight up carnage out there. I see it in my nightmares all the time, fam. A boom from the speakers got loud enough to drown out the screaming and wailing in the great hall. On the screens, horror lit up. It went global. Bro, the machines were straight up, losing it worldwide. I saw Antarctica get wrecked when a dozen air freighters crashed into the crystal towers like they were nothing. Saw some huge dredge just rip off the roof of this playhouse and crush people with rocks from an embankment. Saw land cars going nuts through packed streets, too. These massive tractors just left the fields and came to town in a straight line, squashing those aristos like they were ants or something. Methodically, they're chasing down anyone who's trying to escape crush, like they're dust. I realized them tentacles weren't reaching for us no more. The arms had all gone back to their buttons. Then I got it. Keston's machine was doing all this destruction, and it was his plan, dude. He gave it that intel, created a whole new race of machines. They're trying to wipe out humans, 'cause we're just like them, you feel. The possibility hit me when I was straight up furious at the council for being so heartless. I flipped that switch thinking, it'd be better if we were all gone, but now. Eck, man, we're still going to get wiped out either way. It hurts seeing our own kind annihilated, though. If only I could flip that switch again. He started to pop back up from under the keyboards, but some tentacle came sweeping at him, and he dodged back fast, man. Don't be a total noob, I said. Forget all that feel-good stuff. Even if we save the Arist, we're toast regardless. Then something hit me. Wait, maybe we can just get out of this ourselves? It's impossible. Bro, where could we even hide from these machines? He waved at the screens and I was like, the glacier? Man! We got to go to the glacier. He started getting hyped. We're safe there. Dude, no machines there. I got you, Clayton. The A ain't looking for us. We're hella Loki ghostling in the wasteland. No cap. A rough voice from behind us was all like, hey, Keston, let's get moving. Bruh. You're the smart one. Figure out a way to get us out of this mess you started. It was a bud. When most of our squad went down, he was still Loki alive and whole. We made a break for it, scurrying under the desks till we could make a run for the door. We popped up into a world on fire, with flames everywhere and destruction going off in the distance. To the right, we saw the remains of our barracks, which was straight trash just an hour ago. There were these big digging machines still trying to break down the concrete, but they was slowing down fast. We made a run for it and outpaced them, no prob. The rest of that day is all kind of fuzzy, but I remember running a Bud's broad back, always in front of me, and him yelling at me to keep moving. I remember crawling through bushes, hearing this air machine up above looking for us like it was trying to find a ghost. Then we saw the glacier walls, and it was like, yo, let's go. But then it was all dark. My hands were dying. And I felt these hands grab me, and that's it. Gee, the big old ice wasteland looked hella ugly under the blinding sun. My eyes was killing me something fierce. We hadn't eaten in days. Fam and Keston was straight weak, too. His hand was shaking, trying to hold onto that spear thingy. But it was a hard day for both of us, you feel. We were just trudging along, looking for something to eat. Any kind of food will do, or we'd be done for. Keston let out a weak shout, and I was all like, What's good? From behind this ice block, this big old white bear came strolling, sniffed the air, and then it just ghosted us like that. It knew we wasn't ready to eat yet. Abbott got so hyped, he almost started crying. Keston tried to throw his spear at the bear, but it was all weak sauce. The spear just fell off. The bear saw that and went back for us like a boss. Loki run. I yelled, but Keston just took off. Man, I couldn't even match Clayton's speed to that wounded bear, bruh. I threw my spear and it was like totally futile, but the bear just shook it off like a minor bug and kept on trucking. I'm trying to get help, but then Keston face plants on the rough grey ice, and that bear is low-key about to finish him off. Then some dude darts out from behind a shelter, and it's Abbott, all swaddled up in them warm white furs, looking hella strong and savage. He's rocking this massive spear like it's nothing, and his gnarly features are all twisted up in laughter. The whole situation is just so extra that he can't even help himself, but for real though, he's not doing a single thing to save my G. Keston. I'm like, Kyo, quick, kill it before it's too late. But Abbott is all, you to me now, Clayton, after thinking I was a villain, fam. Now it's your turn to step up. And then he just mocks me and my boy Keston, calling us weaklings and all that. I'm low-key trying to go in with nothing but some crazy thought of me just chilling with the bear, trying to drag him off Keston. Abbott is hella laughing like a lunatic, and it's getting under my skin, you feel. But then that bear goes all savage on him and starts climbing for Abbott. The dude freezes up, looks all scared, and then just throws down his spear and starts swinging at the bear with his lance. It's like a one-hit wonder or something, but it hits the mark, and the bear is good, and Abbott is straight-faced, still trying to process what just went down. Abbott picks up that spear again, all smooth and whatnot, and Keston is shakily getting back to his feet. I'm feeling a mix of emotions, bro, happiness that Keston's good, and rage at Abbott for being so extra. But then Abbott just looks us up and down and says we're nothing but weaklings who need to step their game up. And he drops some shade about how he was willing to let us live in his camp, but now that's over. He tells us to keep it 100 and not come back, 'cause we ain't got nothing to offer. And then he just walks away, all confident and whatnot. Clayton Loki killed it. He's going to make Prolat's skin and cut them up for us. How they salty and obedient to Abbott. The dumb one. Clayton just walked away, still laughing hard. I looked at Keston like, what's good? What's our vibe now? We had escaped to the ice for 3 months from those savage machines. It was a whole team of us. For a sec, we thought we failed. Fam. We weren't prepped for this raw life. You feel. It's been hella long since humans fought nature with just hands and no tech. So we just vibed together, trying to stay warm, but starving our asses off. Even Keston's brain was dead, bruh, without his tools and machines. Then Abbott stepped up, and he's like a relic from the old days, you know. He's all about that primitive life with hunger and cold. It's wild. He made some dope nooses and traps to catch those ice beasts. Once he took down a wolf-like creature, strangled it with his bare hands, and made some sick spears and barbs out of bone and fur. Now, Prolats are Loki looking at him like the leader for real. Keston and I got dropped, but Abbott ain't forgot. He's got that bad blood for us, 'cause we used to be in charge. He remembers how we dissed his slow processing and all the mistakes he made. And now, Keston saved him a few times from getting iced by the death bath. But Abbott's still salty about it. So he's all like, I'm gonna take you down and he starts clapping us for being basic. He refuses to let us eat at the communal table until we're done with our own food, and then he tosses us scraps like we're dogs. I was low-key ready to go ham on him, but Keston was all chill. Bro, I know something's popping in his head. So I kept it moving, waiting for the right time to hit back. Now we're just like trash, you feel. I looked at Keston, and he wasn't shook. He was straight fire, man, all that red energy back, and his eyes were popping. The wareness was gone from him. He's got a new plan, and it's lit. Now's our time to act, he said. I've been slowing down too much. What you talking about? Gaias. What's the tea? Abbott low-key forced my hand. Keston said, you didn't think we were going to cop to living like this for the rest of our lives. I'm more dead than alive over this future. No cap. We got to go down into the valley and fight those machines. I stared at him shook. Man, you're hella extra. They'd squash us in a hot second. Maybe, he said, all casual. But we got to act fast. A bud's coming with them prolats, and we got to ghost it before then. Quick, grab some chunks of meat. We'll need that swag. But a bud's gonna get salty when he finds out what's been done. And we'd be hella hungry if we don't. Which was a no-brainer. So with our bone knives, we started hacking off clumps of still warm flesh covered in fat layers. I looked up from my task and saw Abud and the prolats coming towards us from the camp. They turned it up a notch as they got closer. Quick, Keston, I said. They're low-key creeping on us. Keston glanced around and started running wild. I followed as fast as my legs could carry me. They'll get us for sure. I panted. Where can we hide? Down in the valley. But those machines will get us then, Da. Save your breath. Bruh, follow me. I got a spot. We were running for our lives as fast as our weak legs could handle towards the edge of glacier. I looked back and saw Bud's face twisted with rage, getting closer by the second. The other prolats were being left in the dust. Our Bud was yelling at us to stop, but that just made us push harder. I knew he'd kill us if we got caught. He had his spear, and we didn't have ours. The steep terminus of the glacier came into view. Far below was the fertile habitable belt, stretching as far as the eye could see. A lump rose in my throat as I ran. It was our Earth, our heritage down there, and here we were fleeing for our lives, hella dispossessed by metal and quartz. Hovering above us on a level with us were scout planes guarding the frontier. Once a prolat went crazy from the ice and cold and ventured down to the warm lands his thin blood craved. As soon as he got to the bottom, within the TV's range, a plane swooped in and crushed him. We watched in horror helplessly. Yet Keston ran on with confidence. Abbott was right behind, bellowing exultantly when we came to the jumping-off place. He thought he had us in the bag for real. Keston slid from view. It was straight up suicidal to go down there, but staying where I was meant certain death. A Bud's spear was poised, ready to strike. There was only one thing I had to get this done. And I did it. I went all in over the rim, right where Keston had ghosted. I landed on a thin ledge of ice. Bro, the surface was straight fire smooth, and I started slipping hard toward the edge like 1,000 feet to the valley below. I tried to keep my cool, but only got worse. Another sec, and ID plummeted into the void, but Keston swooped in and grabbed me just in time. Chill out and follow, he whispered lurgent. We got to roll with it, no time to lose. The master machine is on our tail in the visor screen, and it's going to hit us. I had a vibe to turn back, but a Bud was giving me death stares. I'll get you for this, He screamed and came crashing down over the ledge. Keston edged along the sketchy trail, I after him. It was hella sketchy. One misstep, and we'd wiped out hard. I heard a siren blaring, then another, and another. I got distracted for a sec to check up. A scout plane came barreling down on us on a sick angle. The air was hazy with aircraft closing in on us. The master machine had spotted us. I felt the malevolence in the speed of these metal monstrosities thrown at us by the thing Keston built. But there was no time for that. We inched along in a rush, desperate to stay one step ahead. A bud had gotten cold feet and was just trying to keep up. He clawed after us, only looking out for his own safety. I could hear the whine of the plane when we took a sharp turn and catapulted into a black hole in the ice. We were hella close, though, for a giant shape swooped by our head out with a sick swoosh, inches from a bud's leg as he chased after us, and then bam, the machine crashed into bits. We just sat there for a hot sec, panting, trying to catch our breath. Keston was back to his quiet, cool self. He started talking to a bud all calm and whatnot. Listen up, bud. Up top on the ice, you were playing tough, relying on brute force. But down here, we're dealing with machines, and your smarts are wuck compared to us. You need my brain power now. If you want to escape these metal beasts and live, you gotta do exactly what I say. Cap, I was expecting some rage from a bubbard, but he was just a mess of fear, staring out like his eyes were haunted. He went all meek and humbled. Clayton is Loki, right, fam? Clayton gotta beat the machine solo. We gon' follow, gee. Aight then, lem show you the way, Marun. He's like, I explored this cave at night, when you were all sleeping, no cap. I'm totes shook, bruh. I had no idea he was doing this. He sees my look, and he's all, I'm sorry, but I kept it on the low, even from you, bro. Outside, we got hundreds of crafts flying by, trying to escape, but it's hella impossible. Keston's like, master machine coming with the big guns. We gon' get wrecked. We start crawling, hands and knees, going down this gnarly decline. We ain't made too much progress when we hear a thud. Then some crashes behind us. Keston's all, yeah, master machine got terminite on us. That thing's smart, but we gon' smash it. Oh. He sighs, and I can tell he don't want to destroy this tech fam. But, like, how you gonna do it? I ain't got a clue. Hours pass. It's just us trudging, slithering, and falling. We finally get to some solid ground. It's a sick feeling, bro. We see this pale light in the distance. We're like, where's sunlight? Keston's all calm, saying that opening leads straight into the valley. A bud gets up from his fear mode, and he starts talking. It's the first time I seen him speak, and it's like, what's good? We're trying to get out of this tome. But Keston's all, nah, bruh, you'd get caught by the visors in a sec. A bud stops, and his voice is all pleading. He's like, but we can't stay here. Fam, we'll starve or freeze. Keston's all calm, collected, saying we ain't got no way out but through the ice. Terminite blocked our only escape. A bud's all salty. He's like, you led us into this slow death, you genius brainiac. Keston's all, that's still to be seen. Gee. He pulls out some meat from his furs. We're both like, yes, let's eat. In its skin sheath. His spear had been dropped long before. And Cap Clayton said sharply, we'll all get an equal share, no matter what your Loki's starving. But if you try to get all the food for yourself or flex your muscles, you'll be sleeping with the fishes too. There's only enough grub for a few meals, and then what you gonna do? A bud caught wind of that. He needed Clayton's smarts. His eyes dropped, and he mumbled something about a miscommunication. We let it slide. We had to. He could have took us down if he wanted. So we split the food down pat. How we devoured that raw red flesh and greasy fat. That food would have been hella gross on us, back in the central station, but now it was fire. When not even a crumb was left, and we sipped water from chunks of ice off the floor, I chimed in. What's good, Clayton? What's your plan for taking back the earth from them machines? Abba looked up, and I thought he had a sly grin in his eye. Keston hesitated before speaking. I gotta admit, my plans got hella complicated cause of this situation we're in, thanks to our homie here. He nodded at Bud. The big dude just grunted. But Keston kept going. I'ma make the most of it without all the materials I was supposed to cop. The idea is straightforward. Clayton's noted how the glacier outside central control overhangs. That brow extends like 100 feet out from the base for show. I nodded in agreement, though Abbott looked shook. We had talked about this before and wondered why they built central control in such an exposed spot. We even tried to suggest it to the Arista Council once, but they just gave us that cold silence, so we kept it on the low. Now you know as well as I do, Clayton, Keston said. A glacier is like a huge river of ice, and though it's solid, it's got some water-like qualities too. Glaciers actually flow because the pressure at the bottom melts the ice, making it all liquidy. I followed along trying to get what Clayton was saying, but Abud just sat there with a blank stare. This glacier moves, we measured it 1 inch or 2 a day. If we can speed up that process, the glacier will take down the whole countryside. Keston paused, and I got a chance to finish my thought. Yo, hold up a sec. Like, it's impossible to map a whole northern with glacier, or tech, or even all the gadgets we got. And even if we could, the whole world would be hella overwhelmed, right? Keston was looking at me kind of side-eyed. Who said we were going to wipe out the entire glacier? I only meant the overhang spot. Bruh. If we hit that, we don't got to worry about nothing else. I asked him incredulously. He replied calmly, supplied cow, suppose you do take out all the machines in this area. Wouldn't there be, like, tons of them left in the equatorial belt? Keston explained patiently. And what if they are? What's all these machines but just metal and rubber and quartz, though? They're not even monsters or anything. I smacked my forehead hard. What a noob. Now, I get it. You're after the master machine. He smiled smoothly. Exactly, fam. Take out this robot thingy with its hella advanced A, and the machines are just regular old slaves again. I thought about that for a bit. And how? Exactly you're going to make the glacier move. His face got all dark. That's the problem. I was working on that up there, but I had to rig something up, and it's stuck now. We can't go back, though. He muttered half to himself. If only we could get our hands on a solar disintegrator machine, the problem would be solved. Bud's face lit up when he heard that. Solar disintegrator machine, he asked. There's one station like 2 Rex or whatever, not too far from here. I used to work in this sector, you feel me? Keston shouted. Dude, I forgot all about it. The perfect solution. You're hella smart, Bud, if only you'd stop relying on brute strength and use your brain instead. Bud just kept quiet, but I saw a quick flash of hate in his eyes before he went back to looking blank. I thought to myself, you better watch out, homie. I don't trust you one bit. Keston was talking. Ooh, gotta wait till nightfall. The master machine won't expect us down at the base, so we can sneak up and smash its visor and radio thingies. without it sounding the alarm. Then we'll haul it out of here and see what's next. Night finally came, feeling all heavy and stuff, but we were hella impatient. We crawled out of the cave all quiet, like 3 shadows. Lucky we didn't have no moon or anything. The big glacier loomed over us like a giant white ghost, and the green signal lights were just hovering above us, looking all ominous and whatnot. Clayton's squad was low-key on the hunt for a sick machine plane that shot blinding rays at the rim of the ice. We got it lit quick, and there was a galley cylinder that looked like a giant boiler. On one end they had this fire periscope thingy that went all wide and funnel wide. Inside that funnel there was some next level lens that concentrated light from the sun or any other source onto these electric cells made of selenium and illinium. The combo created a hella powerful current that broke down atoms of every element except osmium and indium into electrons. That's why they built the machine out of resistant metals like osmium and indium, bruh. We smashed those TV boxes and sono boxes on top of the machines in seconds. No cap. Now we were sure we could get away with taking the master machine without it blowing up in our face. We rolled it to its control board, where it was chillin', getting messages from above. The squad moved quiet as can be, avoiding any drama. Green lights were lit up all over the sky, and the search rays were locked onto the rim. We finally made it to the base, but Keston took us a quarter-mile off course. I'm like, what's good, Kest? And then it hits me, we're under the glacier. The squad rolled the disintegrator into a sick niche in the ice and hid it from view, except for this funnel thing with the lens. The nozzle's pointing straight at the ice pack. Keston was hyped, saying, "It's all set now, bro. When that morning sun hits the lens, the disintegrator will get to work and shred through a layer of ice like it's butter." He said we should roll back to our shelter before someone gets the alarm. Just as we were about to move out, a bud showed up. He was looking all dark and ominous. His voice was low-key menacing, like, "You mean to tell me you're going to start that glacier moving?" "Yas, bro. If we ain't doing nothing, can the disintegrator just chill without us?" "Loki," I said that. Keston replied, looking kind of surprised. "Hit the squad, eh, bud?" Staying here is hella risky. But Abud was all like, "Nah, homie, I'm good." He turned around his big old shaggy head and just started laughing hard. "Ha! You brainiacs!" And Abud the obedient simp again. "How extra that you fell for it," he said with a snarky tone. "Now that you did, I'm out of here and you're left in the dust." The voice trying to be all cool now got salty. "You poor fools don't know fam. Without us, Abud's gonna be the lord of the game. Those OGs upstairs ain't playing along with your antics. Are you saying we gon' get killed?" Keston asked, looking shook. "I guess I gotcha now," Abud said, laughing, Loki mocking him. Meanwhile, I was inching to the side, my hand reaching for that bone knife in my bosom. Abud saw me moving. "Nah, you can't." He shouted and went for me with his long knife up high. I tried to tug my knife out, but it was all stuck in those ragged furs, you feel. He jumped on top of me fast, like a savage. Unintentionally, I raised my arm to deflect the blow, 'cause I was Loki losing hope. The blade grazed my shoulder, and then Keston came to save me, striking that huge arm with all his might. It hurt so bad, like being on fire. Then it was just the 3 of us going ham in the dark. We were fighting like animals, no rules, just straight up brawling. Keston and I, we were weak from starving and freezing, but Abud was all fueled up, bro. He was too much for us to handle, even when we fought with our last ounce of strength. Then, out of nowhere, he slammed me into the ground with a massive fist and knocked Keston out cold too. I was dying fast, bro. Hairy fingers were crushing my throat. "I'll break your neck for you," a bud snarled, and his grip tightened. I was struggling, but I was done. I could see his nasty face all up. In my business laughing at me, I was losing the struggle. I looked back to Loki, and then I jumped up 'cause those search rays from the scout planes were hella focused on us. I knew what that meant. The squad's face was even then getting broadcasted on the 2 RX-Vaser screen in the central control station. That devilish master machine was low-key doing its thing. We had to move fast, fam. My throat was hella sore from all the screaming, but I got out a rough yell. Wrong. And I stumbled over to where Keston still was, bathed in that sick, deadly glow, still going hard. A bud got a little freaked out, too, and he started sprinting like his life depended on it, never looking back at us. Even with all the fear, I was low-key yelling some shade at Abud as we were running. Coward. That made me feel way better. Gee. I stumbled over and got Keston up, throwing him over my shoulder like he was a backpack. Every move, every struggle was hella painful, but I kept pushing. Abud was already halfway to the tunnel, running like crazy. Then the ultimate lit bomb went off, the terminite dropped. The night got all lit up with search rays, and it was straight up chaos. When the dust settled, there was no Abud. Gee, he got obliterated by that explosion. I was just trying to stay alive, bro. Staggering under my load, I made a beeline for the ice pack like it was my safe haven. There wasn't no cover out in the open. I groaned so hard, past all the disintegrator stuff, and it got me thinking I'd forgotten about it in the chaos. Then I saw the machine turn back on. It was getting its energy from that search ray. It started moving like crazy, with a wedge of ice going down into the funnel. Steam was billowing, and water was pouring everywhere. I was hella confused, fam. Who knew what triggered the disintegrator in the dead of night? Yes, I shouted to Keston's limp body on my shoulder. That search ray had us covered. If those rays held, we were good, we'd save the world. Gang. I was low-key stuck under a projector of ice when terminite bombs started dropping methodically over this trash sector that was getting wrecked, super fast with some sick regularity. Like sooner or later the master machine would feel we were ghosted and switch off them search rays, and our whole plan would get ruined. When it's morning light and stuff, the sector signaling apparatus would hit us hard at first sign of revival, and that metal human at controls would come for our last hope. I got to be bold and walk into this bombed area, visor up, and keep the planes bombing while they search for me on that scarred plane. That means I'm giving my life to the disintegrator's glow, but I got to save Keston from that. Can't leave him there like a statue, nor can I take him with me. I was hella conflicted, fam. I was down to die trying to keep him alive, but not ready to risk it myself. Then my shoulder homie stirs up and gets up on 2 feet, looking all confused. "What's good?" he asks, like we just woke up from a nap. "Ah, you're back in the game!" I'm all relieved. "I thought you were done for." Keston looks around, getting his bearings. Not me. He's all indignant. I'm good. "But what about our convo? A terminate bomb just went off near us, and we both duck." There you go. That explains everything, I say with a grin. We gotta move before we get swept by this rising water. Then Keston tells me he's all in on my scheme to keep the search rays going. His face gets serious. but he nods his head brave. We got this. Then he says we should split up and meet back here if they try to take out one of us. I'm like, no way, Keston. But he's all, nah, my mind is made up. He won't budge, fam. He thinks our lives are equal and that we got to risk it together. I was low-key shook, but I had to give in. We shake hands and walk off in different directions, ready for whatever comes next. You ever see my homie Clayton again? There was a major pause for seconds as I kept walking, then an earth-shattering crash that flung me to the ground. My visors caught the pick of me. I hopped upwards and saw, but straight up good, you feel? I started running like my life depended on it. The sky was lit up with planes flying low, destroying the land below. You could hear the rumble of machines in the distance, tractors, diggers, disintegrators, levelers, all the metal mobs that man's brain came up with, just trying to wipe us out, obeying some master machine's vibe. The night turned to this wild phantasmagoric nightmare for me, like a giant game of hide and seek, and I was gasping, choking, flung to earth, and low-key terrified, dodging them metal monsters with the ponderous tread, sobbing loud in fear, swerving just in time to avoid getting crushed. I must have been hella delirious, 'cause all I got was a vague memory of it. And meanwhile, these search rays were shinning down on the torn fields, and that disintegrator was still doing its thing, unaware of the chaos. But then I heard this massive rending, and I looked up, and a tractor just missed me as it rolled by on them swishy treads. But one glance was enough, fam. The ice caps started moving, flowing forward like a 1,000-foot wall of ice. Great clouds of steam were spurting from all the cracks. The deed was done, and the world was saved for man's. I summoned every last ounce of strength and took off on a steady run for that rock cave to be out of the way when the final smash up came. And honestly, I wasn't chasing nobody. Those machines were forming up in front of the glacier wall, and the master machine was getting its life together. Even in my excitement, I had respect for this metal beast. It was smarting more than most humans, but I didn't stop running till I hit the cave. My heart was doing the happy dance, 'cause there, waiting on me with that worn face, was Keston, my homie Clayton. "May I run?" he yelled. "Is it you or your ghost?" "The question I was about to ask you," I replied. "But look, old friend, see what your genius has made happen and is now destroying." The ice wall was moving, gaining speed, and getting closer by the sec. Loki, this old Earth was lit with thousands of robotic soldiers going full force. Like a massive army hitting the ground, running and forming a straight line that matched the ice wall's movement. It was wild. Clayton and I were hella amazed. The main robot was trying to hold back the glacier by brute force, and we could feel the machinery groaning and straining like crazy. Keston looked at me all shook up. "Brewer, what did I just create?" He was thinking. If only it worked. For a sec, Clayton wanted him to win, but then reality set in. The vibes were straight fire with all these robot noises. The glacier wall was cracking. The machines were whirring and crashing, and it was a true test of wills. But the ice wall was having none of that, pushing forward like it owned the place. The machine army was getting crushed one by one until only a few were left standing. Then Clayton had an idea, freight planes flying wing to wing, head on into the glacier to try and stabilize it. But, bro, that didn't work either. As we watched in awe, the whole side of the glacier just gave way, screaming and roaring like 1,000 devils. The machine army got buried under the ice and snow, and only the central station remained for a hot sec before getting slammed. The glacier wall came crashing down, and the earth was shook. We were thrown back like ragdolls. I passed out. Next thing I knew, Clayton was holding my hands and rubbing my face with ice to wake me up. He smiled all weak and stuff, happy I didn't die. I stumbled up, weak and battered, and saw this crazy new landscape of ice blocks as far as the eye could see. The machines were gone, but I was left with a whole lot of ice and regret yas. Clayton, we made it. We're low-key vibbin' right now, and Keston is all about that we saved the world energy, but he's hella bummed about this robot thingy getting wrecked. He's talking about how he created this whole vibe, and now it's just a twisted mess of scrap metal and broken glass. I'm asking, like, what's good, Keston? Keston, and then he breaks down, right? Like, for real. The Exile of Time by Ray Cummings' conclusion illustration, the robot braced itself. Side note, only near the end of the world does fate catch up with two. The cripple who ran amok through time. Chapter X following Toke's vibration. Trail were chillin' in this subterranean room. Mary Atwood and me and a robot friend Michael is standing guard with that white ray cylinder. Mary's all like, "Hey, Miguel, I got your back." And he's all, "I'm good, but I gotta follow orders." But then she starts asking, "Miguel, do you feel me?" And he's all, "Yeah, I hear you, but it's all so deep, you know." The robot is all stiff, like, with this emotionless vibe, but when Mary asks him about two and why he's different, it's like something snaps. The robot starts vibing on a whole other level, talking about how he can't disobey too because there's chaos within him. But then Mary is all, "Girl, you're a slave to the system." And Miguel is like, yeah, that sounds kind of right. Mary's from this time where humans had slaves, black men specifically, and she knows how they suffered. She's all about empathy, and it's making Miguel all emotional, like he can feel his own humanity. And then he's all, someday I'll be freak. And it's like, totally inspiring, you feel. You're so much a fire than tow, Miguel. Forget his control, no cat. I'm low-key salty on you, a big deal like you, always getting played by a little cripple. The robot straightened and said, "He can resist him, no joke. I feel it. Gee, someday I'll break loose." "Do it now." "Miguel," I tensed. Would she cop? "No, Miguel," she repeated. Nah, he'd derange me. I'm hella shook. Jim a break. But his vivacious thoughts, brother vibrations, even now I can feel them. They made my mechanism too turned up. I ain't resisting to. You can... Though there was a silence. I stared at the robot's motionless frame. What electrical, mechanical thoughts were passing within that metal skull? What emotions, what wild struggle, what warfare of nameless etheric vibes were going? Done unseen beneath that inner exterior. Maybe something snapped, Michael said suddenly. I'm beyond control, fam. At last I'm free. The ray cylinder lowered to point at the floor. A wild thought swept me that I could low-key snatch it. But of what use would that be? Its ray'd decompose all human flesh, but it wouldn't harm a robot, and if I started a fight with Miguel in this tiny room, he'd squash Mary and me in a hot second. Mary was gripping me. Don't move, George, she cautioned, then turned again to the robot. I'm hella glad, Miguel. Now you're truly human, gee, and we're all good 'cause we all hate and fear tug same vibe. No cap. I fear him not. I could feel Mary shaking with the strain of it all. But she had the strength to muster a laugh. Don't you fear him? Just a little, but we do. Fear is a human thing. Then yeah, I fear him. Of course you do, I put in. And the real T. Miguel is I wish he were ghosted. Oh yeah, I wish he were dead. Well, sit down. I persisted. Put that weapon away. I'm shook by that too. Sit down and we will vibe about Toog's death. The robot placed the weapon on the floor, disconnected the wires, opened the plate of its chest and took out the small battery. And then it squatted its awkward bulk on the floor before us. That was some wild conference with this huge mechanical thing acting like a human, fam. I knew we had to move fast, but did not move fast. Above, I want to show it. We got to keep it 100. Not startle the robot. At worst, if Toof came back, I could seize that weapon and turn it on him. I whispered to Mary, "You did it. Let me plan something now. If Miggle can lead us." I added, "Miggle, you can follow Ta." He said he was going to talk to the robot leaders, and then, probably, he went to Princess Tina. Could you follow him to where he is now? Yeah, gee, I can follow his vibration scent. I'm super sensitive. Yes, I've been Loki with Clayton so much, but he's never gonna control me again. When we finally take him down, Miggle, that'll be a major win. You're freaking out, right? I don't know if I'd dare do it, but you led us to him, and now I'm taking care of it. Don't me, Miggle, we're ride or die human squad. Got it? Human squad. What's the move? Asking for orders, fam. So close to being human, but something's always off. Hit two with everything we've got. I said straight up. And get me that sweet gun. I tried to grab it, and Miggle gave it to me. I plugged it in, made sure it worked, and then stuffed it in my jacket pocket. After that, I had a habit of going there every now, and that little cylinder was my security blanket. I stood up. Let's roll. Miggle, we got to plan our next move based on where we find Toke. Don't be hasty. Keep us close behind you. You mean this girl? What the? My heart is sinking. Betul. I noticed that Miggle was blocking us from leaving with her. Why not leave her here? She's not going anywhere. Come on, Miggle. Let's go. The robot just stood there. Do you understand me? Yeah, I get it. It's an order, Miggle. Think about it, I'm in charge now. Got it. My heart is literally sinking, and I realized I messed up the robot thing. Whatever science magic this is, I'm not doing it right. The robot just stood there, quiet as a mouse. Finally, it said, "No one controls me. The girl has to stay here until we return." Mary freaked out and flopped back onto the couch, looking like she's about to pass out. I thought she was dead, but she raised her face to me and tried to smile. But I won't leave her. My goal, she has to stay. Why? If you're human now, act with logic. I'm staying, 'cause if we fail, Tu will freak me out, and then he'll end me for sure. I'm good, George. You go do your thing, but come back to me. I was bent over Mary saying, if we lock this door so can't get in. Miggle said, I got you, girl. She's safer here than with us. And she's rocking that white dress like a major giveaway if we go into the dark. Plus, girls are just slow and can't fight. I realized Mary might actually be onto something low-key. This place is safer than that other spot. I leaned over her, like, for real. Girl, it's so bad you're alone. She was all smiles, but they were hella trembly. Lock me in G so Toke can't touch me. But, oh man, George, come back ASAP. Yes, I whispered. It's Larry, not Tu. Bruh, we need to find him, and that Princess Tina. We'll roll up with Mary and make a break for it in one of the time cages. That's all I'm trying to do, get us out of this wild time world. Miggle was like, I'm ready to Loki leave. I gave her hand a squeeze. Peace out. I'll be back soon. God willing. Yes, God willing. I left her chillin' and turned away. Miggle slid the door open, and it was all quiet outside. But I saw no robots, fam. All the machinery was just humming and buzzing, but there were no bots around. Mary was like, "Lock the door tight, gee." "Oh man, come back to me." I tried to give her a smile and a nod as the door closed. "Is it locked, Miggle?" "Yes. Your Shortooth can't open it." She had set up this lock series thingy before, and he wouldn't be able to touch it. But I asked him anyway. "Show me how to open it." Miggle was like, "It's a combo G." I tried it out, and then I asked again. "Your Shortooth can't do this." Was he lying to me? Could robots even lie? I didn't want to get caught slipping, so I guess we'd just have to roll with it. "All right, let's go." "Where was Tooth sitting down with them robot leaders?" Miggle said. "They met up out here, and now he's ghosted them. He said he was going to meet Princess Tina, so where would that be?" "Probably at the palace. Gee, can we get there?" I had no idea what was poppin' in that world. The lab was empty, except for this one robot still spittin' fire from up high. His voice was all muffled and stuff, but I tuned it out. In the silence of this abandoned spot, you could also hear the sounds of the robots raking havoc on the city. They'd burned down the patrol station, and the walls were flashing red and violet everywhere. But I didn't know any of that. Miggle was saying, "We can't make it to the palace above ground, 'cause they got some crazy electrified walls. But there's an underground tunnel. Gee, you in?" Vibes, bruh. We hit the entrance to this tunnel spot. It's like the main passage to the palace cellar, right? 500 feet away, and it's hella deserted, but there's some hidden lights giving it a weird glow. I'm low. Key following Miggle, the metal dude, who's stalking ahead with stiff legs, you feel. The tunnel roof is all arched up, so his dome-shaped head is like almost touching the ceiling. My hand's in my jacket pocket, fingers gripped tight on this ray cylinder for a sec. It's not super effective, though I'm more worried about them robots than humans. But whatever, it gives me some security, you know. We're only about 100 feet in when Miggle slows us down, starts walking all bent over with one of its long arms held low. The fingers are all stiff and stuff, barely skimming the floor. When we pass by this light spot, I see that Miggle's got these tiny wire filaments coming out of each fingertip like little fingernails or something. Then it just murmurs, "Tuka's vibes are here, bro." I can feel M2's trail bro. I'm like, "Foe, their bodies must be altering the floor stuff in some way, cause vibrations from one substance to another, you know." It's all weird and scientific. Yet this robot is hella sensitive. It's like they're sniffing out vibes or something. What's good? Anyway, he recently passed, says Miggle, and we stop right next to the bent metal dude. Its voice is all low-key spooky, and I'm low-key starstruck. "How long ago?" I ask. "An hour or two, maybe. The vibes are starting to fade." Then it's like, "It was 2 for sure." Miggle says all furtive like, "Well, do I know him?" And then it asks me to put my hand down and feel the vibrations. I'm like, "Nah, my fingers ain't that sensitive, bro." There's this faint shade of contempt in its tone, like it forgot I'm a human or something. Then Miggle straightens up, and those wire filaments disappear into its fingers. It says soft, like, "There's one guard in this passage, bro. His name is Alent. He's a man, but the gate is too secure for any robot to hit. You got to take him out." I was low-key thinking that now I'd totes try to scope out my exit strategy from this whole situation, using the guard as a sick excuse to sneak past him, you feel. But for real, if he sees me, the robot will be all up in his grill. and not the other way around. The palace was probs occupied by some friendly humans, which is a good vibe, so I could them to hit up Tina and Larry for me. But hold up, that plan was straight trash. If I try to trick Miggle, the robot will come after Mary, and I don't want to deal with that drama. So I'm low-key trying to get Miggle past the guard without getting him killed. You know. I whispered, when we hit the gate, "I got your back, homie. You stay behind me." Miggle was all. "You gonna take down the dude? You've got the heat. He's fortified against robot moves." I was like, "We'll see about that." We snuck around the bend, and I saw this bar on the passage that was all lit up with electrification. I called out quietly, "Alent, Alent," and then this dude's voice came back to me, asking if I was a human or what. I told him I was just a stranger who came in through the time traveling cage and wanted to hit the palace. He seemed kind of skeptical, but I kept it real, you feel. "I'm here for Tina's crew." The dark dude's voice said, "Comb slow and steady, don't want to mess up your vibe." But before I could take another step, this huge hand comes out of nowhere and grabs my cylinder from my pocket. The robot swooped in and snatched it too, and next thing I know, there was this intense beam light that took down the guard. When we checked on him, he was just a crumpled mess with nothing left but bones. Miggle handed me back my weapon all chill, saying something about how if it were two, they'd be dead in a heartbeat. I was like, got it. As we moved through the gate, keeping to the middle of the passage, cause the sides are electrified, the robot threw down some knowledge when dealing with, "You gotta keep moving. No time for small talk." We hit the lower corridors, and I could hear human voices from upstairs. But nobody was around here. Miggle started prowling again, and I knew we were in for a wild ride. Clayton was low-key vibbing along the ground with his fingers. You feel, we rolled up to this lit room that was Hal's, but I wasn't sure at first. Miggle had been a lil, extra sometimes, but we got started moving up those stairs into the palace. Then Miggle dipped out and came back. Tiff went up there, but this is way more recent. He was Loki saying. We'd already seen two, and Tina hit Olin's gate with Larry, and they headed to the palace roof during that wild robot revolt in the city. Maybe two checked this spot again when he was down here, took Tina and Larry back up, and started the trek to the powerhouse. Miggle hit the main trail now, and we kept it moving through this cave like space with some gnarly, abandoned machinery. We made a sharp turn into this blank wall, but Miggle got all hesitant again. "What's good?" "Miggle," I asked. "His vibes are hazy, but they're mixed with Tina's," he replied. "Is the princess with him?" It was a major relief knowing Larry was probably right there too. I asked if the dude from 1935 was rolling with Tu and Tina, and Miggle said it looked like it. They were vibbing some new frequencies, maybe those of the Og dude from the past. The robot started playing its fingers over the wall, trying to get a read on things. "I got it, the princess pressed that switch," he said. The door swung open, and we slipped into this dark tunnel. "Where does this go?" I'd asked Mill now. He replied. The robot dropped down low and started moving. "It's a straightforward trail," it said. "Come along." We rode through the labyrinth in total darkness. Just the faint glow of Miggle's peepers lightened the way. We moved swift, no issues. Eventually, we hit under the dam. Took those spiral stairs up to the catwalk above the abyss. "The powerhouse is where they went," Miggle said. Now the robot was straight, up shook. We were soaked in water. It shouldn't be here. it said. If I get wet, even if I'm insulated, I'll be toast. One time, a robot in Patton Place of 1935 got squished by a jet of water from the hydrant. Miguel was all like, you should stay behind you. They had some crazy tech in that powerhouse that might mess with me. Would you protect me? I was down to promise anything if it meant getting back to Larry and Tina. Clayton, Loki stepped in the time cage. And if we were out of here, no way would I want to come back. It's like my G-Miggle was right behind me asking if I'm sure I want to save too. You feel? Yes, bruh. I got this. Then I saw that catwalk just chilling, ahead under the powerhouse, and it led up to some steps. But then I heard this cry for help, help, help. Dude, it's in the dam. Help, I'm dead. My heart was racing. And I couldn't even hear it clear, 'cause of all the water and spray. But then it came again like a souse. It was Larry's voice, and I'm Loki freaked out. Then it came on again, louder this time. Help us, ASAP! It sounded like he was losing his mind. And then I heard him clear as day. George, thank God you're here. Get us out of here, George. I was like, Larry, calm down, save your strength, I got this. But for real, how am I supposed to get him out of there? They were hella exhausted, just swimming around like they didn't have the energy. We had like one sec to act. I thought about just tearing my clothes up to make a rope, but then Miguel was all, bruh, let me handle it. And the robot was all, he got this, it pulled out this wire thingy with a hook and called down to Larry. Just strap her in, G, be careful not to hurt her. I'm thinking, is she even strong enough? But then Tina just goes all out. Yes, I've got the strength. The robot's all ready. And Larry's like, yeah. Then Miguel pressed that button and it was like magic. The wire came up and we had Larry and Tina on the catwalk. The robot was all done with its job and just stood there, staring us down. I don't got to go into details because it's a whole lot of drama right now. So Clayton and me were low-key on the catwalk, catching some major spray with the Hudson River beneath us. Larry and Tina were straight up good, no injuries or whatever, and we got our strength back pretty quick. We're like, what's good, fam? What went down? And I'm thinking, 2 is the real one who's been causing all this drama. He's the exile of time, the ultimate bad dude, killing people left and right across different eras. He's probably chilling in the powerhouse, just a few hundred feet away from where Tina's got her sensor back now, and she's looking at that powerhouse like it's the real me P. She notices the signal lights are off, which means the air power is out, and we're good as gold. Fam, no help coming in from other cities. Tina's all, we can't stay here like this. She's hyped, but also low-key scared, 'cause took out the guards, and he's running that show now. The robots are gonna be on their way up the dam, looking for them battery renewers in the powerhouse. If they get them, we're talking days of straight up chaos and carnage. We got to take down Toe and stop these robots before it's too late. Larry's all, but what about our guns? We ain't got nothing. And I'm like, hold up. Fam, I got a secret weapon. I recall the cylinder in my pocket. And I'm all, you got a white ray. We're getting desperate. Fam, we talking thousands of lives on the line, and if these robots get their energy back, it's going to be a whole nother level. We're on edge, but Clayton turns to Miguel and all. Promised you I'd take down Toe, but Miguel's gone. Afraid we might want to keep him with us. He's for the drama, hitting for real. We don't mess around. Fam, we find that robot and get our squad together. We creep up to the powerhouse entrance, looking all low-key, but Clayton can see the whole structure above us. It's like a big old fortress, 2 levels high, with a tiny oval tower on top. We're moving in slow, 'cause it feels all deserted and spooky. As we approach the lower platform, I'm getting all the deets, the dam looming. Over us, the spillway break where the water's cascading, and everything's just so intense fam. I stepped off where the catwalk hung low-key, no cap, and we found ourselves vibbing under this fire view of the Hudson River below, showing all dimly lit past the dock lights and skeleton landing stages to the bay. The sky was popping, and the wind hit us full force. It was a wild pendulum wind, you feel. A storm was breaking overhead, and there were flares of lightning and thunder cracks from nature, all shook up, getting 'cause of the robot's rays. The powerhouse looked dark and ghosted out. Its normal lights turned off, was too chilling in there. It was my go to move against him. I had this new white ray. Tina was hella new to it, and we had no idea how far its range was. I kept it 100 with Larry and Tina back. We were low-key crazy, but we had to try. The catwalk lit up every now and then, and Took could have seen us from all angles if he wanted. One swift flash would have been a soundless kill. But we took the risk. Gee, we made it to this little lower platform, and I hit the ground running. It was a hella desperate move, but we had to try. The catwalk ended, and I stood at the foot of that spiral staircase. It was like a roof over us. I was low-key shook. "Keep behind me," I whispered, 'cause Tud'd been lurking in here waiting for my next move. But he wasn't. We crept up, and Tina told me they weren't there. The room was straight quiet. The water cascading sounded all muffled now. Then this flash of lightning came, followed by that loud thunder crash. I got the shivers. What's good? There was this crumpled thing on the floor, and when another flash hit, it turned out to be some dude in a white skeleton suit. It was one of the guards, no cap. We low-key crept into that small interior corridor where there was a little light burning. There were 2 more guards just chilling here by the doorway, like they got caught up in Toe's drama and got hit by whatever was going down. It was straight up gruesome, you feel. And it was nerve-breaking to know Tuck could be anywhere. "Shh," Tina said. This crackling sound came from above, and then we heard this voice. A lil transmitter thingy was on blast. "Tug is in the tower," she whispered quick. He must have gone there. This was so not good you. We low-key made it to the top floor, passing like no one's business. Again, we're just standing, vibbing with another crumpled mess. We listen up, and Toe's transmitter is all up in here, spitting its magnified human voice into the night. It's hella lit up there. He's hollering at his robots, sending out messages to all the local vibes on the city. Between the thunder cracks, we can hear him clear as day. "This is your boy Toe in the powerhouse. Robots. We're Loki, triumphant. The city's ghosted, no help coming. Kill all humans. Ain't no one saving nobody. This night's got the end of human rule written all over it. And again, when you want to get your renewer fix, come roll up to the top roadway of the dam. The electric defenses are off, and I got your juice right here. Come through and we'll get this new energy going for ya." For footnote 4, Trito was in the powerhouse before, knew the drill, but he never found that secret tunnel till now. "Yes, you 2 stay here. Tina and Larry, I told them. I'm a Loki go up there and get him once and for all. I hit the roof of the powerhouse. The storm is wilding out, and it's starting to rain. I'm near the outer edge. and that oval tower is right in front of me. I see windows 20 feet up with dim lights on. The hiss from the transmitter is all mixed in with the storm, and Two's voice is getting through loud and clear. He was probably there for a hot sec. From where I'm at, I can see the dam looming above me like a giant. The red robot rays are popping up everywhere in the city, but they ain't on the dam yet. I scope out the tower and get inside. Then I creep into the stairwell and make my way to the control room. It's all dark and eerie with them levers and dials like stare-down eyes. There's another dead body on the floor. A white skull is looking straight at me, and it's hella creepy. This is the main control room of the powerhouse. Toe is chillin' over there, back to me, leaning over a table with that McGrid thingy in front of him. I raise my cylinder, then lower it because I can only get a partial view. That huge transformer is between us like a wall. I slide on over to the other side of the threshold, and it's all buzzin' and hissmin' in here. There's Took's voice comin' through the mic, and the storm outside, yet he's instantly aware I'm there. His voice just stops dead silence. He rose up real quick and whirled around, slinging that heavy metal thingy straight at me from the table by Clayton's hand. It hit my gun just as I was low, key aiming to fire, and my cylinder went flying out of my hands and started spinning across the floor like 100 feet away from me. Tuh, you feel. He's all loosey-goosey, still moving on one motion, makes a sick jump sideways to where his own gun is chillin' on the bench, and I'm low-key thinking, he's a-gonna get it before I can even grab mine. I try to throw that heavy battery box, but I miss him by a mile. Then, as I rush at him, he grabs up his cylinder and just fires straight at me. No flash, just a click. He must have ran out of juice when he killed the powerhouse guards. With a hella angry curse, he throws it right in my face, and my arm takes that blow straight on, just as I'm trying to whack him. We both end up on the floor, gripping each other tight and rolling around like a couple of fools. I know Larry and Tina showed up too. Larry's all like, "Hi-yo, watch out for that dude, George." My fight with the cripple was pretty lit, but his was straight fire. He got me in a chokehold, and I'm just a little kid in his grip. But once his gun is all spent and Larry comes sashaying into the room, Toe must have felt like he's getting destroyed by a squad. He blocks my punch, sends me flying, and then he leaps up to grab Larry before he can even try to attack him again. I stand up straight, see that he just sent Larry crashing down, and then his sassy laugh echoes through the room. He hurls that metal stool. Tina, she's trying to throw something at him, but he ain't having it. Then he's like, "Peace out," and he jumps through the window like a boss, leaving us in the dust. There's nothing between the roof and the dam except for 20 feet of air. We rush to the window, and Two is chillin' up there, picking himself up like nothing ever happened. Then he takes off at 1,000,000 miles per hour across that roof, his awkward gait beleaguing how fast he's moving, straight to this tiny entrance in the dam wall where the stairs lead straight into the city. We're all like, "Hold up, wait a minute," 'cause Toe has already hopped the gate and is making a break for it. Larry and I want to chase him up there, but Tina's all cool with that plan, she says. Nah, he got too much of a head start. He's at the roof already, and the city's gonna be filled with robots. Let me just electrify the gate again so he can't get away. I'm low-key hyped that robots invaded Jersey, and it's not even in my story 'cause most humans were nowhere to be found, just some robot agriculturists, keeping it 100. So Tina finds this gate controls thingy, but they ain't working, no cap. Those lost seconds with 2 Vibben at the dam and his robots getting ready to join him. Tina hooah. I'm Loki freaking out. Larry and I are trying to help her figure out what's poppin', but them levers got us all confused. We're losing seconds while she's trying to find that wire that 2 ripped out for a quick escape. She's all, he's fine, everything's good, but Larry's like, girl, slow down. I'm sippin' on some FOMO watchin' the upper half of this gate barrier from the window. The robot lights are comin' from Manhattan, and then I see a light here. It's Todd's signal. He's trying to get through. The current is moving slow, but it's almost at the gate, and then bam, he's out of here. He made it. I'm hollering. Then I see him team up with the robots on the land side. The lights are all lit up like a rave, showing the robot army coming for us. But Tina's all got this, and she finds that loose wire. She's tugging on it hard, and then suddenly the barrier is getting lit up like a Christmas tree. Sparks flying, current hissing into the wall. And then it's all clear. The robot army is retreating, 2 with him. Yes! Larry's hollering, "Where did it go, Tina?" Now we can call for some air power help and maybe even get a new city on the line. So then the power comes back on and the whole city lights up like it's a birthday party. Tina's at this transmitter thingy, closing down circuits left and right. London is hollering us up, but they can't get through 'cause our circuit was broke. Then Tina asks if the micrad is coming, and the London operator is all, hold up, gulp. And then the voice comes back on, saying the micrad landed 200 miles from New York Harbor, but got forced down when our power went out. The London operator's calling for us to hold connection while they try to get in touch with them again. I'm dead, bro. Clayton's micrad is low. Key back in the air and should be over New York ASAP. You're totes safe now, though. Tina's vibe just took 180, though, all that city red with human blood, fam. I got this wild thought. Mary Atwood was chillin' in the cavern, waiting for me to come back low. My mind was hella on her, even when it felt like everything else was a mess. But now Tug's back in the city, and he's all, I'm good, I got this. So I hit Larry and Tina about it, but they're all holed up. Oh, Miggle can't just open that door. But then we're like, Miggle, where's Miggle? I'm low-key freaking out, fam. We decided to ghost the surface and take the underground route. Powerhouse is cool for a sec. We'll catch a break. We hit the tunnel, no issues, but Tina was getting hella tired. I had to carry her. Bruh, she's got some strength, though. When we finally made it to the palace corridors, I'm trying to convince myself that Mary's good. But that wild thought is still haunting me. Where's Miggle? With some low, key officials in the palace when Tina gives M the T. Grad's coming with the long-range deranger. Their revolt's over. We got this. But then we hear one of them yelling, accursed robots getting inert. And I'm like, what's good? The new guard tells us Miggle didn't pass him, but there was a sec when the gate was open. Did Miggle come back to Mary? We hit the cavern, and it's all dark and deserted as before. But then we find Mary's room, and it's like she vanished into thin air. The coach is a mess, pillows everywhere. Looks like some wild struggle went down. And there's Miggle's body lying on the ground. That panel's open, hinges are all messed up. It's like she just left in a hurry, fam. Clayton was low-key hanging with the robot, but it wasn't straight up dead. It had this sick humming going on and some crazy-looking red beams popping out of its eye sockets. The wire grid behind its lips was vibbing to a funky frequency. Clayton dropped down to check it out. "You, Miggle, you feel me?" he asked. Would the robot respond? Clayton's heart was sending all these good vibes that this mechanical dude would cop a last spark of energy and spit something real. "Miggle, you hear me?" It spoke. The tone was hella crackly and jangly, like it was playing with some wacky frequencies. "What's good, me girl?" "Where is the girl?" Clayton asked. "Took did this to me," Miggle said. "He took the girl." "Where'd he take her? You know?" Miggle was all, "Yeah, I got it recorded." He said they were going to the time cage in the lab. Clayton asked, "What's the 40 weapon on that?" "Miggle." Miggle replied. Tuff said they were leaving for good, forever. Chapter XI, the chase to the end of the world. The giant mech was dying, but it was never really living in the first place. It was all out of whack, like its internal energy was losing its vibe, laboriously trying to stay on beat. Every moment it seemed to want to talk some realness. Its eye beams were rolling wild, and it went off like this. "Two did this to me. I came back here 'cause I knew Tuck still had control over me. You hear me?" Then its voice got all muffled and low, and then it started talking again. "One toe came. I let him in through the door, even though the girl tried to stop me, and I was hella humble before Tuck, but he was salty 'cause I opened up my side for him. He ripped me apart. God." Larry was all, "This is straight fire, dude." But then it was quiet. Then the voice came back like, "Deranged me, and about two, he's a whole mood." It went into this weird loop of 3 words, then just died out. The red glow from its eyes faded away, and the metal shell just sat there, all busted up. We were like, "That's it? Mary Atwood is gone with 2 in the time cage?" Larry exclaimed. "Tina was all? Or can't we follow them?" But Tina was like, "Nah, I'm good. I'll go check the time cage and see if it's gone." She came back and was all, The cage is gone." We were low-key hyped 'cause Miggle told us the truth, so we hightailed it back through the tunnel, past the guard, up to the palace. Clayton stepped into the garden, and his heart was racing, 'cause he thought Tina's time cage might have vanished on him. But Loki, it still stood, dimly glowing under the foliage where she had left it. A young dude came up to us and was like, "Why, yes, Princess Tina, check this out." This huge row of colored lights sailed by, and then we saw the microd circling over the city, like, for real. The storm was hella crazy, but it ended way too fast. The winds were still kind of wild, but they were calming down. The microd's deranging ray was on point, and we could feel the vibes it sent out, these sick vibrations that threw the robot's internal mechanisms walk, and they were literally dropping in their tracks all over the city. Meanwhile, Clayton and I were chilling at the entrance of the time cage when the microd flew by. We saw this white search beam from the microd come down and spot some robots on the lab roof. Then, bam! The deranging ray hit them, and they were all frozen in their tracks, flailing their arms wildly. One robot fell, another one crashed into another, and then 2 of them started fighting each other like crazy because, maybe they just didn't want to be there. It was hella sad. This young dude who joined us ran into the palace, and we heard him shouting, "Revolt is over. Revolt is over." Clayton thought was a massacre kind of situation, but I'm more like it's still pretty messed up. We both knew that couldn't conquer this time world, so he left taking Mary Atwood with him. We rushed into the time cage, and Clayton was all hyped because Tina slid the door closed and started messing with the controls. Next thing we knew, we were blasting off in the time stream like a hot second. You think 2 went forward in time? Larry asked. Is there nothing on the instrument showing? Tina's all, nah, ain't got nothing yet. We're passing 3,000 a day, and we're headed into the future for sure. Tina was all about Tooth coming from a future time world, so now he might be headed back there. We saw this crazy landscape off in the distance that held his vehicle, but it was all grey and nothing, like a ghost town or something. We knew we couldn't just pass by, 'cause why would we? I was low, key hyped to catch a glimpse of the other time cage, but nothing, literally nothing, showed up on the tell, scope, or mirror. I was vibbing nervously, trying to stay calm while waiting for a sign. But now, not a peep. We weren't even cruising at max speed with Larry and Tina tinkering with the instrument table, so I was stuck by the window gazing eastward like a total stan. I knew that other little spot in space was only 500 feet away from us holding Mary. But she was totes not present right now. She was ghosted, and it was getting me all shook up thinking about her with Tutu. I wasn't even aware of the city changing around me. I was too busy praying for a sick glimpse of that time cage. I'm low, key thinking that New York was still going strong until like 3 Thorons and a D. And then bam, some huge storm or whatever came through, and it was gone. Then fast forward to like 4 Thorons a D. It's all rebuilded, but it's hella small with more trees and less people. I'm pretty sure they were building some wild structures that we couldn't even see. By 5000 AD, humanity was probably at its peak, but then it just kinda stopped progressing. Maybe in Europe they kept it together longer. This was like a total time dump, and I'm thinking by 15,000 AD, we're all just going to be one big old tribe. You can't stay stuck in the past. You got to keep moving forward or whatever. I'm low-key thinking that humanity is just too soft with its own tech. It's like we need to get back to nature or something. That storm at 4,000 AD, I would have been all about rebuilding and taken to the next level. But these dudes from 4,000 AD, they were just straight up clueless. We had a major meeting with Tina, Larry, and Tug when we were chilling in a primeval forest around 10,000 AD. We thought maybe he was just stuck in his own time world, like at 3,000 or 4,004. But then it hit us that he might have been from way further back. You feel me? He was too extra to be just chillin' in our time. We were low-key hoping we'd catch up with him, and if he stopped we could see him. If he turned around and passed us, we knew for sure it was too. But what if he went back even further? And then suddenly we saw the other time cage. It was all ghostly and thin as a spider's web. We caught a glimpse of it through the tell, scope first, then the mirror grid showed us its barbed shape. We could even see it through the window, just hanging out like it owned the place. It was 12,000 AD, and that time cage was just chillin', steady as a rock. Clayton's view got all wonky as the trees behind him started to blend together like they were in a blur. This wild ride through time. The 2 cars, or whatever, were moving so fast with this sick grey landscape whirring around us. Of all the vibes, only that other cage was like real to us. But for real, it was the cages which were ghostly apparitions, fam. We low-key gathered at our eastward window to check out the void of that 500 feet gap between us and Tooth's crypt. The interior of his cage wasn't visible to us, but we could see a little window in the lattice. It was like this super thin hole in space. Nothing showed up in it, though. We were so done. Only 500 feet away from us, the Tooth cage was there now, but we couldn't do squat except hold our time, changing rate to keep up with it. For hours I was just chillin', praying Mary was safe, trying to guess what was going down in that cage moving side by side with us in the blurred shadows of time. And again, like so many times before, I was all her about Two's motives for his moves. He knew we couldn't hit him unless he stopped, but where was he even headed? This whole thing was a wild chase through our consciousness of the passim. It lasted like several hours. Toof changed up his time rate and sped more aggressively. My heart sank, because this showed he wasn't trying to stop or nothing. We lost sight of that other cage a few times as it drew ahead, but we could still see it on the image, mirror thingy. I think we should just chill behind it, Tina said finally. When he slows down to stop, we'll have a better chance of landing simultaneously with him. We passed 100,000 AD. The forest was all gone, and it looked like rocks or something. There was this barren vista off by the river and the distant sea, but it was all different now. The familiar vibes were all changed up. It was closer to us than we thought, and it was creeping closer. I stared at that blurred grey water, at the wide undulating stretch of rock. We got to 1,000 Zaranzan AD, a million years into my future. Bruh. Ice came and went, but there were no trees sprouting up on this barren landscape. It was all cold and dead in here. Were we headed for the end? I could imagine a dying world with its internal fires fading. 10 million years, then 100 million. The grey scene started changing, like it was getting all colourful now. There were these flickering intervals when it got darker, and then lighter with this sick tinge of red. The Earth's rotation was slowing down, fam. It had been happening for thousands of centuries, but only now could I see the lengthening days and nights. Maybe now the day was a month long, and Yaz, it was the same vibe last night, 1 billion years ago, like 1,000 AD. Everything was Li, and the day and year were equal, you feel. So we're chilling in the Western Hemisphere, and I'm low-key vibing with the sun, okay? It's this dull red thing above the horizon, just chilling, painting the rocks and sea with blood. Ain't nobody got time for that. Then Larry hollers at me, George. Good God, he's all bent for the image mirror, and Tina is shook like her face is ghosted or something. She's about to lose it. I catch a glimpse of Two's cage on the mirror, and it's like totally wrecked, you know, and then Larry goes. It stopped. Good God, it stopped all at once. Tina's all pale and horrified, so she grabs the controls. We're reeling, bro. I'm pretty sure I'm about to pass out from the shock. Our cage stops moving, and then we start moving again. Tina finds the wreckage, and we pull up in front of it. The air is straight cold, like deadly cold, fam. The sun's this huge red ball hanging over a grey sky, and the rocks are all grey-black with blood. Light on Rem. 500 feet away, there's this oily sea, and the wreckage of Two's cage piled up in a heap. And then I see Mary's white figure lying on the rocks, all crumpled up. Two's chillin' next to her, still rocking his black cloak. He sees us coming, and he's all like, "Hey, I'm good." His arms are waving around like a wild bird, all defiant and trippy. He's got this ray cylinder in his hand, and then he fires at us with that white disintegrating beam. We're all like, "Fool, what the..." He misses us, but we're still transfixed, you feel. It's like time stopped or something. Two puts down his gun, and he's all, "Later, haters." Then he starts shambling towards me, like a bear or something. But Mary's not dead, fam. I see her moving, trying to sit up, and then I grab my ray cylinder, the one I saved from Miguel, but it's nothing on Toe's beam. It's like he's got this crazy range thing going on. Larry and Tina are all like, what do we do? But I'm all, get out of here, you two. This is my problem. I'm low-key hype, bro. That beam of his is going to be wrecked in a sec. Get to that line of rocks, fam. We were hella close behind our cage, which was this gnarly broken ridge of rocks with some tumbled boulders like 10 or 15 feet high. It was fire for shelter and could give us some sick passage through the gaps. The ridge curved like a crescent moon behind our cage and dropped down to the shore. Larry and Tina were straight up shook, bro. Larry's all like, but George, I got you. Hide here in the cage, and I'll take care of him. And I'm all, no way, fam. This one's on me, or it's Two's demise. I slammed Larry away from our cage door and ducked back inside. It was only a few breaths later, but Two was still really far away. Larry and Tina fled behind the cage and dodged between the boulders, then vanished into thin air. Bruh. I crouched down in the cage, wondering if I should stay or not, if I could get Two within 20 feet of me. My shot was on point. The silence was hella eerie, fam. Was he coming for us? Did he know we were hiding in here? I thought for sure he'd seen Larry and Tina running away and me sneaking into the cage. We were straight up exposed. This silence was giving me life or death vibes, but then Tina shouted, "To, we got you, dude." Her voice came from one side of our cage, trying to distract Two's attention from me. I peeked through the window and saw the flash of his beam slanting sideways at Tina. I estimated he was still a few 100 feet away and slowly crept toward the door, eyeing him warily. Two was chillin' on the open rock surface, swung to my right, and was near the little ridge where it turned down to the shore. Tina's voice came again. "What got you, Two?" But then Toe fired at her, and I saw Tina get caught in his beam. Larry had vanished, bro. Then he popped up behind the ridge and started throwing rocks at Tug. The missile whizzed close to Two, and Larry instantly ducked back out of sight. Two whirled toward the rock and fired over the ridge again. Tina had moved, shouting some sick trash talk at Two from a new angle. They were low-key trying to exhaust Clayton's energy. If they could do that, he'd be a total mess before me. For a sec he stood like a lost puppy. As he turned to gaze at Tina, Larry flung another rock. But this time Took didn't fire. He started back toward where, by the wreckage of his cage, Mary was sitting up in a daze. Then he changed his mind, whipped around, and fired straight at my doorway. I was just on the other side of the effective range, but it was totes aimed. I felt the sickly, nauseous impact of it, like my insides were turned up. I stumbled back into the room and recovered my strength. A side window was open. I leaped through it and landed on the rocks with the cage between Two and me. He fired again at the doorway. Tina had vanished. Larry was now out of range, standing on the ridge, shouting and hurling rocks, but Two wasn't even listening. He was shuffling for my doorway. He'd pass within 20 feet of me as I crouched outside the cage at its other corner. I could take him by surprise. And then he saw me. He was less than 100 feet away. He changed his direction and fired again full at me, but I had enough warning. As the beam struck the cage corner, I ran back along the outer wall of the cage and appeared at the other corner. Tuve came still closer, his weapon pointed down as he ran. 50 feet away. Not close enough. I think they're at the last that Tuve was totally confused. Larry had come much closer. He was shouting, and from the ridge behind me Tina was shouting. Toog ran, not for where I was lurking now, but for the corner where a sec before he'd seen me. Now he was 30 feet from me, 20. Then nearer than that. Wholly without caution he came forward. For one breathless instant the voices of Tina and Larry hushed up. My beam struck too in the chest. It caught him and clung to him, bathing him in its spread and intense white glare. He stopped dead in his tracks, stood transfixed for one breathless, horrible sec. He was so close that I could see the stupid surprise on his hideous features. His wide slit of mouth gaped with astonishment. My beam clung to him, but he did not fall. He stood astonished, then turned and came at me. For just a sec I was stricken helpless there before him. What manner of man was this? He didn't fall. My ray, which had decomposed the body of Allant, the guard, and left his skeleton stripped and bleached in an instant, did not harm Toe. He'd walked into it, taken it full, and he didn't fall. He was still alive. I came to I was low, key Webben with Clayton, you feel. When Larry saw I was in some serious danger, he got G and ran into the open, throwing a rock at Tuh. It hit him on the shoulder and totally changed his aim, so the flash went right over me. Then I'm seeing Toe get all hella malin toward Larry, and I'm low, key panisin. No. So I'm like, gotta take action, and I rip off the cylinder from that ray projector thingy. Next thing you know, I'm on top of two, and I'm bringing down that heavy cylinder thing on his dome. There was this crazy splintering sound, and he's wailing like a wild animal. He falls, and I'm right there on top of him, shaken like a leaf. I look up, and my mind is blown. Two's all busted up, with this huge gash in his head. And then I see these tiny cogs and wires everywhere, strewn across the rocks. It was like this robot thingy had been masquerading as a human dude the whole time. Clayton's all shook up, realizing I'm over here trying to process what just went down. So Clayton's thinking, it's good with Tuh. Turns out he was trying to send himself and Mary into the future, reckon their own timeline. But Mary's all, nah, not on my watch, and she takes control of that main lever thingy and stops the whole operation. We leave Two shell behind, and Clayton's all like, let's get this party started. They send us back to 1935, but it turns out Tina's got some major changes planned. She's going to send the time cage into eternity, where Took tried to go. We're chilling in Patton Place. It's nighttime, and Clayton's all later, Larry and Tina. We exchange some heartfelt hugs, because these two girls are from different timelines, but they vibe with each other on a fundamental level. It's wild, no. You, Clayton, were totes done. Bruh, the tea is out, and it's time for us to go our separate ways. Fam, we've been through so much together. We were like super tight, you know? But now we're literally breaking up, and I'm hella sad about it. There were tears in Tina's eyes, and Mary was low-key crying too. We stood there, just staring at each other, trying to process the fact that we'll never be a squad again. No way. Clayton, you can't be serious, I said, trying to hold back my emotions. Don't destroy our vibe, man. Come back and make it work. Tina, was like, for real. And then they closed the door on us. We stood there watching them go, and the cage just sat there for a sec, doing nothing. Then it started vibing, glowing softy, and then it was gone, fam. Mary and I were like, peace out, and turned away from each other to start our new life in 1935 Nike. Clayton's prediction that humans will be moon-bound within the next 100 years is straight fire. John Q. Stewart, a professor at Princeton, just dropped this knowledge at the Brooklyn Institute of Arts and Sciences. The first hurdle we got to jump over is getting to 25,000 miles per hour. Like, we need some serious fuel upgrades, bruh. We've made major progress on passenger vehicles in the last century, and scientists are low-key hoping for a speed of 1,000 miles per hour by 1950. And then by 2030, we're aiming for 50,000 miles per hour. That's some next level tech right there. Stewart's got a solid plan to get us to the moon, though. He's talking about a ship built like a giant metal sphere with 12 cannons shooting material at 200 miles per second. It's going to take them about 3 days to reach the moon, and then they'll just coast around it, becoming basically a temporary satellite. The rest is easy, Stewart said. The moon's gravity will be less intense, so we can just chill and get our moon on. Satellite Clayton was low-key obsessed with the moon, and he thought it was hella weird. Like, the whole thing is airless, waterless, and lifeless, but the days are 2 weeks long, fam. And temps range from boiling water to liquid air, bruh. Anyways, Clayton had to rock a diving suit just to chill on the moon. Gravity's only 1/6 of what it is on Earth, so he needed to carry around some heavy stuff for oxygen and temperature control. To get off the moon, Clayton would just fire his rear cannon and coast back to Earth. And if he wanted to land smooth, he'd blast his forward cannon and make sure it was on a desert planet or whatever. "Dear editor," said one dude who was trying to keep it real with Astounding Stories. He was low-key salty about some mistakes in the April issue. Like, Mr. Ernst messed up so bad that Clayton thought he was just trolling him. But for real, here's the tea. In the world behind the moon, there were these hydrogen traces in space that Clayton get, fam. It was like they needed something to push against or whatever. But isn't it proven that explosions are way more lit in space? Why didn't Clayton just fire his tubes to slow down instead of waiting for some resistance? Also, when Clayton landed on the planet, he got these air guns with bullets and radium and stuff. But then it was like the planet wasn't even hot enough to make the bullets explode. What's good? Clayton was also all about running around that little planet, which would have been a dead giveaway if he didn't die of exhaustion first. 4 miles within was a solid story, but why didn't they find any stagnant air, fam? It'd be like breathing in stale air for hours on end. And radium's hella toxic, so Clayton probably shouldn't have handled it without proper protection. But hey, maybe he was just low-key handling some pitch-blende rocks instead. Yo, I'm low-key obsessed with the stories of special troll service created by S. Right? Bruh, let's get some more tales of Commander John Hansen and his squad, fam. The Exile of Time is fire, and I'm hyped for the next drops. Cummings always brings the heat with thrills and sick adventures. Plus he's got that science game on point. You feel? It'd be lit if we could get more Sci-Fi fans vibing, though. B2O, some readers are low-key salty about the mag getting changed, but you, editor. All these suggestions would make it totes different from other SF mags, and I'm all about that unique vibe, you know. I'm a die-hard Astounding Stories fan because it's literally one-of-a-kind, no cap. Ben Smith, box 4444, Billings Mount. Mr. Ernst answers a no way. Joe's, it ain't been proven for real. It's been shown mathematically, but never actually solved, mainly cause it's hella hard to recreate those spatial conditions in our labs. We don't even know what space is, let alone how our stuff would react up in there. If you try to drop some explosive charges, they might just propel a rocket ship more effective in, like, empty space. Ick. But maybe an explosion would be all pointless if there's no pressure to work with, right? In my story, The World Behind the Moon, I assumed that it happened, and honestly, nobody can disprove it. So if a propulsion explosion ain't got effect in space, then we got to get our ship into atmosphere before we can even think about stopping FAM. B friction through rifle barrels gets hella hot, like tropical weather or whatever. C again, we don't know what's good for spatial conditions. It's reasonable to assume a planet's mass affects its atmosphere density, though, but hey, Venus is smaller than Earth, and they say its atmosphere is denser. But what if meteors got microscopic atmospheres on M? We don't know, lol. Hitting our stride, dear editor, the more I read Astounding Stories, the more I'm hooked. You're Loki killing it this year, fam. But why not see where your readers are at and drop some more sick content? By the way, some people want you to change the mag, but actually do you editor? If we follow all these suggestions, it'd be totes different from other sci-fi mags. I'm about that unique vibe you feel. Bar F. Starzl. You have low-key fire writers like Ray Cummings, Murray Leinster, and Tom Curry is another straight-up genius writer. Monsters of Mars would have been hella better if it were condensed to about 2/3 the number of pages. It feels like it's dragging on PvP, O'Toole. Parker, stack this missile. Dear editor, congrats. Your mag is low, key killing it. However, I got a few suggestions. First, why not let the squad vote on the quality idea? Second, give us more stories and illustrations. Increase the price if you have to, but keep it lit, and I'm your go-to buyer. So far, I haven't missed a copy, and my only regret is that I didn't have sense enough to save the first 6 or 7 instead of trashing them. By the way, didn't I see a major drama going on in the Reader's Corner about reprints? And what's the deal with reprints? Nothing except they're reprints. That's not even an argument, but if you value my monthly 20 cents, hook us up with at least 1 reprint to a volume, which I see is three copies of your mag. If the rest of the squad agrees, I think we should get a reprint in the near future. If they don't, well, the world will keep spinning. Your time is precious, and besides, there are more readers waiting to say the same things I have just said. So I'ma close this error missive. Eugene Benefiel, The Pioneer, Tucson, Arizona. From the Antipodes, dear editor, as a regular reader of your mag, Astounding Stories, I thought I'd hit you up and say thanks for the stories. I'm low-key obsessed with stories that are weird and wild. Until I stumbled upon your mag at a bookshop in Perth, I had to settle for science fiction stories by Wells, Burroughs, and a few others I found while browsing in various bookshops and libraries. Now that I get Astounding Stories regularly, I have a monthly feast of good things that I devour and reread until the next issue drops. You ask us readers to criticize the mag. Well, I got no complaints worth mentioning, except some of the illustrations don't match up with the story. Some stories are weak in my opinion, but that's just my taste. Take everything as it is and say you have a first-class publication. Will you thank your authors for me for the many hours of interesting reading they've given me during the past year?
Yeah.
Later, I intend to get my Astounding Stories bound in cloth covers, each 12 months issue in a volume. If any reader sees this letter, of course, should you think it's worth publishing and can spare the time to write back, I'd be hella grateful. Maybe Yaz, brew. We can tote swap pics of dope places from across the us. I'm low-key obsessed with every single spot, so don't me if your district ain't that lit. Hope Astounding Stories keeps growing and getting fire. Fam, so we can all vibe on some sick entertainment. Loki, this is a selfish wish, but I'm hyped to get each month's issue. G. Claude J. Nanley, 65 Forest, Minthalolly, Western Australia. Dear Editor, just started vibbing with Ray Cummings' latest story in April's issue. Honestly, I wish he'd chill on this type of story, but I'm down to read whatever he drops. Jack Williamson's The Lake of Light, and was next up. It's hella similar to Merit vibes. SP writes, The Ghost World came in third, and Edmund Hamilton is actually bringing the heat now. If anyone's looking for some old school sci-fi faves like Through the Dragon Glass or The Girl in the Golden Atom, hit me up and I'll dememe you where to cop them. This ain't no sponsored post, though. Cummings got me hooked on your mag, so keep it lit. Just pulls make him stop thinking about time and space for a sec. Dale Mullen, 6011 West 5th, Topeka, Kansas. The effects of cannabis, dear editor, just dropped out of the game to start my own magazine, and now I'm editing one literally. For myself, I just finished your April issue, and it's straight fire. Specifically, that story 4 Miles Within, Inside a Radium Mine Mind. Blown. So when I was working as a clinical chemist, we got seriously burned by pure radium 3 grains in a lead capsule. We were out for a month. But then I thought, let me just imagine being 4 miles inside the earth, chasing an amoeba. And that's what happened. My pet Momo vinegar escaped, and it was wild. On a real note, have you guys ever heard of people vanishing into dimensions? Like Heinto, a 5th dimension. I'm pretty sure my trig instructor was all wrong. And Dr. Bird is straight, up magic with menthium extracting. What's next? Octopian crabs knowing it all. Dale Mullen, you. Clayton's low-key obsessed with them spaceships, fam. Mars is like super lit. And those Martians. Sometimes they're like wigs or worms, and other times they're straight up human bruh. I'm still reppin' for the silver green messenger I saw on stage 20 years ago. He was a real one and a total scholar, no cap. And have you heard about them radio waves that can vibrate matter in a straight line? One Jackson G is vibing it in 2 straight lines. Lol. It's pretty wild. G people are literally disappearing into atoms by taking pellets. Fam. They put the pellets in their system, and it's like miniaturizing or expanding them. No idea how the author did that in Beyond the Vanishing Point. Though I'm guessing those pellets must be laced with some cannabis, indica hashish, you feel. So Clayton had a crazy colic attack once and was forced to take an antispasmodic, but then he took some weed and shrunk down small enough to fit in a mouse hole, which was straight up trippy. Maybe your stories won't be wild and full of monsters like the author thought, though. Science is actually hella beautiful and cultural, Arthur H. Carrington, Seaside Heights Pharmacy, Seaside Heights, and where fantasy meets science fiction. Dear editor, low key. Clayton's been a huge fan of your mag for ages, fam. He read all the issues, including the letter columns, with super interest. He's especially felt those stories like The Forgotten Planet, The Jovian Jest, and The Planet of Dread. They had that genuine imaginative vibe going on, and the writing was straight fire. And let's be real, some tales are just fun for their fantasy and suggesting ideas, even if they're not perfectly written, you feel. In the Reader's Corner, Clayton noticed people hating on those impossible stories, which basically means that with the marvelous and mysterious without trying to explain it in a scientific way. Like they're just embracing the supernatural, no worries. Personally, Clayton enjoys stories like those two as well as ones written from a purely scientific perspective. He thinks people who hate on these stories are just caught up in their own hypocrisy. People love wonder and mystery, but some of them can't accept it if it's not presented in a modern scientific way. If they didn't have to deal with the fancy science talk, I'm pretty sure they'd be all about those same fairy tales, you feel. Please don't get it twisted. Clayton isn't hating on science fiction. He thinks it's hella dope and worth enjoying. Yas, I'm low, key obsessed with written, and want to contribute to it myself. No cap. I'm all about keeping an open mind and imagination. For those who think something's impossible, without proof, I'm like, ain't that just the definition of impossible? In a little infinite universe, there's nothing we can't imagine happening, right? Science is always discovering new things, but there's still so much we don't know, you feel. Science has given us some fire data, but at the end of the day, there's still so much left to uncover. And let's be real, the world of imaginative fiction is, like, totally limitless. Hey, editor, so I wrote you a letter last month, and I'm written again this month and next month, too. Every month, actually, once I finish the latest issue of Astounding Stories. You should totes have a special section for letters from some dude who thinks he's a genius. Have you noticed that 99 of Edmund Hamilton's stories are basically the same plot? Like, 3 dudes go into enemy territory. They wear ugly clothes and live in sketchy buildings to make us hate them. Then they get captured, and then the bad guys reveal their super weapons, and our heroes are all like, oh no, we're gonna die. But then they escape and capture a machine or something. It's like 2K enemies close in, but our heroes are, hold up, I got this. And they save the day. It's low-key predictable, tub. And let's not forget about all the narrow escapes and phrases like Hyde leaped and knocked the deadly ray, tube, from his hand. At first, it's exciting, but after a while, it just gets old. As Clayton is going to be low-key lit in this April issue's second story, The Exile of Time. It'd be fire if George Rankin just happened upon the signing of the Declaration of Independence or the Battle of Bunker Hill. I'm also hyped about, 4 miles within, it was straight flames, except James Quaid's death was kind of meh, like Edmund Hamilton did him dirty. Saul Peasley writes Space Patrol adventures are always a vibe, and the Ghost World is straight up iconic, so the mag is pretty perfect. Robert Baldwin, 359 Hazel Ave, Highland Park, ill. Likes M to seem real, dear editor. I've been reading Astounding Stories since November, and I'm low-key obsessed. It's a solid mag, fam. The size is convenient, the price is right, and okay, except maybe you can smooth out those page edges. Wesso is a talented artist, for sure. I think Harl Vincent, Ray Cummings, and Cap P-Meek are the real MVPs. I'm hella invested in Dr. Bird Stories Capped. Meek killed it on that series. Also, you got to check out Charles Oyu, Diffin and Murray Leinster's work. They're legends. Now, let's talk about the Reader's Corner. Most of those stories are straight-up fiction with no scientific explanation. I get it, but anyone can make up a dope plot and slap some super science on it without giving the people the deets. What I'm really here for is when an author backs up their theory with real science and makes it sound convincing. That's what makes the story feel more real, you feel. It's way better when they just keep it simple and don't try to be some genius prof in 2431 or whatever. T. Caldwell, 912 Moreno Road, Santa Barbara, Cal. Covers too imaginative. Dear editor, come on. People Can't we all just get along? One person says the mag is too small, another says it's okay. And there's those who are hella salty about some authors. Why can't readers just be chill? We're always saying S is the best science fiction mag around, which is true be up to, but then we start complaining like a bunch of haters. No one's perfect, and AS comes close. The only two complaints I'm down with are that some covers can give non-science fiction readers the wrong vibe. Like August and September, those covers were straight up trash. Yes, let's get this. Clayton 1930 issues and March to May 1931 issues. These people are low. Key hating on the 8S readers. Can't the covers be more lit like those from March to July 1930? All those stories, though, too hold up. The reader's corner is getting a little too extra. 8 and 9 pages is a whole vibe. Why not scale it back to 5 pages or less? I ain't mad at the stories, 'cause I know others vibed with what few I didn't. I gotta say, Ray Cummings' Brigands of the Moon holds first place for me. It was straight fire. Keep that good energy up. Mayor Ed Evans, 4,000 Earls and 1 Cedar Lane, Drexel Hill, evenly divided. Dear Editor, I got caught up on Astounding Stories late, but now I'm hooked. Going through your reader's corner, I noticed most letters are super hyped about Astounding Stories. It's like they're putting it on a whole other level compared to other science fiction mags. I ain't gonna lie. I think all these mags are on the same page, pun intended. These authors put out fire stories 1 month and then forget the next. It's like, taken over time, these stories get evenly divided among mags. I got 5 years of science fiction reading under my belt, so I'm low-key expert. Astounding Stories is not inferior to anyone. There's room for another mag with that level, but sadly there ain't enough of them. James Kennedy. Edithaker. NY. Machine or Beast. Dear Editor. I've read every issue of Astounding Stories, and it's my go to Science Fiction Mag. The best story so far is Brigands of the Moon by Ray Cummings. Sewell Peaslee Wright and Victor Russo are straight flames too. The only 2 stories that didn't vibe with me were Murder Madness and Earth the Marauder. That one was hella far-fetched, even for my wild imagination. Now about them cover illustrations. That first issue's artist is a genius in my eyes, but now I'm low-key disappointed. Clayton was low-key extra in Brigands of the Moon. Low-key, I'm hella salty about showing my friends this magazine 'cause of them savage creatures on the cover. Pick of a sick machine would be way more turnt. Wesso's got some mad drawing skills, fam. Like, he could do it better than those old covers from March and April 1930. I'm 15, B2, and I want to vibe with other science fiction fans my age. Hit me up with any or all letters you got. William Crocker, Ashfield, Mass. Expert opinion, yo editor. I'm hyped to be read in your mag. I'm already a fan of Astounding Stories, but yours is on another level. It's like there's this human interest vibe that's missing from other sci-fi pubs. And let's be real, some stories are too technical. It's all about the feels, you know? Your paper quality is fire. The type is clear, and those cover art pics are on point. I don't even care about the page size or number of pages, bruh. I've been reading Astounding Stories since day one, and I'm still trying to find any flaws. If you're haters who keep trash talking about minor details would just cop a mag of your own, you'd see what's good. The May 1931 issue is straight flames. It's the best collection of sci-fi stories I've read in ages. Hit me up with some success vibes, okay? C.P. Binsford. D. 604 Pearl Street, Huntsville, Alla. A satirical drama, complete, dear editor, 1-act play. So Like, this dude from the future is traveling through time to the year 24,000 AD. Solsu D9s all. Welcome to the future, homie. Time, travelers all. Say, what's up with Astounding Stories? Have they dropped a quarterly yet? Solsu D9's like, nah man, but we're totes gonna do it within 5 years. Forrest J. Ackerman, 5 and 30 Staples Ave, San Francisco, Carl. An employment non-solution dear editor. I've been repping Astounding Stories since day one, and I'm here to show some love for all the sick stories you've dropped in your mag. I'm low-key obsessed with Miss Sager's take on the paper quality. If it's good, who cares about the paper? The saying is true. Fam, the best articles are wrapped in fire, not just nice packaging. Astounding Stories is straight up the best. Bessemer, a la Yars. Clayton's got some tea. What I gotta say now ain't even a diss. It's just me asking for some clarity. I'm low-key tired of people always trying to find flaws in stories. So, like, I got my fave story from way back in 1931, Dark Moon by Charles Diffin. That thing was fire, and I loved it every time I read it, even on my third or fourth watch. If a story's worth reading once, it's def worth reading multiple times, you feel. But now I'm wondering, will some other dude come through and break down the Dark Moon's vibes for me? How'd the explorers on that ship see the Earth and other planets if their own light couldn't even pass through a gas formation? And how did the Dark Moon get its own sick light in the first place? One thing I'm low-key mad at Astounding Stories is they don't drop new issues every month. Fam, that's like a solid plan to help out unemployment, you know. It put more dudes to work, and we could all scrape up an extra 20, say, a month for this lit magazine. But for real, can I get some feedback from the readers, bruh? Best wishes for the mag to keep poppin'. Now, dogged if he didn't. Editor Yaz, the stories are the real MVPs. Dark Moon by Charles Diffin is straight flames, and that's saying a lot, 'cause it's been a minute since we got one like that. Next up is The Exile of Time by Ray Cummings. It's like another impossible time travel story, but I'm feeling it. Welcome to the team, Mr. Schachner and Mr. Zagat. Your story, The Death Cloud, was next level. Can't wait for your next drop, fam. Capt. Meek, bruh, you're a genius. I'm hyped for more Dr. Bird stories, or else I'll be ghosting this mag altogether. That's some nice vibes from Hull K. Wells, beat, To the Moon Turned Green, and it was low-key lit. Now let's check out that cover art, Mr. Wesso. You're a straight-up genius with science fiction covers. Don't waste your talent on detective story mags. Fam, you're all about the sci-fi life now. Month's issue drops sooner than usual, right? F. Starzl's back for another round, and there's going to be another tale by Charles Diffin too. Isn't this world lit? I'm low-key closing with this thought, can we get more picks in the mag? At least 2 sick ones for each serial and a novelet, fam. Make em full page, you feel. Jack Darrow, 4225, N. Spalding Ave. Chicago, an amusing dear editor. I just dropped the May issue, and I gotta say, Dark Moon by Charles Diffin was fire. Let's get more stories like that. Gee, the Reader's Corner is hella interesting and amusing. I'm all about them letters from readers. Bookwood is a really low-key gem magazine in my eyes. It's def one of the best out there. I think it can be tweaked some more. But what's the point, right? There's no sense bashing a mag like that. If you want to take it to the next level, just do it without hesitation. Charles Strada, 503 Olive Street, Kansas City, Moo. Cummings and Wagner, dear editor, Astounding Stories is straight fire in my book. I'm not even going to get into how much I love reading every issue. It's like music to my soul. Next up, I gotta say that AS is like my jam after classical music fan. Richard Wagner is the GOAT, and same energy with Cummings and Leinster. For example, take that Flying Dutchman. Oh, Virtue, it's like an appetizer for the story. Know what I'm saying? It gets you hyped. So when you're reading Ray Cummings' novel, Beyond the Vanishing Point, that intro is like a warm-up, getting you ready for the main event. The music takes us on this wild ride from pensive to straight, uplit. It's like the storm breaks and the ship is sailing into a diabolical fury. And yeah, same vibes in Cummings' story. We're taken on a journey that's just as intense. Yaz, that climax is hella lit for anyone who's low-key passionate about reading. So I got a question for you, reader of Astounding Stories. If you're totes done with your old issues and want to send them my way, hit me up. I'm talking from the first issue all the way to Nov 30th and Deck 1930 issues. Just leave it chill. No need to edit or anything. Just one fire novelette that's actually good. Yep. Not two that are straight up okay, like in your April issue, which was deaf, not on point. Walter Jadale, 14538 Ave. Malba, Lied Wine. This time, traveling traffic, bruh. I've been reading your mag for months now, and I'm constantly finding some wild contradictions in the stories that are like super minor, but still give me a vibe that authors just didn't care or even see through their own errors. I ain't never complained, cause they're just small mistakes. But this one time Ray Cummings did a story called The Exile of Time, and it's straight up trash. If you could travel through time, wouldn't make sense for someone who knows the deal to go back in time and prevent some major catastrophe? Like, if they knew what was about to happen, wouldn't that be a legit move? But no. Cummings said it's impossible, which is wild, cause you gotta believe in two contradictory truths at once. And then there's this whole thing where someone could go back in time and prevent their own death or something. It just don't add up. I'm not trying to be harsh or anything, but if the authors would chill a bit more, it'd make for so much better stories, you feel. Robert Waldcott, Roche City Min, Tripe, Elmau, your mag is already on fire in like no time. I'm hella impressed with how lit all the stories are. The May issue had 2 fire yarns. Charles, Ollie, Diffin's Dark Moon was straight up dope, and Nat Schatchner and Arthur L. Zaggett's The Death Cloud was another highlight. But what happened to Cummings? He used to be a total boss, but now he's just spitting out some wild tripe called The Exile of Time. Specifically, that current part with the whack flow is just gas. What's good? So there's this mystic stuff and theosophy and all that jazz. Where was the editor when this blew up? There's totes some swami sheets out there for that rocket crew. It has no place in Astounding Stories. Give more of Diffin, Leinster, Schatchner, Zagat, and Rousseau, and I'm hella satisfied. D. K. Standish Arms, Brooklyn, N.Y. For rocket fans, dear editor, it's prob gonna interest your peeps to know that the American Interplanetary Society just dropped its first year of existence, and it's hyped for a most lit second year in chasing its aims. The society is low-key done with researching rocket possibilities and limitations, but they're good to go for another year before spitting out a full report. That's going to be the Org Survey of Rockets in English. They also planning to beef up their monthly bulletin into a real mag. They'll publish Orblish all the term America and abroad on astronautics and rocketry. It'll have reports from society members as well as articles on interplanetary travel vibes. They got plans for a Kolob experiment and rockets that they're going to be ready to roll out by a year's end. The Society also cooking up plans for an intergalactic commission to coordinate national societies and tackle astronautics globally. While their growth last year was fire, they're hoping to level up this year with more scope and activity. They got members in 36 states, Canada, Mexico, France, and Russia. So yeah, it's a global movement. To your readers, they're offering active and associate memberships that'll let science fiction fans get in on the action of making interplanetary travel a real thing. Hit them up with info about the Society and membership at 113 West 40 C, New York City, American Interplanetary Society. The Readers' Corner, all readers getting an invite to come through in the Readers' Corner and join the convo on stories, authors, scientific principles, and possibilities. This is where you can share your thoughts, likes, dislikes, criticisms, and all that jazz. Editor might throw in a comment or two, but this is all about you, readers. So come on through and chat with us about everything that's poppin' in Astounding Stories. This is where you can share your thoughts, likes, dislikes, criticisms, and all that jazz. Editor might throw in a comment or two, but this is all about you, readers. So come on through and chat with us about everything that's poppin' in Astounding Stories.